Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. I am Sepulence, joined once again by Nerdy Bird, and we have the chance to bring you guys not one, not two, but two incredible matches today before two more are brought even further after that. Our first matchup of the day, of course, Arizona State University versus Illinois State University. But, Nerdy, these teams had to work very hard to make it this far.
Yes, I mean, we're in the lower bracket currently, and I mentioned it yesterday, the importance of the fact that you no longer have a safety net. You're hanging on by a thread, so it's do or die your last hour for the remainder of the series that you'll be playing out. And you can see where we're starting here in round two, which is Illinois State University taking on Arizona State University, and then also it's going to be the Fisher Freaks taking on the University of Texas. That'll be Supplements and I here to call all the action, and then it will be Twin Salty and Tiny Shiny to call the Rutgers University versus Fisher Fiends, and St. Clair Saints taking on the University of California, Irvine.
There are some very, very good matchups today, and I want to note our first one, of course, ISU versus Arizona State, comes from a really fascinating scenario of ISU 3-0ing the round one, and ISU just getting knocked into this position, so both these teams coming in loud. ISU has had a very effective run so far, and I think they're in really good shape to continue that run, being led by Kuffa, their tank of the team, in a Team Australia 2023 member, a player that we are very familiar with. I think is one that we're going to be seeing a lot of, and a name that we're going to be seeing quite often. In the last couple of weeks alone, ISU has put several championship wins across multiple tournaments under their belt, and I think they're very likely to make a long, long run in this series.
I can foresee ISU being successful, but we cannot underestimate Arizona State University as well. They
Absolutely.
have a star-studded roster. I mean, we've got players coming in from all over the country. Well, from all over the country when it comes to Arizona, all over the world when it comes to Illinois State. There is one international player that will be filling out that roster for Arizona State University in comparison to Illinois State, where they're like, yeah, come one, come all, and let's get you here and in the States of playing, because that's incredible across the board. But before we get too far, I want to give a quick reminder and a quick shout out to all of the mother figures that are watching today. Happy Mother's Day to all of you. We wouldn't be here without your support, so thank you.
That is very sweet. Absolutely. A big shout out to all the moms in the world that may be watching. And I do want to jump back, Nerdy, to the point you've made. I've got it pulled up right here because I want to make sure I'm correct. ASU, their main roster is 4 U.S. students with 1 Egyptian student, Aurora, as you mentioned. But on the other side of Illinois State, there is not a single student that is not international. We're looking at Australian, Turkish, Welsh, Swedish, and Estonian on the starting roster. So these are players truly from all around the world, from teams of the highest caliber all around the world. We're talking London Spitfire, Team Australia 2023, another Trick Room player. We talked about Trick Room a lot yesterday. Shikigami, a Maryville player in the managing position of this team. This is a very, very decorated team, a very star-studded roster, and the team that statistically we are expecting to win. But ASU, they have been tearing up any bracket they have been a part of recently, and I think a lot of that has to do with the roster they are bringing out. One of their DPS players in particular, J-Man, has been unbelievable on this Sojourn, was quoted to me as possibly one of the best Sojourns in the collegiate space right now. The very same can be said on the other side about Lethal. So my guess is this is probably going to be a battle of the Sojourns.
It will be, and I'm going to literally say this, take it with a grain of salt, but I'm a firm believer in the first DPS to find damage that is followed up upon is most likely going to be the one that sets the pace for the remainder of the map. So with that in mind, I'm excited to see what these players bring to the table. Best of luck. Overwatch, obviously, is a unification type of sport. We bring people from all over around the world, so best of luck to everyone that is watching today, no matter where you're coming from.
Yeah, and I believe, to give you guys a little bit of a rundown of what's going to be happening, we've got a bit of a calendar to show you what we're going to be expecting to see into the upcoming weeks and months. So before we jump into the game, of course, we're looking at a bit of a break in the June, July, August experience just due to the fact that Collegiate can't happen when class is not in session. So we're going to be taking a bit of a break there, but then right back into September and October, we've got the Swiss stage before homecoming in November. So there's a lot of opportunity here for these teams to come back just as strong, because I believe, and Prod, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe we've kind of hit the point where graduated players don't really get to play anymore. We've hit that marker of graduation has happened, so these rosters are going to be changing, and we're going to be seeing some new player opportunities, especially around that September mark. So Nerdy, I'm really excited about that.
It's always great to see fresh faces, and yes, you have to graduate. That's probably the whole reason why you are considered student athletes. You're students first, athletes second. It's just awesome that you get the opportunity to come to college and also play a video game that hopefully you love from the very beginning and also all the way throughout your college experience. With that being said, though, I'm excited to see those new faces, but for now, we can focus on our old faces that are going to be competing in today's adventure, because we have 4 teams, all of them decorated as we have mentioned. ASU, I know the odds are not in your favor. Just remember, there's always going to be teams. There's always going to be people that are wanting and praying for your downfall. Even if you lose today, ultimately, you're the one that decides if you're the victor, so walk away with the moral victory with your heads held high.
Yeah, and speaking, you talk about maybe if somebody loses today, but we got to talk about what somebody's going to win eventually.
Yes.
By the time this is over, the prize pool is one of the largest I have had the opportunity to see in quite a while. $25,000 to first, $12,000 to second, $8,000 to third, $6,000 to fourth, $3,000 to fifth through eighth, and $1,500 to ninth through 16th. I feel like it is very rare we see a prize pool run that deep into teams, but I think that is a really huge opportunity for a lot of these collegiate programs that may not be, a top 4 or a top 10 team, but can still punch with the best of the top 16 in the country. So upwards of $1,500 available in that first through 16th slot.
I mean, I'm used to seeing circuit points getting gifted to teams across to the top 16, but money? And yes, you're going to split it across your roster, which not only includes the players that we're going to see on screen, but any substitutes that have also been participating throughout the entirety of the season and the students that are involved within that team itself. I mean, yeah, 1,500, to me, that's a lot of food. So, I mean, 9 to 16th place, you could be having a real nice dinner. That's all I got to say.
Yeah,
Take your mom out. Take your mom out.
I think a lot of these teams are going to be in a good position of even coming in 9th through 16th. Arizona State University is actually a really good example of this. There are a lot of teams we're seeing this year, this matchup, these playoffs, that are really still trying to make that statement, right? To be recognized as one of the greatest in the country. And for Arizona State to make it this far is already just a small drop in the bucket of talent that this team is ready to bring to the table. But to get further, to reach that prize pool is going to be monumental for those teams that are still trying to pick up a little bit of momentum and show that, hey, we can punch with the best of them. And if ASU wants to prove that, who better than to prove that against than Illinois State University, who's going to be coming up in just a minute. But we got to talk about it. I teased it already. J-Man on the side of ASU. Yes, they chose Cassidy to be their little stand-in character there, but in reality, I truly suspect we're going to see J-Man almost exclusively on the Sojourn, which he has been dominating the collegiate space with.
And then we also have Aurora, our Egyptian player, Anhu the Tracer. And I know that, look, this is they picked this character for the graphic, but let's be honest, if most of the teams we've seen with the Tracer player on the graphic have been continuing with the Tracer. And then we have Angelic on that Lucio and Panther on the theoretical Ana. I'm sticking with the Lucio and Tracer picks here for sure, just because those are such powerhouse types of heroes when it comes to Overwatch. Yes, Lucio players, I know the pain that you're going through right now, but still, I anticipate we're going to see a lot of Lucio gameplay today.
Yeah, I think you're really onto something there, Nerdy. I think we're going to be seeing Lucio gameplay across the board as he continues, whether it's a buff or a nerf or a change, to be one of the strongest supports. So now let's shift our sights to one of the strongest teams, Illinois State University, coming in with Kuffa, Lethal, W. Maimone, Skyle, and Admiral. Now this, as I mentioned already, is a very star-studded roster. One that I do want to mention that maybe we see, I don't know if Moving Fish is still a possible player, but if they swap to Sigma, we could be seeing them in the tank role. But this is and has been the starting 5 because it is just a team that continues to work, and I think Kuffa and Lethal have a lot to do with that.
Also, I do want to touch on the fact that, because you mentioned it, the opportunity for substitutes. One of the maps that we do have in, I have seen Moving Fish on absolutely pop off, and that is the Numbani pick. If there is a Numbani pick, if Illinois State is the victors here for our first control point, and we move on to Hybrid, and for some reason ASU says, yeah, let's go Numbani, I do anticipate we might see Moving Fish swap in.
Yeah, I think there's a very real possibility that Moving Fish may make an appearance, but we will simply keep our fingers crossed as we are going to be jumping into map number 1 very soon. Now, if you joined us yesterday, if you're familiar with Collegiate Overwatch, map number 1 will always be a control map. This is where one of the teams can really start to take control of the series, and it looks like we're going to be starting off with the same map you and I started off on yesterday, Nerdy. We're returning to Oasis.
Yeah, the one differential here is I doubt we're going to see the Hog v Hog matchup that we were praying for, and I highly doubt we're going to see the Roadhog tried and true from the start to finish. That is something that we saw yesterday, which is teams are confident in the compositions that they have. They know exactly what they need to be doing. Some are missing a little bit of sprinkle of a secret sauce or a seasoning. We don't know what it is, but I'm sure in time they'll figure it out. But keep an eye out for that. Notice the teams that are very comfortable will adapt slightly by changing one character, one hero gets swapped out for something else, but those are the teams you really want to be paying attention to. The ones that know their playstyle, set the playstyle, and commit to it.
Commitment is going to be the name of the game here, I think, in quite a few ways. And we saw this yesterday work pretty well across the board with Grand Canyon University and UCI. These teams really kind of stuck to their guns a little bit. They continued to play team compositions that would win them some fights and lose some others. But across the board, it was that consistency that allowed University of California Irvine to emerge victorious in that series. So looking towards our teams here in this matchup, Illinois State University versus Arizona State University. And I'm hoping that Arizona State can really punch above their weight and give us a good series. I said this off cam, and I'm going to say it here on the mic as well. My expectation is maybe a 3-1 series in favor of ISU, but it's going to be up to Arizona State to set a precedent early. I really believe they're capable of winning this control map, and if they do so, that'll really shake up ISU's expectations of what they're going to have to do going into this series.
Honestly, I really am going to lean into the Sun Devils. I think we might see an upset today. I'm always one to vote for the underdogs. I feel like the odds are not in their favor, so I'm rooting for you, Sun Devils. Best of luck as these doors are preparing to drop. We see Aurora on the Mauga. We did see this yesterday as well. It's going to be going into Kuffa on that Winston. I like the pick. The opportunity for this, the counter on Tracer from J-Man and Anhu, very strong. I think it comes down to not losing our Lucio players early on between these two teams.
Yeah, no, I put this in my notes and didn't get the chance to say it out loud. ASU, they've been trying the Mauga, and it hasn't really been working. I expected Mauga to not be making an appearance on the side of Arizona State, but it looks like they're going to try and risk it out here, at least for the first engagement of Oasis. J-Man, the power player we expected to see, taken out by the power player of ISU. Kuffa gets that elimination, gets the Kiriko to use every cooldown she has, and now has a chance to dive into the rest of the team. Plays it slow and defensive. Anhu going to be deleted and removed from the fray, and ISU should have a really high opportunity of winning this first fight. Even with Kuffa going down, they're already still going to have a one-player advantage. It's up to Aurora to find one more just to equalize, let alone try and take the lead.
I think, honestly, losing that Torbjorn early as well for ASU is going to make it even more difficult for them. We do see that we have Anhu swapping over to that Tracer to try and make it back to point, and it's 20% in favor of ISU, but Aurora has not given up the foothold on point, but we've not seen any eliminations despite this forward pressure that's starting to be created. J-Man gets dangerously low as well as Anhu. Both are going to get healed up. No major cooldowns have been used just yet, and this is the opportunity for Aurora to start pushing forward, but we need to be careful because of the cooldowns that we'll see coming out from the Winston, able to dive into the backline if they're not careful.
Aurora going to be caught a little bit out of position here with the majority of ISU rotating in toward the Mega. It's Anhu who catches a railgun to the body, takes that Tracer out of the way, and forces the ASU Sun Devils into a 4v5 scenario. Maymone goes into a flank in the backline here. Already has Pulse Bomb. Anhu only 60%. Yes, there was a late swap, but that ult differential is still going to matter. ISU approaching all 5 ultimates in Arizona State. Looking for a time to strike. A beautiful Suzu out and overclock now available from Lethal. Kitsune Rush from Z-Panther is going to be there to cancel, but Angelic and J-Man both removed from the fray. Unfortunately, this fight going to be over before it can even really begin for the Sun Devils. ISU sends them back to spawn.
Pulse Bomb, Cage Fight, Sound Barrier as well as Deadeye are all very close to coming online. Unfortunately for ASU, I think Panther's Kitsune Rush was just not at the most advantageous time. There's too many cooldowns available for ISU in their back pockets to move out of the way and stay safe. Lethal already 30% on that overclock, and it's going to be these support ults to keep an eye on in this upcoming fight, because we've seen them be such a tide turner in favor of the team that uses it advantageously. As we lose Anhu early for the Sun Devils, and a charge back in onto the point from the Mauga to try and stay alive. 2 currently have fallen for ASU.
Yeah, now unfortunately that went about as anticipated. One of the DPS going down at the beginning of every single fight made that really difficult, and I don't think it's Aurora's fault, but I think the Mauga just isn't what I want to be seeing right now from this side. I'd really like to see them return to the Ramatra, what Aurora is famous for, and I think it'll work really well on Garden here as well. Beautiful chef's kiss moment as Aurora is going to hear me out and try this Ramatra instead. ASU, they've got to win this one, or this will very quickly go into a 2-0 scenario. ISU would be able to win, but Anhu now swapping to May, one of their best heroes. A lot of comfortability all of a sudden shifting to Arizona State. Let's see if they can use it to win this first fight.
Okay, so we've got the Ram Rush coming out from ASU. I like it, but the thing that concerns me is previously on the last map, we were not running a dive composition nor a poke comp, and yet we are very spread out. So it's quintessential in this Ram Rush that we stay together. We focus on using our Lucio's cooldowns in conjunction with Aurora's cooldowns on that Ramatra. Will we theoretically see a boop from Admiral here? Will anyone brave it, try to walk out? We used the boop a little too soon, but one has fallen. It's only the Lucio down onto the low ground.
Yeah, just a wee bit early there, but that little bit goes a long way. The Ramatra stays alive, and Admiral trying to get aggressive for ISU. Angelic, you mentioned grouping together on the Lucio, is probably the most decorated player on the side of ASU, which leads me to believe they're probably the shot caller as well. I'm wondering to see if Angelic can really keep the team together at this form of rotation. We see Aurora isolated out, the DPS not able to keep them up. A great hinder into the backline. Aurora, critical condition, should not be long for this world. Puts the defensive blockade up, goes for the slow, and I think it may be a delay of the inevitable. Barely makes it out by the skin of their teeth. 4 players getting ready to cap from ISU, but ASU not giving it up yet. I like what we're seeing a lot from Arizona right now, and that's exactly why the Baptiste is gone. Traded out for J-Man. Still an advantage for ASU, but as Lethal finds Anhu, the numbers have shifted right into ISU's favor. Z-Panther gives their life to Kitsune. Unfortunately, nothing, as the rest of the team is removed by force. ISU will win that first fight, and it was a very long one.
Well, we're coming up on Deadeye from Lethal, as well as a Pulse Bomb coming out from W. Maimon. I am a little shocked that Z-Panther got that Kitsune Rush online. I think it was kind of almost a panic hit coming in that last moment, especially because we saw the Kiriko pass away. We saw that yesterday too. Instead, we're going to have them swap over to the Baptiste instead for this next fight.
Yeah, I guess the bright side is using Kitsune Rush. You were probably swapping the BAP anyway. The lamp doesn't have to go out, so they're going to be able to hold on to that cooldown as W. Maimon is going to miss that Pulse Bomb early. One ultimate down the drain for ISU. Lethal boxed out of the fight. Admiral trying to play the high ground. We hear the high noon come out, but a counter blizzard from Anhu could be a huge opportunity for the ASU Sun Devils. Angelic finds one, Z-Panther to another. Maimon gets an elimination, but Admiral takes Anhu clean off the map. That's going to equalize this fight in the blink of an eye, and poor Panther can't get out of the way, just cannot run fast enough. A lot of damage dealt, a lot of players desperate to stay alive, and ASU, they stealthily flip to the point. Every single second's gonna count here.
They did, and the rest of ISU has evacuated the premises, waiting for an opportunity to regroup and re-engage. And you do hear right now the Baptiste is calling out that ISU is on the point. Zyle is looking for opportunity to use the application matrix. There it goes down. It's going to lock them into this back corner, but they have that middle pillar to try and sustain. The recall's been forced out by Tracer, and Lethal is looking for the opportunity to take down that Tracer. You saw it, the headshot, but there's a Deadeye to gain some space. Please look up.
Kuffa, a bit of tunnel vision there, I reckon. Goes down to the high noon. That is going to give the ASU Sun Devils the lead here on the Oasis Gardens. This is exactly what I wanted to see from this team. Point one wasn't there, so they've rotated into some more comfort picks. And Aurora on the Ramatra really just looking infinitely more comfortable. Gets the opportunity to farm up an Annihilation in case Kuffa wants to bust out their own in this upcoming engagement. And as Kuffa returns, ASU, they want to get at least to 75% before losing this point. So drawing out the engagement may be the key to success.
Well, they have their Annihilation online. They have that beat online, and as I'm mentioning that, I feel like I just cast your cursed Angelic into passing away and joining the Shadow Realm for a moment. Awkward placed amplification matrix followed up with a pulse bomb from W. Maimon means Z-Panther is going to pass away, and then J-Man will fall. Aurora falls. You said it was just trying to stall it out if you're ASU. I mean, they managed to get out that amplification matrix. But Style's already 63% on the next one. Z-Panther, that one was just, I think, awkwardly placed, unfortunately.
Yeah, Maimon said, hey, it's getting a little too close for comfort. I'm going to go ahead and clean this one up myself. Let's go for a team regroup and try to re-engage. The good news, if you're a Sun Devils fan, only one ultimate used there, that Amp Matrix. So we're looking at the beat still available and the Annihilation, which means it is identical ultimates for both of these teams. And going into the next fight, Maimon could get a pick early. No! They check the corner, 13 HP into a recall. Has to get out of the way as fast as possible with a double support pocket on, who is not going down anytime soon to an enemy Tracer. The beat drop from Angelic is going to be an aggressive one. They need to find an elimination to make this worthwhile. A Pulse Bomb goes deep into Anhu's backline. They take Skyle down and out. The beat drop gone. The Annihilation from Kuffa can be a freebie, but it's the counter from Aurora is here. The beat drop from Admiral should win ISU this fight. They've just got to stabilize. Aurora walks into the Immortality field, doesn't have the necessary space to stay up, and it's J-Man that is the first to fall, unfortunately, tipping this fight now in favor of ISU. Lethal's High Noon should make the space necessary, and I think ISU may have just secured themselves an Oasis win.
I actually think J-Man hitting that Deadeye was perfectly timed. It gave breathing room over to ASU. J-Man also 73%. Sorry, that was Lethal. J-Man Currently 73% on that ultimate. Syle's going to hit that amplification matrix, but it's only locked down the back half of the site, and there's a return amplification matrix. We lose Angelic because of the angle that this entire ult has locked down. Aurora has fallen. You said it. I have to lean into it now. I do believe ISU is going to lock this point down. J-Man, Z-Panther both gone. Oh, I really think that came down to just two unfortunately placed amplification matrices.
Yep, I mean, the Matrixes just come out at the wrong time, wrong place, and Illinois State University will emerge victorious with a 2-0 on the board. Now, statistically, that is the expectation, but Arizona State, they are really giving ISU a run for their money. I'm excited to see if they continue bringing out this Ramatra going into the rest of the combat overall, or if instead things are going to be a little bit slower, if they go back to something different. We're going to wait to see if the map they choose leans into it well. We could be seeing Numbani or Kings Row, Midtown, or Hollywood. I believe those are all the map choices, so I'm kind of hoping they lean maybe into Hollywood. We saw a lot of it yesterday, but Kings Row, a map we have not seen, could, I think, benefit ASU's current play style.
Okay, well, the one thing I will say is that ASU, they're the ones who get to pick. They saw Kuffa. We know Kuffa is very dominant on the Winston. We can see it here on City Center. I mean, you know when and where to bubble. You lock down the opportunity for a entire backline to give out heals to a front line, or one player in particular to get eviscerated. We have Admiral coming in, getting some beautiful boops off into the... This broke my heart. That was tunnel visioning if I've ever seen it. I think even J-Man didn't anticipate that one, but there's the pulse bomb onto Z-Panther, took out the immo, and then the follow-up elimination onto the Cassidy as well in that situation. But this, like I said, the dueling matrices in that situation, I think it was just one was placed a little bit further forward and locked down more of an angle. So, going back to what I was saying, I think, you know, Kuffa likes to play Winston. I think that means Hollywood's probably not the way we want to go, but... Statistically speaking, we have seen Hollywood every single time we've had a hybrid map thus far.
Yes.
So it is in the cards. But my wish from yesterday is going to get granted, and we're going to go to Kings Row, and I'm very happy.
I've never been this correct with predictions before, ever. Yes, between yesterday and today, I feel like I've been locked in to what these collegiate players are going to be bringing out. And I chose Kings Row when I made that prediction because we know Aurora wants to play two things. They want to play Ramatra and they want to try to play Maga. This is a very good map for both of them. The issue is I can't really think of a tank that I would say this is a bad map for. I think Kings Row, at least parts of it, lends itself to just about every tank in the game. Maybe the exception being Roadhog, but he himself is strong enough right now that it's not typically map dependent on whether or not he's being brought out. It's player dependent. Going into Kings Row, I'm anticipating that we're going to be seeing Ramatra coming out from Aurora, and I'm hoping that we get Kuffa back on that Ramatra matchup. But again, Winston can still really put out some numbers here.
I think during defense first round for ISU, especially because most likely they are going to be on defense first. It's how teams normally pick. I do think we'll theoretically see the Ram on defense for the first point.
Sure.
And a possible, and then on offense, I do foresee a Winston swap as opposed to using the Ramatra. But the Ram mirror when you start on defense, I think is a better situation than trying to run Winston on defense. It's considering a Ram rush composition that relies on May walls, and let's be honest here, it's Kings Row. Everyone has practiced this map. That is why it is such a map that is comfortable for almost every single tank there is. So with that in mind, I think we see the Ram mirror here out the gate, and then we'll see a Winston come in later.
I think that's a very good prediction, Nerdy, one that I could probably agree with. Kuffa playing Winston at any point in time would just be out of comfortability, but the Ramatra mirror Kuffa already won once, and this is a map that, as you mentioned, every single player that we're going to be seeing the entire weekend has played hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of times. This is a very common map that a lot of these players are very comfortable with, the type that you can walk blindfolded. So going in, I think comfort picking may be the name of the game. On the side of Arizona State University, I don't have a lot of requests. I want to see Aurora stay on Ramatra. I want to see Anhu go back to the May. We saw it very briefly on Oasis. I think she's a little bit difficult to run there on Garden, but Kings Row, I mean, she is possibly one of the most ideal DPS to bring out.
I love me some Ram Rush on Kings Row. It's like the old Reinhardt, Cassidy, May wall and maul composition, especially when you're on defense or attack. I think if you have a May that's confident in those walls, Aurora, you need to lean into that, and then just in conjunction with your Lucio, lock down the timing on using speed versus amp speed, and making sure you're using Nem form with that amp speed. Straight money. It'll be delicious and tasty targets all day long if you get those locked down. The one thing I will say, got to be careful of our angles, and honestly, it was beautiful to see it on Gardens. I think ASU, when we were on City Center, struggled to stay as a unit, especially when you're playing with Mauga. You need to stay a little bit closer together because the shout gives you a lot of extra healing, and being able to target focus is a huge priority with that. So making sure you're together and locking down angles properly. But when we're looking at the Ram Rush comp, you're a death ball, so you got to stay as a group. We saw it a little bit better on Garden, but still they kind of started to fracture a little bit when under pressure. So perhaps the comfortability that comes with King's Row, we'll see it executed better here.
It's going to come down to comfortability, right? That's the name of the game. It's like looking yourself in the mirror and trying to make sure your reflections stay the same. This is going to be the teams playing a map that they know better than possibly any other map in the game, so they're going to have to play compositions that are better than their opponent. It's going to be player versus player performance toward the beginning of this matchup. You know, I dropped a little bit of information about I really think we're going to be seeing a Lethal versus J-Man scenario, and we didn't really get the chance to watch that back on map number 1, so hopefully here on map number 2 we're going to be getting that chance. With J-Man starting on Widowmaker, I'm hopeful that we're going to be getting at least some kind of sniper. Lethal finally back on Ashe. I was begging to see some Ashe gameplay yesterday, didn't get the chance, and I'm hoping that we're going to get the chance to see it instead. Admiral dropping a polite GG hello, and the gate's now ready to open.
I think because Admiral took the risky opportunity to walk forward, we're not going to see J-Man getting insta-headshot kill. Instead, going to swap over to that Cassie and walk their way over towards that choke point.
There.
And yes, we got the Ram mirror. I don't know. I think if we manage to dodge these dynamites, it might be a little bit more advantageous to have J-Man on this Cassie as opposed to a different hit scan. But I do really enjoy Sojourn's ability to dominate high grounds as we lose J-Man very early in this fight, and the immortality field from Z-Panther.
Yeah, fight's pretty much over before it can begin at a time like this. J-Man going down, you lose that DPS, and finally J-Man is going to lock in that Sojourn, something I have been begging for today that I'm excited to see a lot more of. On who falls, though. That's another 10 seconds off the clock, and already there's just not a fight to be had quite yet.
I mean, at least they reset very fast, and J-Man, thank you for answering Septulence's prayers in this instance. Sojourn can go up and challenge Lethal, and yes, Lethal does have that coach gun, and we also do see that Admiral is right by Lethal as well to play the booper if necessary. And we mistimed it. We're going to have the slow field come out, but J-Man with a headshot, and the dynamite gets barbecued and sent back to spawn.
I mean, this is tough. ISU, they clearly got their information from the same place I did. They heard, oh, J-Man's the player to watch out for. We're not going to let him play the game. I think that is the 6th or 7th first fight elimination that J-Man has been. Every single time a fight starts, it is 5 players locked down onto J-Man to remove them from the fight. And again, he can't even get out of spawn! W Maymone takes J-Man back to spawn just as he leaves. He's going to need an express pass to get out of there because he just isn't able to do it quite yet. ISU already 2 minutes gone, and ASU just haven't even had the chance to stabilize yet.
Look, yesterday we saw something very similar where there's one player who's managing to carry, and now we're in a Baptiste versus Ashe 1v1. Never mind, make that a 2v1. Z-Panther will fall, unfortunately. The Ramatras in Annihilation are battling it out here over by the mini, and Aurora will unfortunately pass away. I think that having our Baptiste on the high ground might have been the reason why Aurora struggled a little bit, but I want to point out, yesterday we had a very similar situation where we had a 3-player commit in order to delete a DPS, and my heart goes out to that DPS.
Yes.
However, the one thing I will say is when those instances started to occur, the entire team recognized it. A switch was hit, and it was turn and burn, and that's not happening here. Instead, J-Man's just getting punished.
Now let's see if J-Man can finally get into this fight. He's got an overclock available with W Maymone in the backline with a pulse bomb. Gonna force out at the very least Immortality Field, and now that that's down, that's a free elimination. Everybody's favorite aim Bob goes in, finds 3 eliminations, and almost guarantees Lethal the play of the darn game. 78 seconds left on the clock. Sile takes Anhu down and out, and ISU with a single ultimate expenditure dismantle the Sun Devils.
Septulence, are you sure that we're playing Overwatch? Because it really sounded like we were playing Clue when you were talking about the pulse bomb situation that we just got to witness. Now, yes, Bob popped off, but we have 4 ults online for ISU. ASU also has 4 ultimates. I want to look at Sile versus Z-Panther. I think these amplification matrices are going to make or break this fight.
Here we go. Overclock now online. I'm expecting an amplification matrix, maybe a pulse bomb from ISU as well. The overclock not going to be able to find much, but he creates the necessary space to finally get onto point. There's the pulse bomb. There goes J-Man. The amp matrix guarantees the elimination, and J-Man falling once more puts ASU into a 4v5 scenario with 30 seconds left. I think you peel out as fast as you can. You get J-Man back. You dive in quick with a beat drop annihilation, and you force every ultimate ISU has, because ASU right now, they are up in the ultimate game. They need to take advantage of that going into this last engagement.
It's not just that. You got to swing wide with this amplification matrix and let J-Man go to town. We're going to be the first ones to use our shields if you're looking at Aurora, but yes, we have opportunity for a dueling opening between the Rams. The Panther drops the Amplification Matrix, passes away immediately thereafter to Lethal. It's Anhu and Tracer battling out for possession over here by this mini. On the high ground is Lethal, but the angle that Lethal has shuts down so much space. There's the beat drop finally coming in from Angelic to try and gain some extra space. The return beat drop from Admiral. Annihilation's getting popped by Kafka, but where is Aurora? Where is the Q button from Aurora? Finally, it comes out. We are in overtime. No one is touching the point. That timer's going down. Bob comes out again from Lethal, and Panther makes it in just in time to pass away.
Yeah, I don't know what ASU was waiting for at a time like that. The Annihilation, the beat drop came out. You needed the press Q, you needed to pop Annihilation, and you needed to use that forward momentum that you were fighting so hard for to try and take additional space. But with only 45% gained, ASU now has to full hold one of the greatest collegiate teams in the country right now. So this is going to be a big ask from the Sun Devils, but we could be staring a 2-0 deficit in the face. So ideally, ASU comes out strong. I want to see Anhu on that Mei. I want to see Angelic stay on this Lucio, and I want to see the Sun Devils just play grouped together a little bit more. I think they're spreading out because they're afraid of the Ashe Dynamite. You can out-heal that. Don't let that scare you out of comfortability. Don't let that scare you out of good positioning, because that's going to end up costing this team if they can't lock in this second half.
It's not like there was an Ana in conjunction to also throw an anti-nade on top of your head. So yes, I agree with you. You might be getting turned into barbecue, but someone has aloe vera on your squad. Now, the one thing I will say that is a little bit concerning, right now, yes, we have Kafa looking at the Ramatra, but I do foresee if there is a sort of a struggle happening, that Ram will be thrown out the window and replaced with a Winston. And if you play as a ball, as we're suggesting for ASU, we do have Anhu still on this Tracer, but everyone else is a Winston dropping down on your heads. That is so much damage and charge in favor of the Winston that you need to be careful about it. You need to be watching your cooldowns, counting when that Winston might have their jump up again. And W Maimon taking a similar page out of what we saw earlier from J-Man, just looking out the window real fast with that Widow, going swapping over to the Tracer.
I mean, I always call that a King's Row Widow, right? We see that so often. You just swap, you go for one headshot, you miss, whatever, no time lost. Lethal bringing out our first Hanzo of the weekend. A couple of stray shots here or there, but no eliminations yet. Sonic Darrow goes out, and look at the space that ISU has already claimed. They've gotten in and near the high ground. They've already forced ASU to go back into this hotel area, and I think it's really going to cost the Sun Devils because they're not going to be able to engage in this fight split up. They have to go in one at a time. They cannot move in as a group, and with the first Immortality kill already going down, I don't think Angelic could be long for this world. Hinder out, Anhu down, and ISU already with a 5v4 player advantage. Angelic, as mentioned, not going to be around for long here. Aurora down, and ISU ready to wrap up King's Row with a nice little bow on top.
There was just no one to contest the high grounds, both on offense and defense. Sometimes you just got to commit to the full alley walk on right side, go to high ground, clear out the two players that are up there. It's really difficult to expect a 1v2 to work out, but it's going to be Sile the Baptiste coming in with the play of the game. I do think this is, some supportal combat action coming in, and it looks like this is during our offensive round, I believe, yes. Like I said, no one's dealing with the high ground. This is the problem. You cannot give them this vertical space for free.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be one of those situations where you see a support player come in, they're able to find that advantage state, and it works really well. They're not able to tackle the high ground. And I think, as simple as it may sound, ASU's biggest issue right now might be nerves. They're playing very out of space. They're playing very out of position. They're playing very reactive, and it feels like they're just trying to survive. I think anybody in the world would be nervous playing against the ISU roster, but ASU is going to have one more opportunity here to try and lock in, try and make a couple of changes, and just focus to play a bit more as a team, because every fight we saw them lose, they were very scattered. They were very spread out, and it ended up costing them J-Man's life in particular every time. We really need to see ASU go full death ball comp going into this. Maybe not literally playing ball, but with that energy of constantly holding each other's hands.
Okay, hear me out. What if we just try to stop using the slower moving comps where we could end up leaving someone behind and we just go 5-man commit?
I mean, what do you want to see, though? What swaps do you want to see? Because I want Aurora to stay on this Ramatra. Obviously, we're going to be seeing this Lucio stick around from Angelic as well. So what do you think the other three should be doing ideally to elevate those two? Because I think those two need to stay on what they're on.
Okay, so if we're going to be heavily relying on that, and I'm not trying to pick on J-Man, I think J-Man is already getting picked on by ISU. I think that is the problem. We're not providing cover. Our front-to-backline communication is actually not fully happening, and yes, I think you're right. It's the anxiety. It's the nerves. How do you fix that? Stand up, walk around, grab a quick drink of water. Don't do what I've seen my friends do, which is literally slap each other real fast to try and get their nerves out. I don't know why they do it, but it works sometimes. But I do think we need to focus on the front to back line communication, because if we want to stick with the Ram and the Lucio, that is fine. You need to clean up that communication factor because we're losing J-Man so early. We also need to understand that you don't need to immediately go from one fight to the next fight. Take a second. Reconvene, figure out what's going wrong. If you are the DPS that's trying to take over that high ground, on who I'm looking at you, a 1v2 is so hard to be the victor in. Don't do it. Ask for your team to come with you. You go take the off angle that's a different angle and send your team to the high ground. Say, hey, I can't do this. There's a Lucio up there. There's an Ashe up there. The Baptiste comes up there. Have your team repath and go that way. A lot of the times on Kings Row, we were just witnessing them to take one objective, like one rotation. It was straight through mid, left to statue. We hardly ever saw them go into theater, and it was just Tracer consistently going high ground. It didn't work. You have to fix it. Change it up.
Yeah, you've got to change something up here one way or another, and whether it's that ultimate usage and that ultimate commitment, or if it's just team coordination and organization going into our third map, this could possibly be ASU's last chance to continue playing in the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs spring, because this is the lower bracket, as we mentioned already, which means that safety net is gone. A loss here against ISU is a permanent loss for ASU for the remainder of this season, but we're hoping that ASU is going to be able to clutch things out here on map number 3, which, if I'm not mistaken, should be our push map.
Yes, and I do foresee the only reason why I think we may not see Esperanza, which is what we've been seeing so much of thus far, is because we actually have the Ramatras here. We might end up seeing, instead of Esperanza, maybe Coliseo, but I still will lean into Esperanza. But if I'm wrong, it's Coliseo.
I'm being biased. I literally have no mathematical or team suggestive reason. I just really like Coliseo. I think it's a very pretty map. I'm not particularly good at push, but Coliseo is a map that I have figured out how to play, so I think I do want to be seeing that a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if we did return to form and just play Esperanza over and over. It's the Hollywood of push maps. It's the Kings Row of push maps. It's one that we're going to be seeing a lot, and I think these players have really become comfortable with it. I think Coliseo comes with its own ups and downs, advantages and disadvantages, and I think what even is the other one? New Queen Street has just been around so long. These teams don't want to play. We've seen a lot of NQS for a long time. That was the only push map being chosen. So as these teams, yes, become more familiar with the other choices, I wouldn't be surprised to see Esperanza enter that spotlight.
The one reason why I don't think we see new queens as often anymore is because a lot of teams, the old strat when we first were introduced to Overwatch 2 and introduced to the push mode was you get that first objective and then you kind of stop, you play around for control of that first objective. But since that has gone by the wayside, instead you're really playing to win the first fight and get as much space as possible from that. I think that is why, because when you hit that second objective, when you hit that first objective and get the forward spawns, that a literal uphill battle that is presented on New Queen Street is just not worth it. It is so oppressive if your hit scan is getting dived, and it can force an entire composition swap to just deal with one player. Instead, Esperanza, it's a little bit more dynamic, a little more forgiving, there's some more natural cover provided, and it doesn't have the annoying gym stall. I'll be honest. That stall is so irksome on New Queen Street. So I think that's why teams kind of lead into Esperanza a little bit more. There's no bread and butter cheese strat. Like, let's just go gym. We'll hold gym. It's fine. We lost first fight. Go to gym.
And speaking of what we're going to be seeing here in Esperanza, I'm wondering, maybe not even wondering, I'm almost hoping, and I hate to say this because I'm never excited to watch someone play Orisa, right? That's never a great thing. It's never enjoyable. But ASU is not here to entertain. They're not here to be enjoyable. They're here to win. And I think a very good way to do that, busting out the Battle Cattle, might not be a terrible idea. I think bringing Orisa out right now would stall out Kuffa on the Ramatra enough that he may swap back to Winston, his comfort pick, and then you can tell he's going to start on Winston maybe. But all things considered, I think going the Orisa here would start dislocating not only Kuffa, but also Maimon, and that would really dislocate those two power players and give ASU the first opening they've really needed. But if ASU comes out on this near identical comp, I'm definitely worried about their chances, I'm not going to lie.
I just think that the Winston matchup into what we currently have for the ASU Sun Devils is just stronger. Considering the Tickle Cannon goes through shields, it's annoying, but that's just how Winston is, and Sniper Monkey is also extremely powerful.
Love Sniper Monkey.
I know Aurora's best tank is this Ram, but I think Kuffa's just ability to be very oppressive on this Winston is going to be a huge problem. We'll have to see how they attempt to overcome it as we're about to start into this first fight. We see a very long-range hinder. I think it landed past Aurora, but Winston's looking for that opportunity to engage. Instead, decides to just back off.
Yeah, the back off here, not a bad idea, honestly. You saw the hinder come out, you saw the slow field make an appearance, and I think Anhu in particular is about to have a rough go of it. Not only the Bionator, the Sleep Dart, or the headshot to kill, but also the Shield Bash, and instead it's J-Man that takes the opposing Tracer down. WMaimon is going to be the first one to fall. Anhu may not be long for this world either. ASU, for the first time in a long time, have a player advantage that will vanish nearly in the blink of an eye, but if Kuffa goes down, this is colossal for the ASU Sun Devils. It is only one elimination, with the first one they have found with power behind it in a long time. Angelic gave their life for the cause, but it may be worth it, as the Sun Devils have already snuck up to nearly 30 meters. This is a huge sign.
I think we're actually going to see Admiral possibly swap, but the recall has been forced out already, and Lethal has ended up finding Z Panther. The reason why I'm saying this...
Maybe it's a stop sign.
Perhaps? The reason why I'm saying this is because of the composition the Sun Devils have. That's why they're able to take so much space. We can't get that Inspire up, and you have to rely on people getting too close. But Lethal says, J-Man, you're not even going to get close to my backline. I'm going to take you out. And the Ramatra has the arms up in the face. Aurora, I don't know how long you are for this world, but we're going to use that Immortality field. I think we have enough time for it to come back online. It'll be back about the 802 mark. So I'll have to wait and see if that ends up biting Z Panther in the heels, as we're coming up on the Amplification Matrix as well.
Matrix available on one side, Nano and a Rally available on the other. ASU gonna choose to allow ISU to take the lead here. Could have gone for the re-engage, but wanted to wait a couple of additional seconds for the team to be ready. One Tracer getting ready to dismiss another, and unfortunately nobody finds that elimination yet. Armor pack out from Admiral does give WMaimon the HP additional to walk away with an advantage. Nano boost out to survive. The pulse bomb is huge, but the high noon still gonna clip Kuffa's wings right out of the sky. That makes the Nano essentially not worthwhile. Angelic again, first player to go down for the ASU Sun Devils with an annihilation in their pocket. I wouldn't mind to see them pop it, especially now that this rally has come out. A deep dive into the backline takes Sile out of the away, but it's going to be Immortality Field and Panther's life. That is the next to be eliminated. J-Man not long for the Mortal Coil either. And Aurora pops the annihilation. Too little, too late. Can they pull this lost fight out of the depths of defeat? They can, by golly. ASU nearly every ultimate they had, but it's worthwhile as they take control of the bot once more.
Lethal also passing away so late. That means our forward power is basically gone. Kuffa does almost have the Primal Rage online. Does currently, and WMaimon has this pulse bomb. The only thing that can keep people alive from this pulse bomb is J-Man still has roll online. Yes, you can live, but Z Panther, it's really important that we have this Immortality field available as we're looking at this next fight. Sile uses sleep early. That's a go button if you're the ASU Sun Devils.
Yeah, and ASU Sun Devils, they need a go button. They need a green light like you would not believe. Only 4 meters in a deficit. Only 3 minutes have passed thus far, so a majority of the game left. Anu and Maimon just duking it out once more. I said J-Man v Lethal, but it has been Tracer v Tracer, and they have both been lethal. The fight gets slowed down as we get ready to approach the bridge. And ASU, they've got to break out of middle. We saw this cost a team the map the other day when they spent a little bit too much time around the clock tower. ASU, they've got to hit all thrusters go. Oh! And
Anhu with the pulse bomb finds Admiral. We have ults online for ASU, and honestly, I think Angelic, you are free to use your ultimate a little bit more freely, as we have the Deadeye get procced by Lethal to force people to disengage. The Panther's immo will go down, but everyone else is just able to evacuate the premises. But yeah, Samplets, what are we hanging onto the beat for in this instance? And if you're Angelic, I think we could have used it to round clock tower a while ago.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit slow, but I think it's like I see the vision, but I also see where you're coming from with this. I think the beat drop could have been good for ASU to engage, but I think they also need to watch out for something like a Nano to Winston or a Nano to Brig, just full diving their supports in the backline. So I think they're trying to hold beat as a more defensive option, and this time it works. But Nerdy, I do think you're correct that holding on to it definitely was interesting. The good news is it worked out, so now they essentially have a free beat.
Okay, a Nano to Winston though. That's one thing. A Nano Brigida, if that Nano Brigida meets you in your backline when you have a Lucio speed, you've got a problem on your hands. Sile has his Nano online, locked and loaded, ready to go. Kuffa, are you going to be ready to jump in? Because you might wait too long and meet an annihilation with a Vortex in conjunction with possibly a Hinder. So we might see both the Nano and the Primal forced out, but Anhu goes down, WMaimon goes down. Oh my goodness, the squish J-Man passes away.
J-Man is going to be removed by Cuffa there. The beat drop from Angelic exactly as predicted, but unfortunately not enough to keep J-Man nor Aurora alive. With only an 18-meter lead, I don't even think Immo was needed there. You're going out either way, friend. But I think this is going to be an opportunity for ISU to take lead, possibly forward spawn if ASU drags their heels a little bit. But all things considered, Illinois State going back in the lead just as we pass that halftime marker, 4:30 on the clock, is a really comfortable sign. Only one ultimate versus nearly 3 on the side of the Sun Devils. They've got to win this next engagement. Ooh, what a hinder.
It's going to take a miracle from J-Man, I feel like, to really be successful in this next fight, because you hit Rally, you're automatically going to counter Aurora's ultimate here with the Annihilation on Ramatra. Anu does have the opportunity to drop another Pulse Bomb, and as we witnessed earlier, they're really difficult to avoid now in comparison to the old Pulse Bomb. It has the target in mind, I believe, is going to chase after the Tracer, force out the recall, and look to drop it.
Ooh.
Oh no, but Anu's recall's forced first!
Oh! Anhu, 19 HP into a late recall, is going to be taken down by Maymon, and I want to bring something up. I believe we have a 100% stick and elimination rate with Pulse Bombs on this map so far. I think every Pulse Bomb has stuck and found an elimination from both Tracers, and that's insane to see that. They are both playing the absolute top of their game, and luckily for ISU, Maymon is in a carry position. 3 eliminations in that last engagement, a Pulse Bomb to kick things off, and now an over 20-meter lead just seconds away.
20 meters, 3.5 minutes. ASU, I have faith in you. I did not intend on that rhyming. Also, I know people are here and wanting to actually see something in a 3-2 fashion, so I need you to overcome ISU. We see the Deadeye, we hear the Amplification Matrix, the Rally has been used. J-Man, everyone's just walking away. As I mentioned earlier, we need a miracle when it comes to these Deadeyes, and there's the nail onto Lethal. They are about to become an executioner. Angelic is going to fall. Will we find someone else? Aurora will go down. One more person left. We have one last shot. Unfortunately, it's going to be Cuffa who's going to meet their untimely doom, then J-Man.
I mean, there were a lot of timelines where that fell apart for ISU. Lethal was crit. Cuffa wasn't in the fight. Admiral didn't have line of sight on anybody, but that nano from Skyle makes the difference. Allows Lethal to go in and get 2 eliminations off rip, giving ISU critical numbers advantage in both the map push points and player advantage 5v3 in that fight with only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm looking here at Cuffa's Primal Rage. Probably a late engagement. If he wants to use it, he'll have time to farm another for overtime, but clearing this fight as fast as possible should be the win condition for ISU.
Honestly, looking statistic-wise, you have 2 ults to 1 ult. Aurora, you need to find the opportunity to use this ultimate. Angelic is very close to this beat, and I feel like if we use the Annihilation in conjunction with an amp speed, when one of the movement cooldowns is used from ISU, we will have beat online. We just need to be a little more active with these ultimates from ASU. We're too passive, we're too scared, we're too nervous, as you put it. Maymon is looking for a tasty target with that Pulse Bomb, but right now, it is currently that Annihilation. Angelic, Anhu, both finding one of the supports apiece. ISU is now floundering, and unfortunately, Z-Panther and Anhu shortly fall after.
That is unbelievably unfortunate on the side of ASU. They find both supports, they drop a third, and unfortunately they lose just as many in that breath. Lethal with a beautiful tracking shot into the backline. Unfortunately, gets a little too big for their britches and will be dismissed by J-Man, taking down Maymon as well. And ASU with only one player on the bot right now, desperate to try and make a change in these remaining 72 seconds. Yesterday, we saw a team win this map in overtime and force Flashpoint. Can ASU continue that trend and take us to a 4th map of this series, which I know we all want to see? Oh, that's huge!
Oh, Sile passing away. That is a done and dusted fight in favor of ASU. You might have actually spoken a possible victory into existence. Hopefully we did not cast or curse them, because we are a duo that definitely knows how to do that. Forward spawn has been locked. Yes, by ASU. We have the Deadeye online. The tactical that
was so cool for a second. That was so cool for a second, but unfortunately, J-Man does go down. Good news, Maymon's traded out. Bad news, Maymon gets back to the fight a little bit faster. Amplification Matrix on one side, into an overclock in the other. Misses the shot on Anhu, who is looking for that opportunity to strike. Immortality Field gone. Panther has been overclocked right back into spawn. With only 20 seconds left, losing that Baptiste and that ultimate. really going to hurt. I'm not sure the Sun Devils will even get the chance to recontest as a full team. I think we've officially entered snowball territory, and with only 10 seconds left, it's now or never for the ASU Sun Devils.
Anhu currently isn't alive. Angelic has to be the one to touch. We're going to drop the beat and try. J-Man's going to hit the Deadeye and try and also make people back off. Z-Panther, who swapped to the Kiriko, it's going to pass away. Anhu, I think, actually did get... Wait, Anhu, go Anhu! You're on the point. Just run and live. Actually, no, it was Angelic. Anhu is there as well, possibly. Nope, I don't think Anhu's going to be able to catch up. You can see that health bar going down drastically. ASU, you almost had it. ISU, unfortunately, though, will be the victors. Unfortunate for ASU, not ISU, obviously. But let's check out this play of the game. It's going to be coming in for Angelic on the Lucio.
I mean, I think Angelic put out an absolute powerful series in this Lucio position. Did a great job with the ultimate usage and engagement. And with one of my biggest notes for ASU being look at when to and to not use an ultimate, I think Angelic is fully not a part of that discussion. Doing a great job holding those beats for risky times, but the risk seemingly worth the reward every beat drop we saw. Unfortunately, Angelic's ult usage alone wasn't going to be enough to put a victory down on the board for the Sun Devils, whose season will end here. But ISU, they continue moving on, they continue locking into the bracket, and we are excited because this team is, dare I say, looking pretty peak. I mean, this is a true ISU powerhouse.
I mean, one thing I gotta say is I think J-Man literally has a highlight reel of Deadeyes that are nothing but killing Kuffa. So if at least you can walk away with that confidence today and have that happiness from that. But lethal, absolutely deadly.
I love that pulse bomb.
These pulse bombs were gorgeous too.
And I think if I correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure the stat stays the same. Both tracers stuck and got an elim with every single pulse bomb on that map. I don't think in my 4-ish years of casting I have ever seen that before. So that really goes to show how powerful these players can be. And we're actually gonna get the chance to talk to one of them in just a couple of minutes. And while we get ready for this break, you know what you guys could do during this break? You guys could drop some follows on the channel. Nerdy and I eat, sleep, and breathe Collegiate Overwatch, as well as so many other people that you're going to be getting to see this weekend and next. And if you guys want to be a part of the party, if you guys want to continue joining us for this incredible journey, drop a follow on Twitch, on YouTube, whichever one you're watching, and on X/Twitter, whatever you may call it. The follow stays the same. So you guys use the break to do just that. We're going to use the break to get some water and get ready for an incredible interview. And we'll see you right back here with some more Overwatch Collegiate playoffs in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It's Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs, still a bit more. And before we jump into our interview, of course, we're going to take a look at some of the replays and some of the highlight moments, many of which, if the audio was on, probably have me going, oh, right as they happen. But, I mean, this was just an incredible series across the board. I think ISU, even when they were kind of losing a fight, and I say that in quotes, were still just powerhouses through and through. They didn't waver their faith for a moment.
I have no counterpoints to that in any capacity, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. We also saw some amazing gameplay coming out from ASU. It's just, again, a situation where there's just a little piece of something not there, and ISU obviously is coming in, and they are an entire pie. We're operating at max capacity. Actually, it may not be because it's still a little early as far as gamer hours go.
True.
But Kafa was locked and loaded. At one point with the nano boost, literally saw this human being drop down and squish J-Man into a pancake. So I love me some good Winston gameplay. I'm excited to see more from ISU in the future, but for now, we can talk to Kuffa and find out what was going on throughout the series.
Yeah, hey Kuffa, first and foremost, nice to see you again, man. How you feeling?
Hello, yeah, feeling pretty good. I mean, it's nice to bounce back from our game against Maryville, but it's still got a long way to go, that's for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely, a long way indeed. And Kuffa, while you have maybe never 1v1 to Kangaroo, as you lovingly let us know, you definitely 1v1 to Aurora there, and dare I say, pretty flashingly so. You know, you get to play the Winston, which I think you're somewhat notorious for. How does that feel for your team roster, that you, as one of the power players of the roster, are fully locked in on what many would say is your best hero?
I mean, it's really fun playing that hero. We're pretty good at the Anabreak comp. I mean, they still got like checkpoint and a fair amount of meters, but I think the comp is just really like unforgiving. Like if you make like 1 or 2 mistakes, you just get really hard snowballed. So we had to like come back a few times in that push map. But yeah, I mean, it's like a really good comp for us. We work really well on it usually, and we should win a lot more playing it.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is more a little different. On King's Row, I really expected to see you go Winston on attack. Instead, you decide to go with the Ram. What was the thought process of deciding to mirror the Ram as opposed to going with Winston?
I mean, Winston's like pretty bad on second point, so like we usually just like, even though we full held,
but you didn't need to go second point.
Yeah. I don't know, we just wanted to keep playing it because we haven't really been able to scrim much this week because we had like final exams and everything, like getting back from Texas and landing it. So it's been like a bit of a scuffed week. So we were just playing like mirror, like we just mirror on that map. It's a pretty good
It's terrifying to watch you play like that and then be like, yeah, it's a little scuffed. Like, what does not scuffed look like, man? I mean, that was some incredible gameplay.
Last weekend, when we were in Texas, that was not scuffed. So that's how we play when we're in a good roll of things.
Okay, I'll take that one. So, you know, as we progress forward, is there a team that you're hoping continues through the lower brackets, so you have the opportunity to go against them after this match against ASU?
I mean, we definitely want revenge on Maryville. I think that was the first time this entire semester that we lost to them, and it was certainly a surprise, but we just didn't play well. That series was just on me. I played actually the worst game I've played in a while. But yeah, we definitely want to beat Maryville. I mean, we want to win the whole thing, so we got to go through everyone in the loser bracket. So it just makes it more rewarding when we'll win the whole thing, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So speaking of winning the whole thing, I think this will be kind of an interesting question, is you guys as a roster win a lot. You guys are very much one of the most talented rosters in the US collegiate space right now. So how do you guys as a team kind of not become complacent in playing this game? How do you guys continuously, remind yourselves, we've got to keep trying, we've got to keep improving? Because when you win so much, it's got to be hard to remember that mindset of, oh, hey, we can lose sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I think us losing to Maryville on Friday shows that we can still lose like any series, and we need to not be complacent. We need to like keep trying. Like it's only like a week and a bit more until the finals, or a week today. Yeah. So like if we just hard grind for the next week, we can do whatever afterwards as long as we do our best before then. Keep practicing hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, Kuffa, a big congratulations, man. We are very much excited to see you guys continue in through the rest of the roster, and good luck in your next series as well.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Thank you. See you, man. And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead and throw it to another break here. We're going to get ready for our second and final series of the day, but only the second of 4 total. Reminder, Twin Salty and Tiny Shiny will be replacing us in just a bit. Our next matchup, though, Fisher Freaks, the junior varsity, the second Fisher roster, versus UTD, who's a big fan favorite right now after a 3-2 victory over Illinois Orange. It is hopefully going to be an incredible series that we are super excited to bring to you on the other side of this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. I'm still Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we are jumping into the second series of the day. One that, dare I say, may go all the way. We've got Fisher Freaks going up against UTD, University of Texas Dallas, a team that won in a 3-2 over Illinois Orange yesterday, and a team that is hungry to prove they are one of the best in the country. Nerdy, how are we feeling about this series?
I mean, I'm excited. I love watching UTD. Fisher, y'all, I think, had an unfortunate weekend last weekend, and you've already been knocked down here as well. So you've got something to prove. I mean, yes, your sibling team, one of your sibling teams, is still in the upper brackets, but you have the opportunity to go up against them, theoretically, if you beat UTD. So I think the hunger to want to prove yourself against your own, like, kindred team is important, and also is a fuel source for Fisher in this instance. But if you're UTD, you've got something to prove here. You 3-2'd, and I know in the back of your mind you probably thought we should have 3-0'd that, but with all due respect, Illini is also a good team. So of course it was a hard series, and to all of our viewers who are currently watching and wanting to make sure they get them drops, you're probably hoping for a 3-2, but hoping your team is the team that gets the 3 and not the 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into this, something that you brought up, though, I feel like we should mention, Fisher brought 3 teams into the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. All 3 are still here. So that really goes to show how deep the pools run at Fisher and how talented every single one of those rosters can be. 2 of which we're going to see today, one of which right now, the Fisher Freaks. The Fisher Fiends will be brought to you later by Tiny, Shiny, and Twin Salty. And then Fisher Esports, I think is just what they're called, the primary team. They're still in the upper bracket. So we've got 3 Fisher teams in. One of them may be removed today, depending on how these Fisher rosters play. But going into this, I'm really excited about UT Dallas. You know, I mentioned this in the green room. I can say it again, that 2 of my longtime friends, guys that I've known for more than I've worked in esports, Derpy, the tank player, Malorad, one of their substitutes/coaches. I mean, both these guys are really good friends of mine, so I'm excited to see them out here on the big screen, on the big field, and I'm hoping they do well. But I'm also emotionally torn because Fisher and I go way back. That's a whole different story. But, I mean, there's so much on the line here for both of these teams, and I'm just honored to have the opportunity to cover them and really excited to see this series.
Well, my allegiance does also go to Derpy. I mean, awesome human being. Loved seeing him last weekend when I didn't think we were going to be able to actually see him in person. So a little bit of caster bias in favor of UTB, but at the end of the day, I have no actual allegiance to either squad. I'm just hoping for some awesome Overwatch. I mean, that's what I live and breathe every day, even though I'm struggling to breathe today. Believe me, there is Overwatch coming in and out of these lungs all the time.
Yeah, truly and completely. I've brought it up a couple times, but eat, sleep, and breathe Overwatch is the name of the game. And if anything, both of these teams do that even more so than you and I think, Nerdy. These are 2 teams and rosters that have been around for a while. We've got a lot of really experienced players. We're looking at players that have experienced a lot of playtime in Tier 2, Tier 3, Collegiate. They've been playing for years, and I'm hoping that that really can come out in stride and these teams can prove just how much they deserve to be here.
I mean, this is the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. I mean, you have to show off today in this. Yep. I mean, you're also in the lower bracket, so with that in mind, if your back again is against the wall, you better start getting a little creative, getting a little flashy. Pull everything out. There is no stops in this instance. It is go, go, go. Yes, with the caveat of sometimes it's okay to slow down a little bit and fix what's going wrong, but at the end of the day, it's going to be up to these 10 players and possible substitutes to prove to us that they deserve to continue through this bracket.
Yeah, these 10 players asterisk are going to decide what happens to their teams here today. The Fisher Freaks. This is the second Fisher roster, coached by Tensa first and foremost. But we've got Luca. We're looking at Love and Sloth in the DPS department, and Unread and Skier in that support role. So these are all very talented players. We're looking at Shikigami, Timeless Obsidian, Aw Yeah, Angry Titans, Sheer Cold. A lot of player experience. Shoes Money Crew as well. These guys go way back in the Tier 2 scene, and they've all been playing for a really long time, but it's going to be up to all 5 of them to make sure that the team synergy is there, because synergy has been the name of the game thus far, and we're looking to see if it'll continue to lead one of these teams to victory.
Well, best of luck to these 5 players. I mean, if you're looking towards synergy, you can definitely count on some of the more seasoned when it comes to the collegiate space players. We know Unread has been around for quite some time, possibly someone that can help hold that squad together. But They are going up against a team that I also can argue is got a lot of camaraderie with them. They are a team, but they are also a family. I mean, if you've seen this team interact together with one another, you know that there is just nothing but love across the UTD squad. So we can actually take a look at those, again, to quote you, Septon's asterisk players. And it's going to be Puggo, Strighton, Petal. Ooh, so Strighton is actually subbing in. This was not originally going to be our starter. Ishtar and Doi for that entire roster, and the manager is Minipwin, of course.
Yeah, this is interesting. So Strighton being a sub in here is going to lead me to believe that we are seeing Genji, at least for our control map. And I don't know which control map it's going to be. I don't know if it's Oasis again, but I'm sure we'll find out in a moment. All things considered, just even that little bit of change on the side of UTD, it makes me a little bit nervous, perhaps. I feel like it's something that UTD, when they bring out the main five that we saw yesterday, Puggo in the lead on that Diva in particular, but we'll talk about that more later. I think there's a lot of opportunity for things to fall apart a little bit. We're going to have to hope that this team just brings absolute A-game down and out.
Well, we're starting out on Ilios. It's either this or Oasis, I feel like, most of the time here. I'm excited. I want to see a really good Genji Blade today. We saw a decent Genji Blade yesterday, but then one was also immediately thwarted by a pulse bomb. So Genji, you have a stick and everyone is a pinata. You are not blindfolded, you are not dizzy. Go have fun, and I want to see one massive Genji Blade. I'm sorry, UTD, I love you all, but a good Genji Blade makes my monkey brain happy.
Hey, nothing hits like a good Genji Blade. Why do you think he's one of the most popular characters in the game? Because those ultimates are just chef's kiss beautiful. Going into Ilios. Now, this is gonna shake up a little bit of what I think we're going to be seeing. I mentioned already that Puggo on the Diva is one of the best collegiate Divas in the space, at least since, you know, Boise State Diva player Nerdy Bird retired. Now we can say somebody else might be just as good here, but I'm hoping they kind of bring it out early on just to see if it will work, because if you can put Puggo in a spot of comfortability, the rest of the team will kind of fall like dominoes into place, I think.
Support the Diva play. I'm gonna lean into this very heavily, Puggo. I love to see some good Diva, but I do think the one thing that that people overlook right now for Diva is there's a reason why I literally call her a missile. It is the peel on demand, high ground control on demand, that 3-second booster cooldown. It was a halved cooldown, literally. Like, it used to be at 1.6 seconds long. Having it at 3 seconds, that is all you really need. You play it right, you almost never will catch yourself without your boosters. So Puggo, I'm gonna be looking at your booster usage. If I'm seeing you get caught out without them, I'm gonna be a little concerned. But as I'm talking about my love for Diva, the thing that gives me nightmares instead is being locked in, and it's going to be Doomfist. Not shocked. I actually do think we might see Petal swap over to the Tracer. Pretty standard to roll out with the using the teleporter and then swap to the Tracer, probably for Sloth as well. Yep, both of them swapping over to the Tracer, and then we've got mirrors as far as the Echoes and the support lines go.
Yeah, and look at which stage we're on. Well. Fisher Freaks versus UTD Esports looking for that time to strike. I think this is going to be a very explosive playstyle on both sides because they're both desperate to try and find those eliminations early. If the tank gets dislocated on either side, that's going to be detrimental for the team. The double blink in forces Petal to a possible recall, grabs the mini to stay alive, and Secret Beast kind of out on their lonesome right now. Just looking for any elimination. Ishtar may be the first to fall.
Keep in mind, there was also changes that were recently made to this Wrecking Ball. Secret Beast is utilizing them, trying to avoid Puggo's punches, trying to do some pepper damage here and there, but it's really essential when you're running this Wrecking Ball composition that you can synergize with your Tracer, but if you're Secret Beast, you don't need the Tracer. However, Love will be traded out shortly thereafter after Puggo is getting eliminated, and the speed ability for these players to come back is very much so in their favor. Puggo already respawning is going to be able to come back in, but the point is yet to be fully locked down. We heard Suzu get forced out, and Doi will finally be eliminated. Secret Beast gets punched into the wall. Point is now ticking in favor of the Fisher Freaks, but the respawns are back here for UTD, and they can't per se start attacking without Doi being available currently.
The opportunity to slow down the pace of play for Fisher Freaks, I think, is going to be huge here because Secret Beast did what they needed to. They got in, they got aggressive, and they created the space. They opened the door for Fisher Freaks to get the point cap, and now it's going to be a war of attrition. It's going to be surviving the point longer than UTD Esports, stalling out to farm as many percents as they can, and there's a very real world where they win this 100-0 simply because UTD can't break that defensive stride. Strighton goes down early to that pile driver from Secret Beast, and that's going to create the door even wider, nearly knock it off the hinges as the second fight is over before it can even begin, and Fisher Freaks are almost halfway done already with this first stage of Helios.
All right, so Love is also swapped over to the Sombra and gets eliminated as I'm speaking about them. I'm sorry, I do that to almost every DPS. I think perhaps UTD might want to do something similar if the Wrecking Ball is being so much of a problem as we have the Kitsune Rush being used. Sloth, what just happened? And thankfully we weren't in your POV, but I'm sorry you pass away. Kiriko is going to have that Suzu Force. He's going to use Swift Step. There's the hack onto Puggo, and that means Puggo is in hot water. There's two pushing in. The Sword wants to know your location, but instead you turn and burn on Secret Beast, and now point has flopped in favor of UTD. 66% though to Fisher Freaks means this is one fight territory if they win one fight here and lock down the objective.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting. UTD, they need to find an elimination early, just like... Hold on, okay, no, apparently not just like that. Gonna be a little bit of a slow burn from the Tracers instead. 20% already on board for UTD Esports, but as Puggo goes down, that's gonna really allow Fisher Freaks to go back in to reclaim that lost space. And with a Kitsune Rush in their pocket, Skier really just making it a lot easier for this team to rush straight down. You know what they say, life is a highway, and Fisher Freaks, they're trying to go 100 in a 60. It goes Doi down early on, and UTD Esports are going to crumble under the pressure of that play. Petal gets a pulse bomb kill onto Love, but they need at least one more elimination to even just level the playing field, let alone try and take a lead.
Ishtar gets dangerously low. We do have this copy online, and typically when you're down one, you want to spend it and try and gain the advantage. We have Ishtar getting eliminated, quickly traded out by Sloth. We do have EMP and Pulse Bomb online. Fisher Freaks have actually swapped out the Wrecking Ball in favor of this Winston from Secret Beast. EMP plus a drop down onto heads from this Winston could be absolutely massive. Puggo is going to get hacked, and we do see Echo has decided to use that copy on the Winston. This is powerful, but the Pulse Bomb is going to force the copy out very early. Unread has fallen, so Fisher Freaks down one support. Doi is very close to his Kitsune Rush. Love is eliminated. Ishtar gets a hello to the face and a punch goodbye from Sloth. We're trading bodies back and forth. UTD still in control of this objective, but it's 99 to the Fisher Freaks. They cannot let go of this point at this point.
I agree, they cannot let go of this point at this point. Ishtar into the Lucio Sombra scenario has to rush back faster than Love. Should be able to do so by just a couple of seconds here due to cooldown differential and Lucio's natural speed advantage when he wall rides in, but did he wall ride straight into his own doom? Secret Beast Primal online, Petal falls to Sloth. The Tracer 1v1 finally comes to a close nearly 3 minutes after it began, with 60 seconds left on the clock here. Sloth is going to be eliminated to 4v4 in favor of nobody with a Kitsune Rush on the side of Doi, but Ishtar just rushed down by Secret Beast. Even that one elimination could be enough to turn the tide of the fight, even more so if Doi goes down. Suzu is beautiful to time out that rush. The Swift Step comes through. Puggo maybe going down. And Puggo is barely going to be able to stay alive. Love traded out for Doi. Fisher Freaks, they steal the point back. A Pulse Bomb out to create some space on the side of Petal. They have to go in for the touch early. Going to have to use that punch to get in a recall force on the opposing side of Fisher Freaks. And it's going to be a 4v4, but his stick goes out. A pile driver in, and Puggo seismic slams straight into his own grave. 6 feet under, 99 to 67. UTD keeping it close, but I think it is now a delay of the inevitable without a miracle play from one of these players. Ishtar gone. Petal has fallen straight and just can't get there fast enough. And Fisher Freaks will win well on Helios map number 1.
Ishtar was 99% on the beat. We almost had the sound barrier online. That could have been the miracle we were looking for as we were mentioning Septos. But now we're going on to Helios Ruins. Now, yesterday we saw a series of unfortunate events that occurred here on the first point. I don't believe we'll see a reiterate of that. I mean, if we do, my heart is probably going to stop. Word of advice to anyone: if the enemy Widowmaker already has infrared sights online and activates them, don't go for a grapple shot. Don't do it. Don't do it, please. You will literally kill me, and my soul will leave my body live on broadcast. What? I've done it too. I know the urge. We see the exact same rollouts coming out from both of these teams. No adjustments. Puggo is still sticking with this Doomfist. I really think that perhaps just one change, something to help deal with Secret Beast. Yes, Secret Beast will probably swap over to the Winston, but just maybe going Cassidy will be advantageous, as Love has swapped over to the Sojourn for this fight.
Yeah, I'm thinking Cassidy, maybe Sombra or May, but the problem is Petal and Straight, and I can't really think of either of them playing those heroes particularly often. Maybe Petal on the Cassidy, right? That's a little bit back to return to roots, if you will. But all things considered, UTD Esports need to make a change, Nerdy. I can agree with that. Even, I mean, I hate to say this, it's a little wacky. Even a Brigitte could go a long way. I mean, it disrupts the Tracer and the Ball and the Lucio. Could really make it a lot harder for Fisher Freaks to get in as unpunished as they are right now.
I was thinking the exact same thing, and this just goes to show why you and I share many brain cells as Love is looking to take down what brain cells Pogo currently has, but they're going to be gifted right back from Doi, giving over some healing food. Unred is going to be eliminated for the Fisher Freaks. Skier is dangerously low, is forced to use that Suzu. And Love, what? Oh,
dang!
Well, the rail shot comes clean, but Doi and Pogo both pick up one apiece, and then Doi also finds Love to return the favor for taking down their teammate. Point is going to hopefully get swapped over to UTD. They have the advantage in the numbers. Ball's going to roll through, barely make it on in time to prevent the full cap, but there's 4 there. Finally, it swaps. 43% going to Fisher.
And I want to bring something up here if I had the chance. Yeah, okay, the fight really won't happen without Secret Beast. So something interesting that Fisher's doing, they've now done it 2 stages in a row. They go in, they send the ball, and often the Lucio or Kiri, into the back line to create a lot of pressure and an advantage state damage. They cap the point, and then the rest of the team rushes into UTD. So they cap point, and then they force the fight to be off point, which is going to buy them a lot of additional experience and a lot of additional percentage on the board. It got them all the way up to 43 in that moment. So really, just a powerful, intelligent play from the Fisher Freaks. You've got to wonder if that's coming from the team manager or one of the higher ups, but whatever that play is, I want to compliment it, and I feel like this could be the beginning of a pattern. I think we're going to be seeing that from a lot more teams in the future.
Well, currently we have Ishtar is dropping that beat. Unred's only at a 99%. There it is. Return beat also going to be used. Doi uses the Kitsune Rush. Love's going to pop that overclock. We do see Petal has been eliminated. And we see Striton is going to copy Sojourn. Hitting some rail shots. Finds Doi. Love finds Doi instead, though. So despite the copies, the multiple ults, UTD is at the disadvantage. They only got 50% on the point, and now Fisher Freaks have equalized and are now surpassing the percentile cap.
Look, here it is again, They cap, and they just hard rush. Just immediate run straight into the Mega. I love it, and it's something that we don't see as often, at least of this caliber. They just go all the way into spawn. A recall is going to be out from Sloth. A lot of cooldowns missing, but a pulse bomb in pocket could be detrimental. Now approaching that 70% marker. If we hit 75, that officially makes it last fight territory, and now we're going to hit 75 because nobody from UTD is even beginning the cap, so this could be the beginning of the end. But UTD, they got 50% last time they capped. Can they do it again, especially now that Sloth's pulse bomb is straight down the drain? No value found off of it. Love is missing 5v4 advantage in favor of UTD Esports with a couple of ultimates in their pocket. 0 on the side of the Fisher Freaks. They don't even need an ult to win this fight, but they've got to flip the point sooner rather than later. Unred is gone. The Kiri is crit. She will disappear as well, and as Doi is the only one to go down. That is huge for UTD Esports, as they should be able to flip this point and put themselves right back on top.
I want UTD to take a page out of the Fisher Freaks here. Play your advantage. Claim the space. There's no reason for you not to, considering it's Wrecking Ball who has to push forward, but there's someone on point. Who is currently on point? Do not let this point flip. It's not Secret Beast, obviously. I think we engaged a little too far forward. Something went wrong. I don't know. Petal has Pulse Bomb. Pogo also has the Meteor Strike. Ishtar very close to this beat. Petal, are you going to get a huge pulse, or are we just going to force Suzu? Either way, that's a huge Pulse Bomb 1.
Petal goes in early. The minefield from Secret Beast could be detrimental if Fisher Freaks wanted to try and sneak out a point cap from underneath. Meteor Strike up. Sojourn down. Ishtar is going to jump right into the mines. Unfortunately, that is not going to be the Sojourn falling either. Now 5v4. Disadvantage state. Pogo says, okay, nobody else died in the mine. Seismic slams in. Clears out that minefield with only 150 HP in his pocket. Has to go for the Mega. The regroup is out. Petal has fallen. It's going to be a 5v4 again on this last engagement, but you've got nearly 3 ultimates to work with. There's the beat drop coming in, so the Lucio going to create a different tune for his team to dance to, but a counter beat from Unred puts Fisher Freaks right back into the advantage state. Doi has the Kitsune Rush, gonna pop it just in time to keep Pogo alive. And Striton, what are we sitting on this transformation for, my man? Let's bring it to the table. Pogo missing, will be taken out by that pulse bomb as the timer begins to tick away. UTD just not able to touch Fisher Freaks, and a 2-0 victory will take Ilios.
I'm a little sad that Petal decided to swap off Tracer and go for the Widow at that point in time. You could have done it a little sooner, my friend. But as I'm talking about what made me sad, you also get play of the game. So yes, I love it. I also love the color scheme. But nonetheless, I think possibly just shutting down Secret Beast a little bit more. Remember, these Wrecking Ball comps that revolve around the Tracer rely on them having synchronized cooldown usage. Mess it up. You called out the possibility of a Brigida swap. I'm here for it, but I really think just the Cassidy swap would have been so good in this situation. I mean, Love swapped. There was no Echo to deal with, so literally you could just focus on picking one and making sure their cooldowns were useless. As we look at Secret Beast, one of the players I was saying you need to deal with on the Winston and the Wrecking Ball just be wreaking havoc in these backlines.
Yeah, I think the Brigida Swamp would be really exciting. And no matter how long Cassidy stays with his new flashbang, I always forget what it does. The Hinder, you're absolutely right, would have been unbelievably impactful, taking a couple of players, especially the Wrecking Ball, out of the way on the side of Fisher Freaks. But unfortunately, hindsight is 2020, and as UTD begins to choose the second map of the series, it's going to be a hybrid, right? Now, Nerdy, do you go King's Row and just throw Derpy into the fray?
Of course, I'm going to be biased and say yes.
Well, hold on, because bias, we're both going to say yes, right? We got it. We got to put the bias to the side and say statistically for UTD's
speaking,
favor, because we just want to see Derpy, right? But in terms of winning the match, does UTD go Kings and just put Derpy on the battlefield?
Okay, hear me out. In another league in the fall, I actually did witness Derpy decide to go Roadhog on King's Row and full hold in place touch the spawn door challenge against very good teams. So I think perhaps we could theoretically see that. Is that going to come to fruition? I don't know. But when you're playing against a Wrecking Ball Winston, I do think the Hog can work. Ooh. But as I'm talking about this, the map has been revealed. This is our first time seeing it on broadcast for you and I during our entire, these last 4 matches we've done together. We're going to Midtown. We could see a Sigma getting pulled out here in this instance. You could see Reinhardt. I don't think Reinhardt is that great on Midtown unless you are absolutely crazy. And if you're crazy, I will support the crazy, but it better work out. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I think maybe if Derpy does come in here, it would be Reinhardt or Sigma. I don't think Reinhardt works on second or third point of this map. I think first point is the only option to play Ryan, yeah. And you can't make a player swap mid-map. So I don't suspect Derpy to be coming in, but maybe UTD's been cooking, right? It's been a little while since I've seen them play on stream, at least while I've been on the desk. I watched them yesterday, but Derpy only played one of those maps. So it's hard to tell how the series may be unfolding. A lot of prediction, a lot of that weight on Derpy's shoulders, like we always talk about, you know. But I think Puggo staying in makes sense. I think Midtown is a very good D.Va map, and I've been hounding the D.Va a lot. I want to see a little bit more of it. Puggo is very comfortable. I personally just don't like Doomfist. That's not Puggo's fault. That's not UTD's fault. I struggle to see kind of the vision for Doomfist. But as I read a message from my producer, I'm not surprised to say this. Derpy will be subbing in for Puggo. We are going to see Derpy make his appearance once more here in the Overwatch Collegiate playoffs.
I'm excited. I do think that does mean we're most likely going to be seeing the Sigma here. Reinhardt just... Derpy, if you pull out the Reinhardt on first point here, I will literally be concerned for your mental sanity.
On attack, I'm suspecting Ryan Sim. Ryan Sim on attack.
That's
I've seen him do it before, and they're really good at it.
I have too. That does work. I've also done it myself. It is grotesque. It is hard to shut down when done properly, and using those cooldowns at the right times to get the proper rotations, understanding when you need to disengage and just TP to somewhere else. Fabulous. And UTD is not one of those teams that's going to give into pressure and have just this sheer idea of going up against Fisher be something that has them shaking in their boots. So yeah, we could theoretically see the Reinhardt here on attack. They should be the team that is attacking unless Fisher Freaks have decided to be very creative and do the attack side first, which again, I mentioned it yesterday and I'll continue to hammer it home. You typically choose defense when you are the team picking sides. So offense, Ryan Sim, we might see a theoretical London Spitfire composition coming through with those rotations. Don't know if we'll see the Bastion in conjunction with that. That's not typically the UTD special, but we are going to get Derpy on that Reinhardt. And yes, I'm pretty sure all of you caught that because I definitely did. Septilence is very happy right now.
Did that come through? That was a gift for my producer. That was not supposed to come through on broadcast. I am very excited. For those that do not know, before I retired from playing Collegiate, I was a tank player. I was a Reinhardt player. And Derpy, possibly the best Reinhardt in the world. I'm really hoping he gets the chance to show that off for us.
All right, let's see what UTD has been cooking, and if the Fisher Freaks are here to also deliver a meal to us. We see the dynamite go through. It lands on one. It did end up hitting that Symmetra, but the boop from Unred will force them to drop back down. The rotation has been thwarted. We are in Nemesis form. Genji uses that defect slot. You cannot go in there. That is a very deadly situation to put yourself in. This is why I like the teleport strategy and the immediate rotation into a room for cover, because it makes it dangerous territory for anyone from the Fisher Freaks to try and engage into.
Yeah, this is a really interesting moment. Unred hitting a beautiful read there, forcing UTD to go into the back room, but this is where they want to play anyway. Dway already has Amplification Matrix locked and loaded. A huge ultimate usage could be happening here in the very first fight. 45 seconds are gone, and Matrix is going to pop up right now, and this is going to be UTD taking a lot of space. Already the first tick. If you're going to play Rhine, this is how you do it, with a lot of patience in hand. Secret Beast fully isolated right now, should be eliminated with the Amp Matrix available. There's simply not going to be enough defensive blockade in the world. Teleporter up and out. They're getting ready to dismantle themselves into this fight, but instead the relocation is a bait. Derpy stands strong. Sloth overstaying their welcome just a bit. Is it going to cost him his life? Straight into a deflect. Derpy falling critical here, needs that BAP support, but Doi gonna be some supportal combat on the board. Sloth is gone, and I don't think Skier is gonna be long for this world either. Unred gone, Love deleted, and UTD's Rhine is starting to work, baby. 5 minutes on the clock, and we are beginning our transcendence into Midtown.
I wonder, does Derpy know that Secret Beast is right there? Yes, they're aware, but they're not going to take more space than what they are gifted by the game, so to speak. In this instance, you get too advantageous, you go too far forward, you're going to die. Sloth gets dangerously low, uses deflect early, gets out by the skin of their teeth, is managing to stay alive. Also, Love coming online with the Bob, and we have Skier with his Amplification Matrix. That can lock down this entire corridor and allow for a charge forward, but you swing to one.
Do it!
You will
Do
be
it!
punished, and the Earthshot
Yes!
comes in clutch, dropping 3. Will anybody fall? 2 go down. Well, one is Bob and the other one is Love, but still, that was huge.
We will never see the stars align like that again. The Earth Shatter coming online in the smallest possible space on the map. A beautiful Earth Shatter from Derpy, who is unlocked, and he is locked into this game. UTD Esports able to find themselves halfway through point number 2 already. Fisher Freaks 4 ultimates to go into this engagement. I'm suspecting a dry blade with a possible amplification matrix to make things work here. But Sloth looking for that time to strike, sees Ishtar alone on the cart, chooses not to go for the rush, but the dry blade feels near inevitable.
Like I said, you have a stick. Everyone's a pinata, Sloth. Come on, I want to see it. Just get the hinder out from pedal and then hit the pedal to the metal. Let's go. Drop that. Well, honestly, this most likely from Sloth is going to be used to force the immortality, but instead we're actually forced backwards. There's the immo. We slice and dice through it. Can we pick anyone else up? No, unfortunately. And now Derpy is dangerously low, but we do not have the dash.
Yes!
We got the dash reset. There it is. The ghost dash. Strine will fall. Derpy falls. Doi falls. Triple kill for the Genji. Yes, Sloth, that was after Blade, but I'm going to count it nonetheless.
It counts. That definitely counts. The Blade made them low enough for the dash to be able to get the elims there. Sloth, getting a little scary with it, but knew the mini was there, had deflect online, pretty much unkillable at a time like that. The hinder goes out on a Secret Beast, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a hyper-aggressive annihilation here, unless you get deleted from the Mortal Coil, and you no longer get to play the game. Ramatra fully just sent to the scrapyard at a time like that. Pedal looking for a shot on the Unred, who will go down with the help of Doi, truly embodying supportal combat. And I use that phrase a lot. For those that don't know, it's a phrase I believe coined by Lemon Kiwi originally, and it just means when the supports are dealing so much damage that they don't have to heal because the enemy team isn't there to damage their team, and that is exactly what Doi is trying to do. Love goes down, that takes Bob out of the equation. With this Amp Matrix on the high ground, this actually may give the opening for UTD to cap second point, as now Fisher has to play from that high ground to get the advantage of that amplification matrix. Derpy gets it just a couple of meters shy with 2.5 minutes remaining. I think there's a very likely chance that UTD Esports does find the second point cap, even more so now that Pedal's got this high noon up.
I respect the Amp Matrix from the high note to try and circumvent the Brawl Force, but the beat drop that is just going to allow Fisher Freaks to hit the Q buttons and rampage into the backline does find Doi, but then Secret Beast is straight out there after the multicore, and Pedal with the 2-piece combo. Unfortunately, Skier will eliminate them in the process, but you heard it. Athena said it. Point is locked down. Unred Skier fall, and that is 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock for UTD to hit that third checkpoint.
Now, Derpy is in for a bad time. This is going to be really difficult. This is a good point for Rhine, but I want to take a look at the Sigma swap. This makes it really difficult to play Reinhardt going into this. They now have a counter shield on their side. He has accretion to dismantle something like that Earth Shatter that's going to be happening most likely in this upcoming fight. We're going to have to be looking at Secret Beast. It is his job and his job alone to take Derpy out of the equation, but as Derpy goes for a deep pin into the backline, they find Secret Beast out of the way. A great shield up, keeps the Baptiste alive. Could be dropping Shatter any moment here. And he's going to be booped away. Still able to find one stun, but unfortunately not nearly as valuable as expected. Beautiful swing onto Sloth. Even a boop from the Lucio cannot keep that Genji alive. Bob comes in as a substitute 5th player. Derpy finally going to be able to fall, and UTD Esports got to tuck tail and get the heck out of Dodge before that tank comes back to the fight.
Look, I know we don't see it, but I think Derpy has only died like twice. So, someone Internet has problems. It happens. But with that being said, I'm shocked that that second Earthshatter from Derpy actually got a kill. I mean, we're going to count it similar to the Genji Blade. It wasn't exactly the Shatter that got the kill. It's always the follow-up that gets it. But when we had the charge onto the Genji post-Shatter going off, I could see Genji had a sliver of health. Like, it disappeared as Derpy charged in. But I really thought the charge was going to cancel before the Genji passed away. But the swing at the charge canceled that Derpy actually instigated himself. Huge. Beautiful.
Ooh,
and we're going in.
Great move.
We have Sloth going for the blade. The boop is going to keep everyone alive. Look, Sloth, it's only about 50% of the actual blades are going to work out anyway. You're on par for the course.
I mean, Nano Blade is so popular, right? Because Nano really makes Blade a much better ultimate. It's difficult to get kills with it or eliminations with it when it's a Dry Blade, as I keep referring to it. Is the other version of that is a Nano Blade that we see often. But Ana herself comes with trials and tribulations of playing, etc., etc. There's a whole flow chart that I can explain to you guys later. But Skier into Doi, Ishtar into Sloth. Derpy going to be going down to Love here. So UT Dallas, my fear here, Nerdy, is they lost momentum, and they're really going to struggle to find it back. Fisher Freaks has a very long-range play style, and the rest of this map is essentially one long corridor after another.
I think complacency, though, might get the best of them. If Secret Beast does not use these cooldown rotations properly, they did back off and disengage very fast, which I applaud. However, here's where getting too close for comfort is a problem. We do lose Doi, we lose Petal, but Secret Beast fell. If only they were aware.
Where is Love right now?
I don't know. I think that's why we lost some people. I don't know
Love
where
got
Love is
2
at,
picks,
and I think UTD doesn't know where Love is.
Yeah.
But look at this. Look at Derpy.
There he goes again.
He pushed the cart an extra like 20 meters by himself.
Yeah, Derpy is able to get additional space there, which I think is really valuable. But I mean, Love, wherever they might be, I was going to say, were they just playing this cubby up here? They found 3 eliminations in that previous fight, and I think they really made the difference. Everybody was so focused on Secret Beast and Sloth that Love, very similar to our Cassidy in our first series on Oasis, nobody was looking up, which allowed Love to get a lot of early value and damage. Now another Bob just around the corner. Only one fight has happened since that Bob usage, and now with another one pretty much locked and loaded. The Baptiste down to Gravitic Flux up. Bob gets to stay alive until that next engagement. The stun goes through. Derpy goes down with only 40 seconds left. A couple of ultimates in the barrel. Nerdy, what ult are we looking at in this next fight if we want UTD to win it?
Look, we've got Shatter, we've got Molten Core coming up. Doi, almost you can guarantee it. There's going to be Amplification Matrix online, also from Skier going to be coming up. I know that they are sub 60%, both of them, but it's Amp. It comes up really fast. Now, the thing I'm scared about is Sloth. No one knows where Sloth is at. 70% of players don't look up. We're not looking up. Here comes Sloth. We have a pulse bomb almost ready to go. Trying to deter them, using the turret. Bob goes in. We have the. We're forced to use it. Derpy has the Shatter. There's the beat coming out from Unread as well.
No!
Goes in. The Shatter lands the Lucio into the lava. Unread is gone. Love is gone. Sloth is gone. Striton has fallen, but I think UTD is nowhere close to hitting the ground just yet, finding Skier as well.
Yeah, this is going to be huge here. Petal and Derpy able to win that fight at a pretty aggressive advantage here. Love finally swapping to Bastion, and I love this because we know that there's going to be that spawn advantage. You can go for some slightly riskier plays. With tracking like that, you can play whoever the heck you want. My goodness, Love, a beautiful performance there on that Bastion. Kind of makes me hope that we start to see a bit more of it. But just like Hollywood yesterday, we get to that point where the cart is all but at the end. It is now up to Fisher Freaks to go all the way through this roster, find an opportunity to get this map entirely on their side, to go up 2-0 on the series. But this will not be easy. I think it comes down to the first point, Nerdy. I'll be honest. I think if UTD can hold for, let's toss out a number, 2 minutes, half the time bank given, then they have a very real chance of winning this. But if Fisher comes in and they win that first fight and just rip the wind out of the sails of UTD, I think this could be a very unfortunate scenario for UTD Esports.
I agree. But to the counterpoint of that, I mean, worst comes to worst, we lose this map. Fisher goes up. They are at 2-0. UTD brings it back on push. Again, I have a bias, but it's for one player. My true bias is for a team that is not even actually in the tournament anymore. So I can say things, and hopefully people understand that it's not really me favoring one team over the other. I'm here for content. I'm here to stir the pot. That is my whole job, and that is what I want. If the drama is laid on thick by a reverse sweep by UTD, I'm going to be here for it. If we go to a 1-1 series and guarantee us a map 4, I'm here for it. So that's what I'm rooting for.
I just hope everybody has fun. No. At the end of the day, the UTD reverse sweep, we've seen it happen once already. It wasn't quite a reverse sweep, but it was a map 5 series. They're certainly no strangers to playing in a line of defense like that or in a moment of panic like that. And as Derpy swaps, as predicted, onto the Sigma here for the defense, we're going to have to keep a very close eye on this tank v tank scenario to see if Derpy even really gets to play the game.
Well, Sloth is already rounding in past the fire truck, but Love is getting fire rain down on them from above. It's going to be able to swing wide. This is where we saw other Sojourners struggle. They got caught out, and instead it's Petal who's going to get caught out. Love is going to be traded out. We have Doi on what I would consider one of the most DPS-heavy supports in existence currently.
Yeah.
Yachty, and then Strighton will also find Tracer. Secret Beast falls. That should be theoretically the point still being locked down.
Yeah, the point, theoretically, I can agree, is going to be locked down with Sloth. Swapping to the Mei here, I think is going to be a really beneficial play. Not only because Mei slows people and Sloths are slow and that's silly, but also because Mei can get a lot of great value here on those slightly slipperier characters like this Ashe, who can coach Gunaway, or this Yachty, who can kind of dance her way out of a combat. If Sloth can slow them down just long enough for Love to hit that railgun, that's exactly the kind of opening that I think this team's going to be looking for. The pressure comes out early. They go up through the train car. They find the turret right off rip. A beautiful shot into the backline. Going to isolate, I assume, a Mei wall into that corridor just like that. Going to take 2 players out of the way. Leaves Derpy completely on his lonesome. I can't imagine he survives this. Unread gets the dismissal elimination, and I said I wanted to see 2 minutes gone. We've seen a minute 30. Can UTD hold out for just 30 more seconds?
Ooh, they're going to lose the healing pylon as well as the turret. That is a bad sign. At this point, if they do not re-engage, I think their sine wave is on its downward slope, so they can't re-engage. They're forced to back off, take that high ground. I am now getting scared. We have beat. We're gonna have beat Kitsune Rush and very close to this rampage. Well, the Annihilation. Beat Annihilation, Kitsune Rush Annihilation. You can say good night to your health bars. We do also have the Captive Sun from Doi online, but one plays Suzu, and that's done for.
I gotta call out, Secret Beast just did a lineup, by the way, with that slow field. I giggled because I thought he was throwing it into the air, and then it landed right on UTD. That is an insane lineup and an impressive one to show Secret Beast's understanding of this Ramatra play. UTD Esports coming into this next combat with essentially 5 ultimates online. Fisher Freaks not far behind. We are danger close to a full ult apocalypse, and this Captive Sun, I think, could be one of the first ultimates that we see, but instead it's gonna be the beat drop forced out by the Gravitic Flux, and the Captive Sun comes out a little bit later, helps get an elimination onto Unread. Ishtar continuing that supportal combat playstyle that we talk so highly of, and UTD beginning to stabilize this combat. 4 minutes on the clock. It's not an insane amount, but it's definitely a lot of time. If they can eliminate Secret Beast here, they can guarantee themselves an additional 20 or 30 seconds off the clock, but Derpy standing on his lonesome on this high ground. The rest of Fisher Freaks just getting ready to collapse on him. Has to play cautious.
You can see that Fisher's opted to abandon the payload because it's underneath this bridge currently. Well, almost there. It gets difficult to defend, and so they're choosing to just push into the backline. What is left standing currently of UTD is just Doi. They're hunting. They're hungry. The beasts are on the prowl. Doi somehow is still alive.
That's crazy.
How? Doi?
That's crazy. Doi stares death in the face and laughs. Takes Secret Beast out of the way, and as Petal's on the Widowmaker, they're not going to be able to go for a touch, but I believe Derpy back on the Reinhardt will find it, so just trying to play that stall game. 3 minutes remaining here on the clock could be really beneficial, but oh! 6 HP in a dream! Petal almost dismissed before he even gets a shot into the fight. Waiting for a re-swing here from Love. Goes for the grapple in and up. Not going to be able to find it, but it looks like UTD will begin to recontest just a bit. Beautiful shot on the Secret Beast. Blizzard out from Sloth. Should all but guarantee a point cap victory. Immortality Field comes out, keeping Derpy alive just a little bit longer. The boot keeps him away, and it's going to be a recontest out once more. 2.5 minutes here on the clock. 2:40 even. The point cap comes through. We're up to 4:10. UTD, a Herculean task ahead of them there at the bottom of the hill when the boulder is in front of them. It's time to start pushing before they get rolled over.
I mean, if we want to talk about a character that can push rocks, I mean, theoretically, you go back to Sigma. I don't know how well. Yeah, I don't know how well Sigma would actually cope with being Sisyphus.
We've got a character that eats rocks too.
This is also an option, but now my concern is the fact that Love is pushed so far forward. Okay, there's the rest of the team. I really thought Love was way too far forward in that instance. Double Fire Strike goes through, doesn't find anything. Love, though, 80% and counting, well, 70% and counting on this overclock. There is no ults in the back pocket for UTD at all. Fisher Freaks, they have them coming online. If you're UTD, you need to take this fight and execute it quickly. But unfortunately, the executioner is actually going to be Secret Beast onto Derpy and onto Ishtar. They both managed to survive by the skin of their teeth. The Immortality Field is also forced out.
Derpy in hot water right now, being rushed into the far side of his shield, walled out by Sloth, once more walled in perhaps. He's locked in there with them. A Kitsune rush on the side of the Fisher Freaks should all but guarantee them a victory here on Midtown unless a miracle happens for UTD Esports. It's a close matchup, but unfortunately one that just isn't going to cut it with a beat drop from Unread. 2 ultimates in the pocket, a third on the way. UTD Esports, I'm just not sure we're in the timeline where they're going to be able to win this. Derpy can't even recontest, and there it is with a blizzard in the way. The pin comes in too little too late, and the Fisher Freaks go up 2-0 on our second series of the day.
Look, I'm going to call it out now. I do not like these Widowmaker swaps we're seeing from Petal. I understand being the comfort pick, and I understand that also you are consecutively getting plays of the games. Do not let this be the reason why you're going to say that your swaps are better. Look. It's not, and that is why. These Widow swaps are not it, Petal. You are better than this. Do not be Moose. Do not be the 2020 Moose.
I hate to say it though, but like I get where Petal is coming from. We're in one of those scenarios where the team is kind of getting isolated and eliminated one by one. So Petal says, okay, let me swap to a hero that can be a bit more individually playstyle based. I can get some eliminations, I can get some great flicks and some great shots, but unfortunately, I just don't think they ever had the space to do it. It was the Cassidy from Petal that, is a surprise to nobody, really led a majority of this series. Now, it didn't work well enough at the end of the day, but I think Petal returning to the fray could do well. We've got our Derpy fill, and I think this is the best map we would have seen him on. I'll be surprised if we see Derpy stay in. I don't think that's Derpy's fault. I think he knows that Reinhardt is a very difficult hero to play right now, and putting Pogo back in, again, as I keep saying, on the Diva, I think could be really beneficial for UTD.
I'm thinking we're probably going to go to Esperanza. It is going to be UTD's pick.
Oh, that could be Ryan, though, actually.
I really think that it still favors a more dynamic tank ability, just something that has more verticality, even if it's not unless it's Coliseo, we're gonna see Pogo.
No, Nerdy, I think you just nailed the prediction here. I think we do end up seeing Coliseo as map number 3, because if I'm not mistaken, that's the first map that UTD won yesterday, and they began the snowball series further down. So maybe they do keep Derpy in, maybe they continue a push here on Coliseo, but we're gonna have to wait and see. There's only 3 choices, and I think you may have accidentally nailed that. I think Coliseo should be the map choice from UTD.
Look, all I'm saying is, if you want to play the Widowmaker here, Petal, do it early, don't do it late.
Agreed. Go Hanzo, maybe, even.
I love Hanzo, but the one-shot ability that's been taken away kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I'm a Hanzo enjoyer. I pray to RNGesus when I play Overwatch that my ping differential is going to let my arrow favor me and not the enemy, and most of the time it works out. So with that in mind, Petal, yes, go Hanzo, go Widowmaker, but do it early. Do it during our dry fights here. And actually, holy McNuggets, despite everything that we've been talking about, we're going to New Queen Street.
NQS making, I believe, its first appearance of the weekend. I don't think we've seen New Queen Street even outside you and I casting. I mean, this is really fascinating that New Queen Street is going to be the map choice. That, of course, raises the immediate question, is Derpy staying in? Are we going to see Pogo instead? A lot of possibilities on the board. The one thing that I know we won't be changing is right now Secret Beast on this Ramatra. It has been very clean. It has been very impressive. They've dropped the lineups. They've brought a very powerful annihilation and aggressive playstyle to the table. I think they have had a very large, if not the largest part to play in the success of this Fisher roster thus far. Going further into the series, though, Nerdy, it's just, does Pogo have a better chance against this Ramatra?
Look, I see your Ramatra claim, and I raise you Wrecking Ball Tracer from Secret Beast. So with that in mind,
that's fair. This is very fair.
I don't think we go. Don't go Doomfist. Let's stop with the Doomfist pick. I get it. I'm a Doomfist parkour enjoyer, and that's where my Doomfist enjoyment ends. But let's be honest. Love has already shown they are willing to swap to cope and deal with you. I don't care. There are people who are like, oh, you're boring. This is Overwatch Collegiate playoffs right now. You need to be willing to swap to the counter. That's part of the reason why the ability to swap is in the game. Let's not go Doomfist. They're just going to instant swap counter you. Let's go something else. Let's go Diva. Diva in conjunction with a little bit more dive heavy DPS. Go with your Tracer. I don't foresee us going with the Wrecking Ball pick to try and mirror that composition, just because I don't think that's really where UTD thrives. But UTD does also thrive in Chaos, and I feel like Diva is a tank that can thrive in said Chaos, or if you really, really want to throw things on its head, you could theoretically go Hog on this point. But also, to your point you made earlier, we could see Horse. I've seen Horse on this map plenty of times. I really have.
Orisa, listen, she can work. We saw her work yesterday. Jokes aside, I'm not particularly fond of the Orisa gameplay, but as you mentioned, and I said this earlier about ASU, it's not about winning. or it's not about being entertaining. It's about winning. It's about making sure you're playing the best composition possible. It's not about having fun at the end of the day. And everybody, I said it earlier, Derpy is a very good friend of mine, but realistically, all they have to do is swap Mei and he can't play the game, right? You can't have that risk on the table right now. I think he did a really good job. He played his best possible game, but I just don't suspect we're going to be seeing him make an appearance here on New Queen Street. And there's the confirmation. Puggo is going to be swapping back in Phone, joining the fray as well. The player I expected to see all series is going to be making his first appearance here on map number 3.
Phone's going to be picking up that Mei mantle. This is again a variation of Ram Rush. We saw this earlier on Esports, not from UTD, but coming from ASU. It's a very unforgiving composition. However, the one thing that Doi brings to the table, while we don't have Suzu, we have Immortality Field. It makes it a little less unforgiving because you have the double duty of being able to actually simultaneously do damage and healing a little bit more freely than Kiriko.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, doing that damage to Kiriko, she does a lot of damage, but it's really difficult to swap in between those things. And looking to see early Secret Beast, you nailed it. Back on the Wrecking Ball. Tracer looking for an elimination and gonna be able to find when Ishtar goes down. This Baptiste could be isolated as well, but what a wall from Foe! And welcome back, my friend. A beautiful elimination onto Secret Beast. It immediately puts UTT right back into the fray of this opening combat. Only 8 meters gained for Fisher Freaks, and as the tank has fallen, UTD should really have a chance to take 20 or 30 meters before this team can come back to life. They are being dismantled here in engagement number 1.
They're also kind of staggering themselves, which is where things get a little bit scary. And Wrecking Ball can't go in by themselves and create as much havoc as they want, considering Sloth needs to get healed up, is waiting on that passive or waiting on a support to give them a little love. They received it, but Sloth drops the Pulse Bomb. It sticks on the bridgeway instead. We have some follow-up damage, but the Tracer's already disengaged. This is the desynchronization of those abilities and cooldowns because of those early eliminations on the tank and the Tracer.
Yeah, those eliminations are going to be valuable, but Doi and Petal going to be taken down early. So as I predicted, you know, UTD finding about 40 meters on the board, but it's really not going to be as many as they'd want, with Fisher Freaks doing a great job diving deep into the backline, finding 2 picks early and forcing a double swap scenario. Puggo tries to get out of the fight. What a rollout from Secret Beast, by the way. Holy cow, I didn't even know that was possible.
Look, when the collegiate tank players are very creative and they spend some time theory crafting, and obviously Secret Beast is one of those players. But Puggo is answering my prayers finally. We're going to see the Diva come out. I think this is a more powerful counterplay to what we're seeing from Fisher, because you can deal with love, you can eat the pulse bombs, you can help deal with some of the pressure being created by the Wrecking Ball from Secret Beast. The slam comes through. Diva's going to also fly through the back line of their team, secure them, make sure they are safe, and start taking the spot away. They can slow down a little bit more. Their cooldowns aren't so unforgiving that if you mess them up, your entire vibe is gone, as Phone drops the Blizzard, and somehow Secret Beast makes it away with a 75 health.
The pressure definitely stacking here against UTD as already nearly 3 minutes have passed, and I'm waiting to see Puggo here on the Diva. I've been talking a lot about it, but moving into the combat here, Ishtar goes down, and the Diva isn't going to be able to have that same impact without the Lucio speed boost or just the health to keep her alive in those burst style plays. Excuse me, my brain is starting to move faster than my mouth. Phone and Petal both eliminated, which gives Fisher Freaks an advantage once more. This advantage state, especially with a minefield being thrown into it, are going to put themselves in a position of taking the lead.
Oh, and Puggo getting staggered. That is painful, but every Diva player must experience it. Doi will fall shortly thereafter. We're playing Touch the Spawn Door Challenge currently. We have the swap from Foam going to the Sombra to try and counter and deal with this Wrecking Ball, but look at that shield health. 1,057 health at one point. That is absolutely ridiculous. And not to mention, it gives health to other people, but we have 3 people focusing right now on Secret Beast. Perhaps it is taking more than just Phone swapping. Perhaps after the self-destruct, we actually have Puggo swap, or we see a possible Brigitte come through, as we're just watching Secret Beast go through, take all the cooldowns, and survive, and reconvene with their team as that bot is hitting that midway point.
The midway point, 50 meters reached, 4 minutes passed, and this is feeling very, dare I say, like OG push, right? One of the newer map types in the game, of course, but it's one of those moments where it's not somebody getting their first spawn and then keeping that lead over and over and kind of running out the game. Instead, it's a very back and forth scenario where UTD, for the 3rd fight in a row, have lost Ishtar, which is going to give Fisher the opportunity to take that forward spawn and put them in a very likely chance of a victory. 5 minutes remaining, but when you get that forward spawn, it obviously, as the game is built, becomes a lot easier to keep that momentum and keep that advantage against the opposing side. Looking to UTD, I like what we're seeing. I like the Sombra. I talked about Diva all day, and I'm really starting to feel like poor Puggo has not really had the chance to play her because they get demeched within seconds of showing their face every time.
Yes, but the other concern is that it seems Puggo is more of our dive-heavy tank, and you don't really want to go Winston into a Wrecking Ball. And Petal's going to pop this Deadeye to try and gain some space. Is getting peppered from behind. Not sure if they recognize that is happening. I think he did, which is why he dropped it. The Kitsune Rush in response. We lose Ishtar early to Love with that rail shot. Pulse Bomb goes through, does not get eaten, but does not find anybody. Love falls, Petal falls to Skier. And it looks like Sloth is hunting this D.Va down. Toki is so low, needs to be sent through triage at the hospital. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see a doctor soon enough. No, Toki is going to explode.
Jump off the map quickly.
Jump off the map. Puggo.
No! Puggo, no!
Puggo,
no! Oh, okay, Puggo finally goes down. I get it. You know, if you can get back in mech, you might as well give it a try. But this is just one of those scenarios where you need the team to regroup as fast as possible. You want to put these ultimates down as quickly as you can. And with a EMP bomb combo, I mean, this is, again, an Overwatch classic. But we EMP no bomb, and it looks like Secret Beast being eliminated will make that worthwhile pretty early on. A late B drop from Unread will give a late advantage to the remaining members of the Fisher Freaks, as UTD Esports only has one ultimate moving into this next engagement. One that's not particularly easy to get eliminations with at this caliber of play.
Self-destruct is typically used as a ability, more as a remake ability if you lose Toki, which is most likely what Puggo's going to do, and it's just a happy side effect if you manage to find an elimination. Petal is looking for an elimination, particularly on Love, who is too far forward right now. But I think Petal needs to pay a little bit more heed to Secret Beast and marking this Wrecking Ball instead of trying to mark Love. Love, yes, is powerful, but I think Secret Beast is way more powerful, hence their name being Beast.
But I think it's difficult in the scenario, right? When you're playing especially a Sombra, you want to put that virus out on the tank, but oftentimes the supports are going to be able to keep that tank alive. We saw this during the Orisa meta, where a lot of people wanted to try Sombra early, and they wanted to try and play her to virus the Orisa, but the supports constantly made that too difficult to take her down. I think going for somebody squishier, example, Lucio or Tracer, could work a lot better for UTD. It's about dismantling the back line so that the front line has nothing to work with. I think that's the way we're going to see UTD become successful in this scenario, is taking down that Lucio or Kiri and then kind of taking the rest of the team out. It's about punching low to get to who is sitting at the top.
Oh no, I'm not saying we send Phone after the Wrecking Ball. It should be Petal marking this Ball, because Ball is getting away with way too much right now and not getting pressured. There's a lot of focus being put on the back line, but Kiriko's cooldowns have not been forced yet, and we're out of all of our blinks currently if you are Petal, as opposed to marking that Ball. We hear Kitsune Rush getting dropped. There also, finally, Skier does end up getting eliminated, but look who else fell. It's Phone and Ishtar. There's a Pulse Bomb getting dropped, but it doesn't find anything. This Ball is not getting pressured. You don't need to spend all of your attention on Ball, but you need to give some attention to him.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair for sure. I think maybe holding on to the bomb here is the call. Looking for a pick if you get one, but the stagger, of course, comes out. Sloth cleans it up, and with only 2:40 on the clock, it is only, I really should highlight this, it's barely 40 meters, not even 40-meter differential on the board quite yet. So UTD, as soon as they can kind of turn the tide of the fight, maybe an EMP bomb combo, as I hinted at earlier, they really should be able to move that bot upwards of like the 60 to 70 before getting contested. So this could turn into a last fight scenario as we saw yesterday, and we know UTD are no strangers to a long series, but its Phone translocates right into a overclocking Sojourn. That is going to take the win out of those sails in the blink of an eye and should give the opportunity for the Fisher Freaks to take an even larger lead, maybe all the way into triple digits.
And there we see the self-destruct finally utilized, but it might have been too little too late. We do have Puggo getting eliminated. Love did fall as well. Honestly, I think at that point, let Fisher push up the hill a little bit more and then throw the self-destruct in. I know self-destructing or engagement sucks, but if you're going to swap over to Doomfist anyway, it would have been in a spot where it's much easier to find some eliminations with it rather than at the bottom of the hill. Secret Beast is still grappling to freedom in and out of these fights, almost has another landmines online, but this EMP from Phone can completely eviscerate whatever the heck Secret Beast wants to do.
Secret Beast, another minefield in the pocket, and the Fisher Freaks are now hitting those triple digits on the board. Puggo swapping to the Doomfist here. I don't think I'm particularly comfortable with it, but I'm also not playing. I think Puggo just trying to go into comfortability. I wanted to see a swap off the D.Va. I don't know how I feel about the Doomfist, but maybe Puggo can prove me wrong at a time like this. Maybe not, unfortunately. Will be going down as the fight doesn't even get the chance to begin. With only 65 seconds left on the clock, the Fisher Freaks, 3 ultimates in their pocket. UTD nearly 4. They just need half a fight to get a couple more ultimates up and running, and hopefully there's some damage that can be found, but Sloth finds 2 before Petal finds 1. Secret Beast goes back up onto the high ground, isolates the remaining player Puggo, who I'm not sure is going to make it out with their life. Has to punch deep into the back line, and UTD very scattered at the moment. Target focus just not where it needs to be, but a beautiful EMP comes out, and they don't even get the elimination off of it. That's going to hurt.
Ishtar is actually the one to end up getting eliminated instead. Doi does have this Kitsune Rush. Phone is making a last-ditch swap effort over to the Bastion. Does find Secret Beast. Sloth is going to be eliminated. Doomfist is back also online. Sojourn does a risky play, slides into the back line, ends up getting eliminated as well. Phone is gone. Unren is eliminated. With 15 seconds on the clock, UTD has turned the bot. The TS1 is in their favor. We're crossing over towards that first objective point that Fisher Freaks managed to claim, but they need to get it to that halfway point, but it looks as though everyone's going to respawn. Skier, yes, is also back, so even the forward spawns being taken away. This is going to be a difficult fight. There's 3 ults going into 2. Almost paddle with pulse bomb, but we lose Phone way too early. That is a death sentence for UTD.
This needs to be a miracle run from the remaining members of UTD, and as Ishtar does get the opportunity to drop that sound barrier, we're going to see the Kitsune Rush coming out from Doi as well. Meteor Strike goes up, and Puggo trying to bring the pressure down, but a Pulse Bomb comes through, and Sloth not able to find that purchase. An ultimate used on the side of the Fisher Freaks. Every ultimate under the sun has been used, and Petal, the only person with an ult, is the one to be taken out of the fight. Love goes down, and that's going to be the overclock offline, but nobody from UTD touches the bot, and it's going to cost them not only the map, but possibly the series. And UTD has unfortunately lost in a 3-0 fashion against the Fisher Freaks, who continue their lower bracket run.
Well, here's the play of the game brought to you by Unread on the Lucio, just riding around on the bus, having a good time and jamming out. And with that, yes, you said it, Septilence. The Fisher Freaks are our victors. Will they progress forward to continue on and go take on one of their sibling teams? Well, we'll have to wait and see. There's going to be more action coming from them next week. But for now, good job, UTD. Enjoy your summer. At least now you actually get a full vacation.
True. Bright side. Silver lining. You know, at least you get the chance to go back to the drawing board, learn a little bit more, and maybe make some compositional changes. I think UTD brought a lot of good value to the table, but unfortunately weren't ready to play against the unconventional play style of Fisher Freaks. You know, we're at a time in Overwatch 2 where people, you'd say, oh, I thought ball players were a myth, and a lot of things like that. And in reality, there are a couple out there, just like Secret Beast, that are very, very good at this player and will continue to try and bring that level of play to the table as the Fisher Freaks move further into the bracket. Now, it is obviously with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to UTD Esports, but this is a team that we have seen come back from worse before, and I'm very excited to see what they're going to be looking like next season as they try to couple unconventional plays of their own with a little bit more time and a bit more polish. Could be terrifying to play against.
I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, but for now, yeah, relax and take a break, and hopefully, you know, they're able to still hold their heads high after that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to play proud. I think they tried a little bit of unconventionality. They brought in a couple of heroes that we haven't seen in a long time, and that in itself is not only incredibly entertaining, but impressive that they can play those heroes this well at this caliber of play. While they're doing that, you know what you guys can do? You guys can drop a follow here on these channels, because Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs obviously could not exist without all of our wonderful viewers just like you guys. It's going to be OW_Esports on all 3, Twitch, YouTube, and X/Twitter. So while we go ahead and throw it to a break to prepare for this upcoming interview, you guys go ahead and drop the follows over there. We'll see you right back here with some more Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. I'm still Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we're going to take a moment to just look at all of the past highlights and insane moments of what was a very entertaining series that did end in favor of the Fisher Freaks. A well-deserved win at that. Now, am I a little bit sad to see UTD leave? Of course, but Fisher Freaks, I mean, they earned this victory. They played in stride, and they dominated the battlefield when it mattered most.
Okay, and I'm going to let the cat out of the bag, reveal the secret, so to speak, just in case anyone else was wondering. No, Fisher Freaks is not playing with a substitute. Secret Beast is Luca, and that is why we saw some insane ball play coming out today. But nonetheless, there's insane plays across the board. Sloth, you made my day by actually giving me a Genji blade. That was a dry blade, one that didn't need the support of a nano, and you popped off with it. Also, I love me some Bastion gameplay, so thank you, Lev, for pulling out the Bastion. I understand it was a last-ditch effort to prevent anyone from being able to push forward on the third point here. I respect the Bastion pick, and it worked out well.
Yeah, no, I mean, we all know I'm a Bastion enjoyer. That's no surprise. I love watching him play, and I'm looking forward to seeing if we get a little bit more from any team as we continue to move further and deeper into this bracket. A huge part of the reason Fisher Freaks were able to win today is because of Secret Beast, a.k.a. Luca, on that Wrecking Ball, and I'm excited because we're going to get the chance to talk to him a little bit. I know, Nerdy, you and I are wondering what exactly is happening with the ball, and are we going to see more of it? So, Luca, first and foremost, brother, congratulations. How we feeling?
Thank you. Feeling pretty good. I mean, honestly, I thought it was going to be harder. But.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. A 3-0 victory for you guys. I know that I, at the very least, expected this to go to map 4, but you do end up winning it in 3, and I wanted to ask, do you think your Wrecking Ball gameplay has a lot to do with that? Obviously, your Wrecking Ball is very good and you're great at the hero, but do you think you have an additional advantage in playing a hero that we really haven't been seeing as much of lately?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I don't really know how ball is in scrims. I kind of haven't scrimmed in like 3 months. I just play ranked every day, so.
Fair. Very fair. Are you playing ball and ranked as well? This is just a lock-in moment?
Every day. I played like 1,500 games season 9. Probably got like another 700 this season. But I was on a trip so I couldn't really play that much recently. But really proud of the boys for this win here. It was very unexpected.
Yeah, for sure. A well-deserved victory.
Okay, so someone who's played Wrecking Ball so much, do you feel like the Wrecking Ball changes really helped you a lot during this game? Are you enjoying the changes, or was it kind of, I would have popped off without them either way?
I mean, I think we could have, won either way. I mean, we pulled out the rim, pulled out Sig, it wasn't really anything too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a good weekend for you guys so far. You have survived, so now we still have 3 Fisher teams alive here in the bracket between the upper and lower. So going in further into the weekend, should we be expecting anything different from you? Is it just Secret Beast ball unless you absolutely cannot make that happen?
I play ball every day. I don't play any character but ball.
Okay, so he said even if it can't happen, it's gonna happen. But hey, Luca, a big congratulations on this 3-0, man. We are super excited to see how far you guys can take this lower bracket run.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, man. Big congrats, for real. And with that, folks, we are unfortunately for Nerdy and I, going to throw it to our last break of the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. Now, if we are able, I'm going to put our production team on the spot a little bit and just take a look at the lower bracket one more time to walk you guys through what we saw today and what we're going to be seeing in the future just a little bit here to see what's going to be coming on. But it's fine. You guys saw 2 games happen here today. Illinois State University beats Arizona State University in a 3-0, and the Fisher Freaks, they win a 3-0 as well over UTD. We've got 2 more series left today, and they're both going to be bangers, brought to you by Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty. Before we sign off, I'll speak for Nerdy and myself to say we are both very excited to be here, to be able to bring you guys these games in these series, and the love has been unbelievably appreciated. Thank you all so much for taking the chance on us, enjoying us, and just enjoying Collegiate Overwatch with us. We are super excited to see a bit more in the future. But for the time being, check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. We'll see you guys soon.
Happy Mother's Day, moms!
Hello, collegiate Overwatch fans. It is so great to see you all back here for the second half of our Sunday matches. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty, to go ahead and take you through the remainder of our day today. Septilence and Nerdy Bird did an excellent job displaying what collegiate Overwatch has to offer. And we just couldn't forecast more through our lower bracket. 2 teams moving on, 2 teams going home.
Yeah, 2 teams, their journey here in the Overwatch Collegiate playoffs will come to an end today. But we'll have to see how that actually turns out. And honestly, this tournament so far, already a bunch of upsets. And I'm curious to see if we get a few more tonight.
We'll have to find out. We've had a little bit of a 3 Overwatch curse going on today.
Just
so
a little
let's see if
bit.
we can break that. Honestly, though, if we look at our 2 games that we have yet to come, Jesse, totally honest with you, neither of these should be going 3-0.
I don't see either going 3-0 because they are such good games. Our first one being Rutgers against Fisher Fiends. You can say, oh, it's Fisher Fiends. Oh, it's their 3rd team. It doesn't matter that it's their 3rd team. They're such a good team. They're still a top 20 school in the country, and they deserve to be in the spot. And they could push a very good Rutgers team who, admittedly, maybe not a giant fan of where the meta has landed.
You mentioned the word meta. The word meta and Rutgers don't exactly go together,
No.
Salty, and we're about to see why once we start to take a look at their roster. In my opinion, I think Rutgers is one of the most interesting teams that we have here within the collegiate Overwatch scene, just because they play strictly to their own comfort picks. They don't have a Lucio player, someone who's been integral to the meta, and just go whatever feels like the vibe is for the day.
Yeah, they're a team that even, like, historically has always been, oh, they're going to run a lot of Zen. They're going to have neutral on Zen a lot of the time. Iron Man, whether it be on a Moira, on a BAP, on a Kiri, they're going to be more in a supportal role to put neutral in a great spot. I think the one benefit to them this meta is that there is no quote-unquote meta. That term is very loose for the patch that we are currently in. You can run a lot of looks. It does kind of suck for them that Zen is not typically in those looks, but knowing them, I could see the Scarlet Knights pulling out something a little bit different today.
Hey, they'll make it work if they can, one way or
Exactly.
another. We're seeing the neutrals and yada. I can almost guarantee it. But that's kind of the interesting thing with the state of Overwatch right now. You have this big patch, the mid-season patch is going to be coming out in this week between our 2 weekends of competition. So if the Scarlet Knights are going to continue their journey forwards, this is arguably one of the best times for them to do so while there is all of this loosey-goosey moving around where the current picks are. Fisher Fiends, on the other hand, though, are a squad that has, again, 2 sister teams also still in the Overwatch Collegiate tournament, but they also have access to a lot of this coaching strategy and will stay a lot closer to more traditional compositions.
Yeah, they will run meta a grand majority of the time. You know, they may lean slightly over to that Winston variant we've seen occasionally, whether it be on those dive maps, on Oasis City Center, something like that. That's where Faded is more likely to lean into, but for a grand majority of the time, we're going to see them running either be the Maga variant or the Ramatra variant. We're going to see a lot of that this week for the Fiends, and Snell is one you gotta look at, honestly, for the Fisher Fiends. They've been playing incredibly well over the last few weeks, and the fact that they get to play even more Soj, and especially Atlas as well on the Tracer, this meta has fell in a very nice spot here for the Fiends.
And not to mention, too, even talking a little bit to the team yesterday, they're very confident heading into Rutgers. They've seen what they play before, know that it's not like, all right, we're not going to get that Winston mirror that they've really been used to throughout the lower bracket. It's going to be like this Wrecking Ball, the Roadhog, just as we saw Fisher Freaks play at the tail end of our last series. So they're ready for any chaos that is about to ensue here. Rutgers also are a team that kind of has a lot to play for. Not only they're not familiar with the meta, but they also don't practice a ton in comparison to other teams. Like, a lot of their MO is like, all right, we see these matches, we see these games, and we want to show that even without practice, we can still be this really talented squad, and they think Ilios is going to be the spot to showcase that.
Yeah, Ilios will be our first map, and honestly, Rutgers has been showing out for the club schools that are still in it. We saw ASU just get knocked out earlier today, but it's been nice. Obviously, towards the later end of this tournament, grand majority, if not all the programs left, will be funded varsity programs, but it is nice to see a few of these clubs still sticking around here in the top 16. But like I said, Ilios will be our map 1. It does lean slightly, I would say, into the dive variant that Fisher Fiends are going to want to run. But that doesn't mean the Zen is impossible over here at Ilios, especially over on Ruins. I could definitely see them trying to run some sort of poke variation to get those supports in a nice little combattle position.
You know what my real question is? We need to get some Roadhog on well. Like, if
Oh,
we just get
jeez.
one, like, hook into the well. Like, you know that game mode, 12 hogs, 1 hole? Like, that's what we're doing right now.
jeez.
Yes, that's exactly what should happen. If Ajax
we
would
might-
do it, though. If Ajax is going to pull it out, I mean, come on. We've already seen it from Remington earlier in the tournament.
That's very true, and we could very well see it if Ilios is the map 1 in our next series as well. UCI could very well run it. They've been honestly one of the most notorious hog teams that are left with Romani, but sticking to this one for a tiny bit, I do think, especially in these first few fights, will it be Rutgers setting the tone like, hey, we're going to run something a little nonchalant, something that you haven't really seen a lot of, and how are Fisher going to be able to combat it? Because, again, it's not a look. You're going to scrim a lot because, A, Rutgers don't scrim very often at all, so the odds of you scrimming against them are probably not very good, but it's obviously not a look that many teams run successfully. So I want to see how the Fisher Fiends are able to try and combat some of the odd looks that the Scarlet Knights will be bringing out.
Especially when a lot of the Fiend's strengths kind of rely into reading what their opponent's strategies are and then making these quick, adaptable switches. We talked about adaptability the entirety of the weekend so far because of how loose things have been. They can make it happen, and oh my goodness, Twin Salty, I'm seeing a little bit of the thing that we wanted all along. Ajax rolling out on the pig.
It's not even on well either. This is starting on Lighthouse. Fisher Fiends will run the meta comp here with Otis on the Kiriko. But Rutgers, look at this. Almost like a double hits game version of the support line.
You're not going to see a Lucio from this team at all, which makes them all the more deadly at a range here. The one thing you don't have, though, is a ton of frontline presence. I mean, Ajax is going to be there, but if you're faded right now, you want to go nowhere near this Roadhog. Those shotgun pellets at close range are a problem, or even Pig Boy. The threat on this opposite high ground, this really couldn't be contested. And without a tank here, the Fiends have no choice but to retreat.
Yeah, without Faded, they have to retreat. There's no reason to try and push in. Ajax is going to be a hard force as they will make the instant swap over. The Winston is just going to get melted. And even though they lose Snowl, overall, this could work in their favor as Faded now on the Maga. And that might just melt Ajax here in the front line.
The hog and the pig on the same team. I don't know how to feel about that just yet. And the Scarlet Knights, clearly it's been working out very well for them, but especially now with Faded on this Mauga, Pig Boy, Neutral, Iron Man, their jobs just got a lot more important. You gotta be careful. Ajax cannot be turned into a fried pork belly today. Fisher Fiends, that their entire focus is to kind of burn through these compositions. They have a stronger frontline presence, and like, look how much pressure. Ajax is down under ready, but the one person who hasn't even gotten a glance has been Pig Boy. Just a menace to deal with on this high ground. Faded, completely ignored, and Rutgers are looking to clean up again.
Yeah, Rutgers is going to keep up moving forward. They even put so much pressure, the Fiends, onto Ajax, and they just don't die. Iron Man's using the Lamb Neutral, using all the healing that they possibly can, as well as the healing pylon, and it's making it so difficult for Fisher to kill Ajax. It's not like you can just avoid them, right? Like, you have to put some focus on them, because if you just walk by, the chances that they hook one of your supports and it changes the whole fight, you know, we've seen it multiple times, are pretty severe.
They're hoping this Kitsune Rush can help get Fisher into this fight, but once again, who's watching Pig Boy, Neutral, Iron Man on this high ground? I mean, absolutely nobody. The Kitsune Rush, it's zero value. You chuck the bomb in there for good measure, and Rutgers, they've identified this is basically like final fight. They do lose out on Ajax for the first time. Faded is contesting this point, so Neutral taking it into their own hands, trying to contest this. At least a little longer, snags Atlas, a wonderful shot. Pig Boy with the second. Rutgers, despite losing that anchor for their composition, are looking to live another day, leaving it all into the hands of Snow, fighting an uphill battle to say the very least. It'll be a clean 100-0 start here. Ilios looking well favored for Rutgers so far.
Rutgers like, yeah, we're going to run something different, and, you know, the question going in was, how is Fisher going to adapt? And so far, not well enough, Molly. They are struggling against these whack comps that Rutgers are pulling out, and, you know, yes, it's not neutral on the Zen that is, you know, he's very well known for, but honestly, the Illari is a great substitute because you have at least a little bit of an escape if Fisher's trying to jump onto you. And the healing pylon's even more healing that you would traditionally see than the Zen. So as they go over to Ruins, honestly, this is even a better spot for Neutral and Iron Man and Pig Boy, because they can just keep pumping down range. And Snowl, we talked about pretty early on, they could be an impact player here for Fisher. They've been silenced.
Yeah. And it's all been Pig Boy, right? Rutgers have been relying on this player, specifically in these long-range poke battles, where he can just completely outmatch Snowl based on the positioning that he has, which makes it ever the more important for the Fiends to start off the second point of Ruins off correctly. Walking directly into the Mauga this time does make Ajax's jab a little bit harder, and Iron Man is down. There's the Snow we know and love, and that's the main pillar that Fisher Fiends continue to fall back on and win them these battles.
Yeah, I wonder if Rutgers just decide they're going to give up on the Hog and maybe go over to the Wrecking Ball that we saw a little bit, but instead they'll actually go over to the Sigma. So they're going to try and more like absorb some of the damage that's coming in from Fisher Fiends, try and trap Faded in an aggressive position and punish from there, because you saw it the first time around. They just ran it down, and there's nothing really Rutgers could do as Snow was able to clean up the kills.
Yeah, now the Mauga is in a much better position to really burn down this tank. Faded does need to be careful around his shield, though. I mean, he just goes in there, no fear in the world, and Rutgers have no problem kind of punishing that, and will clean up this relatively quickly as a result.
Yeah, that was very clean. That's exactly what they need to do against this Mauga comp. Wait for Fisher to make a mistake in positioning. Faded just got a little bit too far out there. They were trying to grab the Mega, but I believe Tap might have grabbed it just before, so they don't have the Mega. Their supports are 9 LOS, and they get burnt down, and now Tap, they're just going to be a nuisance up here on this high ground.
Like a little mosquito, just like poking down at you, like, you can't catch me, Does have a pulse bomb, though. That's where I'm more interested in getting to look at this. No, though, let's pull the trigger first in terms of ultimates, already chunked down low. A lot of support going over to the Sojourn yet. Snow can't find the killing blow, and Fisher Fanes, that's just one ultimate burned and gone, and now it's Atlas's turn to start to shine. That's one, that's two, and the pulse bomb chucked into the back. Nice job, Atlas. Snow bought the space. Atlas bringing out the broom.
Yeah, first pulse bomb, you talked about it from Tap, doesn't really land, but the one coming in from Atlas does, opens up the entire fight, and as they clean up the stragglers here, Tap gets at least close to 50% here for the Scarlet Knights. Fisher able to stabilize just a little bit here. Going into this next one, Snow did a great job just buying them space. They didn't get, honestly, a lot of kills with that overclock, but it let their team move forward, and it forced Rutgers to make a split-second decision with the Ant Matrix over by Coast, and it did not work out that time around. But now it's Pig Boy who has the overclock, who could open up the fight here for Rutgers.
You could. Problem is, even if you chuck in this captive stun, both support ultimates are online, unless Pig Boy is on the high ground. Oh, that was a genius play, forcing him out of position, straight into the crosshairs of the Sojourn player. The cage fight chucked on in, making this much more winnable for Fisher. Neither team has a tank right now. Rutgers, though, don't look clean on cleaning this one on up. It's Iron Man regrouping with Tap. Wait a minute, this actually could be somewhat contestable. Iron Man with a second on the board, originally a DPS player, swapping over to flex support, and my goodness, is he good at it.
You can see the aim that comes through, and we talked about it. This is potentially the most aggressive support line you will see in Collegiate.
Oh, yeah.
Their aim is stellar and neutral, and Iron Man will always look to try and find those frags. Do a great job. Just, hey, we're going to wait a second. This fight is still winnable, even though it was a 3v4. They find those two picks and open it up, and now Faded, they're going deep.
Oh, but Snow grabs Tap's head in the backline. This is a great opportunity, though. We mentioned how Rutgers are good at punishing, and it does so to the Mauga, but who's keeping Atlas in check? The answer is absolutely nobody. Fisher gonna grab that flip back on over, forcing a very quick reset from the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, Rutgers cannot afford to get staggered out here. Ajax will, assumingly, will swap over to the Wrecking Ball during the stall. Look for Tap to try and touch, but Tap gets found over by Mega. They got to try and find a way to use this pulse.
Oh, but he didn't get the overtime contest.
They
It was
touched
at
too
96%.
early.
He can't get there, but I guess it goes off
never mind.
anyways. All right, baby, I can't count. That's okay, Scarlet. One more chance. But you're walking to Atlas Snowl, who's in position. There's the overclock we wanted to see from this guy, flying above the rest, raining terror from above. Oh, that'll be Fisher, making this one a close game. We're going to finish it all off on well.
Hey, it took us 3 rounds, but we may see the Hog over on well. The question is, do they actually run it, considering the Mauga has consistently been played? That might be the question going on here for Rutgers. But honestly, we've seen the Maga a little bit here and there as, okay, this is an interesting swap here from Fisher. I won't lie. You know the Hog's probably coming.
Yeah.
And yet you do swap over to the quote-unquote traditional comp here over on Well with the Kiriko variant of the Winston Rush. Ajax, yeah, there's no question about it. There's no real shock either. They're going to try and hook some people in that Well. And Pigboy, actually, well, they were debating the Cassidy to try and deal with the dive, but I think Ajax might be a natural enough of a monkey repellent.
I mean, Fisher Fiends, they're very confident on the Winston. Faded himself was one of the best monkeys you're going to see here in Collegiate, but again, you have to know what Rutgers are doing, and you gotta question the decision making. Always a chance to prove us wrong, though. I'd love to see it. To be Faded jumping into the back line in the middle of a bunch of players. This double flex support that just continuously pokes into the Winston, but at least buys space. I mean, Atlas goes in at the same time as the monkey. Fisher Fiends are so good at coordinating these dives, these fast-paced compositions, and grabbing both supports almost immediately.
They honestly just waited for Ajax to miss a hook, and that every single time, that's when they decided to go in. Once they missed the first hook, they dove onto neutral. Second time, they dive onto the back line and force Lamp, and it's a clean fight plan.
You say clean, but Ajax is still kind of hanging around and actually grabbed momentum not too long ago. So if the Scarlet Knights want to make a quick reapproach, it's not entirely out of the picture. Ajax, though, look how low that take a breather is started to get. It's another hook in the boot, though. It's going to save him, at least for now. Can't say the same for a Pig who is rather toast. Rutgers Scarlet Knights, though, I mean, look how much time that ended up buying them. This point, incredibly contestable. Rutgers fully playing into the chaos and regrouping accordingly.
They enjoy the chaos. They're like, hey, we haven't scrimmed, so we're going to try and make it as uncomfortable as humanly possible for you to try and play the game, just to try and find an equal playing field. Oh, my goodness, Tap. Finds it in the back, and what a nice little kill to start off the cap percentage here. As they do have Lamp. They just got to draw out the Suzu this time around and not the Immortality field.
Either way, not a bad start here. I do want to turn eyes, though, over to these Tracers, both Tap Atlas. A Pulsemon in their back pocket. It'll be Tap setting up for it first. Knows that the overclock is in play, and Snarl is getting snuffed out as much as possible. That'll be the Cactus Sun going in. The Suzu perfectly timed. Well done from Odos. Is it going to be enough, though? You can't save Snarl the second time. Tap is tearing your backline to pieces. Rutgers have so much more presence, and just with the Roadhog against the Winston here, Atlas Pulse Bomb goes far too wide to make any real impact. So Rutgers are maintaining the percentage and possibly even winning this fight out. Momentum is way too far forwards, and Rutgers, they're just making this look like the most chaotic ranked game I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is my average ranked game experience. Didn't think we'd be seeing this here in the Collegiate Championship, but they're loving the chaos. Faded's able to find Iron Man and get out. So at this point, Ajax is going to try and push the rest of Fisher away to try and reset.
It's like, leave. I don't want you here. Get out. My territory.
Yeah, please, go away.
Very territorial.
I say Pigboy over here on the Sombra as well. And actually force Atlas to go over to the Echo, seeing that, hey, there is no hit scan to try and deal with the Echo now.
That does help. Kitsune Rush is on the point. It does take the space, but again, that's not a big deal for the support players of the Scarlet Knights right now. Ajax has plenty of health to sustain. That's down there, though, much more concerning. Ajax is in a heap of trouble and in a world of hurt in the spawn rooms. Excellent Kitsune Rush. Fisher regrouping so quickly around this main choke.
The fight that felt like it took ages. Is they're able to finally take it away. As you said, they're going to start moving towards this choke, but look how far Rutgers got it during that chaotic 2 to 3 fights. They got it to 1 fight territory, and they have EMP online. They may even try and loop it with neutral, but neutral is dead, so they're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to try and deal with that, as Iron Man also swaps over to the Kiriko to try and, I think, help out with some of this burst damage.
Okay. That's a good swap. Fisher Fanes,
It's a very good swap. I like it.
They'll make it work. I'm curious to see where this EMP goes, though. I mean, Pigboy's been scouting this out for quite a while. looking to get Ajax in position, ideally for a hook. At least the assumption, Pig Boy, though, is detected in neutral. Falls again. This is a big problem. The employee's out, so Rutgers, they're still opting to commit. Faded is removed from the equation, but Pig Boy fallen not too much later, all trying to collapse on these same couple of targets. And Tap, that's what Tracer excels at. Him being in this specific position is going to buy Rutgers further time. It's nearing that last fight territory, the one that will decide the entirety of the map. Atlas hanging on to a duplicate form, hopefully going for one of these DPS, and while 2 Tracers on the field. He's gonna grab the health pack at first, kind of tugging down into Iron Man, but nobody's contesting neutral and Ajax. 2 separate battles going on, but the one that Scarlet Knights are winning is much more significant to the outcome. Faded, last-ditch effort, swinging these angry Winston arms around. Look, he's trying to beat him into a corner. Atlas sticking at just the right time. The hero for Fisher Fiends in their final hour. Is it gonna be enough though? Only neutral remains to sustain, and he's still taking names, still taking heads. The overtime wick burning on down. The Scarlet Knights have nothing left to say. Fisher Fiends ending map 1 with the win.
What a dupe and what a boop into the dual pulse bomb kill there from Faded. We talked about this team. They love their coordination. They love being able to use those team plays. That was one I was not expecting though, as Atlas is able to save the day with the help of their tank. And yes, now they woke up round 2 and beyond, but it is that final play that honestly turns everything around. If they don't get that Pulse kill, or even if Pulse just gets 1, we still are probably seeing a Rutgers map 1 victory. So what a little Pulse at the very end of the duplicate as well there from Atlas, and they turn it all around. What a first map win here for the Fisher Fiends.
Especially after how it started for them. I mean, even looking at this now, like, this was the story of the 2 pigs, Ajax on the Roadhog and Pig Boy with this Ash. I mean, there was just no chance for Fisher to even set a toe on this objective, but one of their biggest strengths, as we mentioned at the start of this series, Twin Salty, was their ability to identify their opponent's strategies and swap accordingly. They made several compositional and playstyle adjustments throughout this map, bringing it down to that final fight and closing out with an incredible showcase of teamwork.
Yeah, that was an incredible turnaround, because like you said, this Rutgers team, they're very hard to try and deal with sometimes. They show you very odd looks that you don't see very often, and they were able to slowly decipher, hey, how do we want to win this game? They found neutral so many times, beautiful. And right there at the end,
beautiful,
knocks them into the corner. There's no way for them to get out. They already used the protection Suzu earlier on in the fight, and Rutgers just not able to finish it out. Fisher find just the littlest of advantages to win the map, and that is honestly the Fisher way across all 3 of their teams.
Exactly. I mean, you have to understand, though, that this literally, Jesse, came down to a single fight at the end of this series, and it wasn't pretty. It was scrappy. It was tooth and nail. Blood was running all over the place until that shining light came through. Wonderful combo with the pulse bomb there, and that does further emphasize what we were talking about just before this series. Like, there's no way this is going to be a 3-0. I think surely there is a chance, and well, there always is, for Rutgers to come firing back into this series. But Control, though, you do have to argue, is one of the strongest maps for Rutgers because it feeds into that chaos. As we continue to progress, not having a strong Lucio player or an understanding of how to hold certain points of the map can be very devastating.
Yeah, them not having a Lucio player, we may see, especially as we get over here to Hybrid. We later on to Push, maybe even Flashpoint. The Lucio is even more and more needed in some of these comps. Midtown, on the other hand, it isn't as much, you could argue, and I think that is why they're heading this way. You still can run that double flex support lineup, whether it be the Alari BAP, the Kiri Alari, whatever combination you want to run. Especially on the defense side, it can work extremely well here on Midtown. So I like the look here for Rutgers. Probably going back over to that Sigma as well on the defense, just to try and stay away as much as possible and try and catch Fisher as they're trying to make these moves.
Also, what this map allows you to do, too, is you can further lean into neutral and Iron Man. That extra lethality that they provide with this double flex support, it makes any approach that Fisher wants to take all the more challenging. The big difference, though, between these playstyles is Fisher very heavy on this team coordination. You're like, okay, I'm going in, you better follow me, stick a pulse bomb here, I'll smack him to a corner. awesome. Whereas we look at Rutgers, it's like, oh, I'm going to shoot this guy, you shoot this guy, and it just kind of goes back and forth. The shot calling is present, but they're relying on more of an individualistic kind of pop-off moments to dedicate them and kind of be their win con throughout these battles, which is very doable, especially in a map like Midtown.
Oh, it definitely is, and like you said, it's almost like they're playing a team deathmatch mode. Rutgers, they're just like, all right, everybody's gonna try and frag out, and hey, whoever gets the most frags, maybe it's like almost a mini game for them in their heads, is who gets the most elims by the end of it. That's honestly how they do play. They're not gonna play super cohesive, and honestly, I think that's kind of what caught Fisher off guard a little bit initially. Like, oh, they are playing a little bit split. Ajax is kind of doing their own thing when they're playing the Roadhog, and the rest of the team is kind of spread out, trying to find those frags, almost those counter angles that you see in other like FPS titles, those crossfires. And Overwatch is not as apparent, but that's the way Rutgers love to play it. They love to find those little crossfires. They try and put you in uncomfortable positions. And especially over here on Midtown, there's so many of those potential spots to where, hey, whether they're holding over the Midtown tunnel on the second section of this map, that can be extremely uncomfortable to push through. Count me, you and I both have probably struggled to push on that map in comp time and time again. It can be a real hard thing to do. So I want to see how Fisher continue to adapt, because like you said, that is one of their best strengths. And I have a feeling Rutgers, they will continue to twist their way of playing just little bit by little bit, and the Fiends will have to continue to try and adapt to it.
And I can tell you right now, we're in for one heck of a series still yet to come. And, you know, if you guys have been enjoying what you've been seeing so far, make sure you go ahead and give a little follow to our socials here, Overwatch Esports on Twitch, YouTube, and X. Stay updated on all of the Collegiate and other Overwatch Esports action. I mean, this is only the first weekend, after all. Twin Salted, we have so many other teams that are continuing on throughout this bracket and over the next weekend to come. And this is where one of these teams has to go home. I mean, I don't know what to do with myself. We have to say goodbye to an incredibly strong roster. Is it going to be in a 3-0 fashion? Highly doubt it. Midtown is going to give us a good look of how this is going to progress, though.
Yeah, Midtown, if Rutgers struggles around Midtown, we may be eyeing down another 3 Overwatch situation. I hope not, because I think Rutgers are a team that if they do start really getting momentum in this series, they could really turn this thing on its head, and Fisher may really be struggling. But like you said, we've already sent 6 teams home the last few days. We have to send 2 more home tonight and get the field down from 16 to 8 this weekend. So it's going to be a pretty tough order. It's obviously not fun sending some of these teams home. Some of them have graduated. Like Fisher, they just had their graduation yesterday. Congrats to all of them on some of their graduations across all of their rosters. But it is definitely an interesting time here in the collegiate scene. And at least for Rutgers, like, hey, you get one more run at it this year and next year, no matter what. Most of them, if not all, I believe, are juniors. So they do at least have one more run in them. But obviously, they made top 12 last year. They want to make top 12 again this year. And they've already locked that in. Now you want to try and make the top 8. Just keep progressing on forward.
And Rutgers, especially coming in, like, all in the same year, have had this opportunity to get to know each other outside of the game, which talking to their captain, team manager, and head coach, which, by the way, is the same person. Iron Man is a true superhero. And he was talking about how important it was for these guys who met outside of Overwatch first, then joined their club's esports team at Rutgers University to therefore play in some of these tournaments. Having this backing of a club not being a major scholarship school, I mean, further motivates them to want to succeed in a lot of these environments. They're not a team to count out at any point. They're very unlikely to get mentally boomed in comparison to what some other squads may see later down the line, just because of this tight friendship that they do have. But again, how much is this lack of scrimmaging really going to come up against some of these well-oiled machines that we've seen in the Fishers of the world?
Yeah, exactly. Like, Fisher are a team that, hey, they're going to scrim, and they're going to scrim even more, and they're going to scrim even more. Like, they're teams that'll play in everything and anything they can find, and they will scrim all the time. But honestly, the mental aspect here for Rutgers is great, because, like you said, if they are that close to each other, they get to be like, hey, you know what, like, neutral, you're maybe being slightly too aggressive. They're catching you out. We need you to be, like, 10% less aggressive. And they're at least that close to where, like, neutral might be like, all right, I know it's nothing personal against me. We're just trying to figure out what the best plan is forward. We're not going to mentally boom. and we're going to try and take this to 1-1 heading into map 3, as we are now on our way over to the streets of New York and the Bronx here in Midtown. But I want to see them try and punch early here, try and make Fisher make another adaptation early in the series, but this time actually try and keep that advantage the rest of the map.
I do want to see them lean a little bit more heavily into Pig Boy, though. Outside of
Yes, I
Lighthouse,
agree
he
with
was
that.
shut down quite a bit. Fisher did a great job making the change to add more pressure onto that hit scan player, and Pig Boy was pretty much nowhere to be seen until he made the swap over to the Sombra later on Well. So in a map that is very poke-centric, like, bring back this Ashe, bring back this Sojourn that was basically winning Rutgers these team fights almost on his own. Like, these are the kind of things that I want to see Rutgers lean into. Even if they don't practice nearly as much, I want to see them lean into the successes that they have had previously. It will be the Fisher Fiends on the defense first, though, and no surprise here, pretty standard for what we're used to seeing on a Midtown defense. The most interesting thing, though, probably momentum on this Brigida. Expecting this more close combat, we'll definitely have a better time dealing with players such as Tap.
Yeah, they're going to be a great deterrent for Tap just to send them away, but they may struggle with the rest of the team. Usually when teams play Brag on this map on defense, it's because the attack usually are running a Winston comp or a Diva comp. Occasionally we've seen a Wrecking Ball or Doomfist, especially Doomfist a little bit from Maryville over the last few weeks. But that's not what Rutgers are going to run. I don't think they're going to run dive at all today. So momentum, yes, they're going to be great against Tap, but their shield might get broken pretty quick by the rest of this Scarlet Knights roster.
And that honestly could be a weakness here. We talked about how lethal neutral can be on this Iardi, and that's just going to come out even further now. The pressure that Faded is under, his shield is down, backing over towards this fire truck. I mean, Rutgers already putting the pedal to the metal. A lot of the players on Fisher Fiends are struggling to stay alive, and eventually the call is made. Look at Ajax, push this guy backwards, don't let him move up. It's like, all right, I can just move to the other side of the fire truck. That's chill. Rutgers already in position. Pig Boy is on a flank. They're so spread out right now, and it's got Fisher whipping their heads around. No idea who to look at. I mean, this is what Rutgers does so incredibly well, causing the chaos and feeding off of it.
Everybody was looking at Ajax when they're trying to push towards Fire Truck, but nobody is looking over to their right at Fire Station. That's where both DPS, they just slowly slot over there. Same thing with Neutral and Iron Man. They get in a perfect position. Over 5 minutes entering the streets phase, and it's a great start here for the Scarlet Knights. Atlas, they do know, is stuck back here. They will try and at least zone them out, and they do. They'll rejoin the rest of their team atop the Midtown Tunnel. But this is where it could get interesting, because this is where the poke comp really is in a good spot.
Now Fisher Fiends, like, this is one of the best spots to hold in the entirety of the map, arguably the game even. So somebody like Tap or even Neutral has to break this open. It'll be Cactus Sun, only ends up connecting on to 2, yet momentum going down in the rally here. Best popcorn elimination you could ask for. Atlas takes himself out along with Ajax. Sure, that's something, but with how far away these spawns are, Fisher Fiends are gonna need a lot more than that, with Neutral and Pig Boy working their way up to this high ground.
They're not even afraid of the window. They're just like, all right, we're going to push on through as Neutral. No fear in the neutral point of this top tunnel, but that was great. Ajax is like, all right, I'm stuck. I'm going to die here. Where is Atlas? So can I just walk into them when they're trying to recall out? And that's exactly what they do, and they will work to get control, but the rock does not hit.
Rock doesn't hit, but Ajax has plenty of health and even an immortality field to keep him alive. So that's not the problem. Now, can Faded do the same thing? Yes, he sure can. Zebnek looking good here, Pig Boy, dominating the high ground, and as Fisher along with them. I'm sure Super would like to see this in his own ranked games, because it's Pig Boy popping off and giving Rutgers a pass through the second point, and arguably the biggest challenge in the entirety of Midtown.
Yeah, arguably the hardest point of this entire map, one of the hardest points in Hybrid overall, and they just walk right through it. As Iron Man's able to pick up some of these staggers, and Fisher Fiends will not try and fight this. Second phase to the property of the Scarlet Knights, just under 5 minutes to go still in this attack, and this has been great. You talked about it. Pig Boy got silenced a little bit in the second half of Ilios. This time around, though, all the resources are going into them, putting them in a great spot, and they're the one that has silenced Snowl on the opposing end. And this break so far for Fisher Fiends has not worked.
Not at all. And you have nowhere near the same amount of poke damage, which, again, neutral shifts that neutral balance. Like, genuinely, no pun intended. Like, that's the amount of work that he puts in. Like, Snow goes down to the blow of neutral, who's on this high ground after all this tap put in. You're not going to get that out of a Brigitte. This incredible chip damage and just fight initiation tactics that this Yardi can provide is invaluable for the Scarlet Knights. I mean, they haven't lost a single fight yet. It is the entirety of Midtown. Fisher need to find a way to pump the brakes, but his faded balls, it's not looking like it's going to be now at all. Momentum trying to keep the rest of the team alive, along with Autos, who's now separated from them. Oh, Fisher, they're staggering so badly right now.
This is bad. This is extremely bad here for Rutgers as Atlas gets the recall off, but at what cost? They're at 2 health. Ajax is able to finish you off. Snarl gets taken out after they're overclocked during the very beginning of that. Just gets shut down during the animation. And this is going from bad to worse here for the Fisher Fiends. There's 3.5 minutes left. They have just a little bit to go, 20 meters or so for the end of this map, and they still have window. They still have the gravitic flux and window and the overclock to use.
Oh, it's not looking good. This gravitic flux has to do everything, but it's the one from Ajax who comes up twice as the big Rutgers are knocking on Fisher Fiend's door and are going to end their attack with a 3-10 time bank. Almost unheard of on this map in general. You never count the Scarlet Knights out of a fight, and they showed us exactly why.
They don't drop a single fight during that entire push. That is absurd standard here for Midtown. I'll just say it because, like, we have to call it out. The Brig was not it. The Brig did not work for the Fisher Fiends. There was too much ongoing damage. Momentum didn't get rally until midway through 3rd phase. That, like, you just can't have that from your main support. Getting their ultimate so late, and they use it in a losing fight. So Fisher, unless they're running dive, if they run dive, more than likely still running Lucio Kiri, as that's what they're leaning to, at least initially, with slightly different alteration of what I was saying. But they got to try something else because it just did not work. Their variation of the poke, Rutgers, they're just too good at it. And they'll make one change here for the Scarlet Knights on the defense. Gonna make Atlas's life just a little harder as the Torbjorn has came out here for the Scarlet Knights.
We need to rename Midtown Poke City. Like, we got to get a petition for that. That's what Rutgers are turning this into right now. Fisher, what you just did, that ain't it. I don't want to see it again. Otto's on the Baptiste, the Lucio. Much better, much more consistent composition, but again, it's going to rely on sectioning off one player. With Rutgers, they're already by themselves quite a bit. But how easy is it going to be to just get Ajax out of the picture?
That's going to be the trick here because they're going to try and push on in. Faded will try and wall off with the shield here, either early just to push in or to block off heals, but they stuck right in. Holy.
I said it wouldn't be easy. Well, there you go. I lied. Never mind. Thank you, Fisher. They're in trouble, though. I mean, they don't have help from this. Again, neutral, Iron Man, Pig Boy, the amount of damage output that they have, regardless if the tank is gone, there's nowhere near enough health or cooldowns to kind of stabilize after that when you chuck everything into one player.
Yeah, it's like, yes, you get Ajax, but at what cost? Like, you lost literally everything during that, except your supports who were able to get out. But yes, there is so much damage. You have Summit sitting on top Firehouse. I believe that's Neutral sitting up there. You have Pig Boy sitting on low ground. Iron Man sitting on Fire Truck. There's so many different angles. You just gotta pick one here for Fisher without ignoring the rest of the pieces of this Rutgers puzzle.
Oh! What a shot. I mean, like, who's looking at neutral? Who looks at that? Nobody does. I mean, if Fisher are going to win this fight, you got to do it quick because their health bars are suffering right about now. Getting Iron Man, all right, that's much, much better. At least to stabilize Alpha. That wall prevents any further healing. Neutral has to reposition but doesn't get the jump. It costs Ajax their life. And Fisher made something out of what looked like to be nothing. Nice May walls from Atlas to really get them in this point.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good May wall. Typically, teams, they want to rotate through Firehouse if they're trying to go forward that way. What a huck that was with the magnetic grenade from Snell. Catches off Neutral for the stagger. But usually teams want to try and rotate through Firehouse. But that's more like, hey, we want a force point. We want to wall up the heals that are coming over from the lower hand outside Firehouse. And it works perfectly there for the Fiends. And now they have a decent time bank, slightly less than what Rutgers had during their attack, but still a very respectable and doable amount here as Rutgers start to set up here on the top tower.
Oh, it's about to be a Q-fest out there. Neutrals from the top ropes. That grabs Odos again, and if you're Fisher right now, you're not committing much else into this fight, kind of just accepting this as lost, unless somebody really ends up screwing up right now, and so far that kind of seems to be Faded, who's off in La La Land, and Neutral's just kicking names all the while, so Fisher did good, though, not burning everything they had.
Yeah, it's at that point for Fisher, it's like, okay, we realize it's a lost fight, right?
Yeah.
They're able to land the ult from neutral, able to get one. It's like, okay, we just try and make something out of this, but if we don't get anything, so what? We have the sound barrier we want to use, both DPS ults. Faded's getting close to their annihilation as well. We have plenty of win conditions to go on forward. The issue is, if Tap does not get frozen in the Blizzard, they could easily just Molten Core around the entire Blizzard area and make it really difficult for Fisher to try and capitalize.
Well, we're about to find the ultimate winner of Fire on Ice. Well, perhaps not now. It's the playground of the hits against Gravitic Flex. Oh, lifts Snell up into the air, thankfully. Everyone from Rutgers ducks around the corner. Can't say the same for Momentum. A lot of that mobility is gone. The high ground was never dealt with in Midtown. Like, that's the first place you need to be looking. Fisher ignored it, and they're paying the price.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you give enough respect to everybody up on high ground. And the double hammer kill comes out from Tap. What is life right now from Tap? We saw it in the highlight videos leading up in the Swiss stage, but Tap, have yourself a game, son.
Oh, and the double, like, I mean, that's the ultimate highlight reel. If we have a top 5 after this weekend ends, that needs to be #1.
That has to be up there. Like, please, whoever is gonna make that for this weekend, that has to be #1. Or at least in top 3. What a little double kill with the hammer from Tap. And that was honestly a bad fight for Fisher because they didn't get anything from the sound barrier.
They didn't get anything from that, and they don't know Neutral is in their backline, stalling the payload as a flex support, still has Captive Sun, and Fisher just going down into the tunnel. They're taking the low ground on purpose. Rutgers like, all right, you want to fight here, that's fine. Well, we'll play up on the hill. Tap, don't do it. No, put it back. There you go. Good choice, buddy. You don't do Fisher like that.
Uh-oh.
Autos. Oh, they're leaving it to the 1v1. Is he going to get, Autos just accepted his fate. That's a third. Let's go, Tap.
This is the weirdest game I think I've ever seen in Collegiate.
It's up there. It's up there.
This is, as you said, Neutral is just chilling back here behind turret. They think it's the turret shooting them, but instead,
it's Neutral
turret. The entire time. They still have the Captive Sun that they can use. And I think, yeah, now they've noticed you, Neutral. Kind of gave yourself away, but they're just going to hide and try and use the ult right here.
Okay. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be great just because you don't have any follow-up there. But Fisher are taking the high ground, which we wanted them to do. For them, though, Rutgers aren't there, which I guess is the end results you were going for, but you're just still trying to poke him in the back. Like, what is this? From a flex support, we've done a ring around the Rosie. Fisher are deciding, all right, we'll defend this point now, but no ultimates have been expended. It's only the time bank. Neutral is still behind them. Playing game of chase, finally. The ultimate will come out. This time, it is too late. Atlas throws everybody in Rutgers into a popsicle and shooting fish in a barrel. Now, clean them right up.
But this is taking way too long, admittedly, for Fisher Feed. It's like, we talked about, hey, you have a great time bank. You have like 4.5 minutes going into Streets phase. They know a minute, Molly. They have under a minute to try and get at least halfway through this Streets phase just to keep this going. And honestly, at this point, you got to finish with time. That is the issue here for Fisher. If they lose 1 or 2 more fights, they're either going to lose the map early or not have enough time to really do anything in OT. But for now, you got to make sure you take it 1 fight at a time. You have Faded ult that can try and push in, but watch out. Iron Man, they've been very aggressive with these windows to match with Pig Boy's overclock.
And Rutgers have the wombo combo in the pocket. I mean, what does Fisher have to work with? Not Snowl! Oh, you just can't sit in front of all that poke. Ramasha doesn't have a shield that lasts as long as Ajax's. This is a big issue for Fisher. If they want a chance at coming back, you'd be looking at Faded. If Snow can even manage to return to the battle in time, and that's all that you have to work with. A long, grueling cart contest ahead as the Matrix overclock we've been talking about. The Soundberry's in the way, but it looks like absolutely nothing against the shots of Pig Boy, fighting an uphill battle quite literally into the rail shots, falling over like dominoes. Fisher Fiends having nothing left in the bank. Only the 2 ultimates of their players expended just as quickly. Rutgers ain't out of this one just yet, tying Fisher up at 1 apiece.
That is exactly why they wanted to go this map. They're like, hey, if you want to run the poke, let's run the poke. And let's see if you could actually beat us on the comp we love to do the most? And the answer was an astounding no so far in this map 2 as Pig Boy. This was at the very end. This is just a gorgeous play. Like you said, the sound barrier didn't matter. Honestly,
No,
if you have the overclock through the window, it is almost insta-kills, regardless of the amount of overhealth or overshield that they have going into that fight. Fisher do, honestly, just nothing on that attack. They just kind of like, all right. The one time they finally get high ground control, Rutgers like, okay, if you want to push your own right side, that's fine. We'll just rotate towards cart. You've lost enough progress
That
to
was
where
tough.
we can just chill by cart and do a little Uno reverse cart and push on from there. And that's exactly the type of map the Scarlet Knights needed from their map pick.
You couldn't have asked for anything better. Like, losing was
No.
not in the vocabulary once in this match. They lost 2 fights. The entirety of Midtown, and they were both on this first and second point of their defense. Immediately back to back, they recovered, and there was no faltering ever since. Like, Rutgers knew exactly where to be positioned. You would tap, like, being a little silly, bringing out the hammer, and it's like everything you could ask for from a team that thrives in chaos, that pushes competitive rosters, that work on fast-paced teamwork to the absolute limits. Like, what do you do if neutral is on the Allure in your backline? Like, they had no clue. Like, running around like chickens without heads.
Yeah, it's like, at this point, it's like, oh, like, they're Lars in the backline? Why? Who? And
Huh?
by the time they actually, like, figure that out, somebody's already gone. Whether it be the fact that
Yeah.
everybody turned around and they're not actually focusing the Rutgers front line, or they don't pay enough attention to the flank, and they're getting punished that way. They will decide, hey, for push, we're not going to go to New Queens because it might be a little too pokey. Same thing with Coliseo.
Yeah.
They're going to go over to Esperanza, which is a little bit more dive focused, so you can at least run it. That Winston variant, and I think that is what they're going to try and lean into. For Rutgers, the poke isn't as good during certain parts of this map. Yes, the middle, you with the high grounds, the Sojourns are going to be here to play. That is going to be the key factor here on this. I'm honestly really curious what the Scarlet Knights want to run because it can be a little uncomfortable at times to run the Sigma.
There's got to be some question marks going through their head. Like, you know what Fisher's gonna do. Faded's most comfortable hero is this Winston. Not a doubt. But if you're on the side of Rutgers, like, you understand that this dive is gonna be running into you, what Fisher Fiends have used to dismantle several other talented squads to reach this point in the lower brackets. Rutgers have to figure out how to counter it. It is the one way that they did end up losing in their previous rounds. Fisher have realized, all right, this poke mirror ain't the play, it ain't it. Let's choose our best map and kind of run it down this way. Rutgers, I don't think are going to have too much of an issue adjusting other than that tank department. This can still be a very strong area of poke with how broad these sightlines are.
Yeah, especially here in the beginning where, yes, you have the bridges, you have the archways, the poke in the very middle of this map can be extremely difficult to try and push through. That's why, especially on this map, you'll see teams, honestly, if they get the tick, they get it a little bit past the tick, they're willing to lose that fight and then play it towards mid and just go back and forth, keeping their forward spawn. It can be so difficult to try and push through because they know, hey, as long as we throw our tank by cart, they can stall long enough for one of our DPS normally, and especially for Rutgers, one of their supports, to find one of those kills to open up the fight. And they will not go the poke, at least tease it so far for Rutgers. They'll go back over to the funny little Roadhog comp that we saw over on Ilios.
I'm here for it. I like it.
I'm here for it. I like
Take it. Well, we can put it this way. Rutgers now have basically 5 DPS on their team. To say the very least, with how they've all been playing. Ajax is rather self-sustaining, and it won't be the Winston after all. Faded is coming out of the Ramantra. Interesting.
An important note, Tap, I was about to say, was going to stick to the sim, but I think they were just a little bit late to TP. It's a very late swap there for Tap, so Fisher, it's the early positioning. As Faded, I'm guessing they maybe didn't think the hog was going to be pulled out here. This could get a little hard for Faded to push into, but especially if they use the guard well enough, or Autos just hits the shots. You know, that works too.
That works too. And we've been talking so much about Neutral and Iron Man, but how about the other flex support in this lobby? Oh, Ajax forgot how stairs worked, and that's a big, good old popped pig right there. Yeah, Rutgers, this is going to be really rough to deal with, especially when you use a player that early on. Fisher needs to be taking this early aggression and not letting the Knights get in place.
No, they cannot allow the Knights to be in a comfortable position because that's where, yes, it's either Rutgers are super comfortable where they're at or they love the chaos. So you got to find that middle ground here playing against Rutgers, because if you don't, it can be very hard to try and turn that shit back around. But they have full high ground control. Neutral is going to continue to be aggressive here for Rutgers. And if they can, as long as they keep an eye on Neutral, they don't have to kill them every time. As long as you know where they are and avoid those sight lines.
Just put a little marker on them and be like, all right, I'll pin that for later. And if we have to deal with it, fine, I'll deal with it. We'll move it up the priority list. And holding this bridge here, it sets up Fisher really well. Unfortunately, you didn't get fully under the bridge. Ajax, that was a close call. He's been holding on to their life for now. And this is kind of where exactly where Rutgers wanted to play, but that hook, I mean, you just can't be waiting off the cooldowns. Fisher have been trying to play so passive and wait these out, but because they take so long, cost them their life. Even in numbers, not in ultimates. Iron Man, that Fiat Matrix into the back. Woohoo! Faded, hanging on for dear life. But yeah, no. The duplicated damage is going to put the end to that tank and turn the robot right back around.
Ajax is like, I'll just single-handedly keep this fight alive. Finds the perfect hook on Atlas, who was looking for that pulse bomb. They've been looking for it for a little bit now, and they're able to land the hook on a Faded as well to finish that off. But honestly, Iron Man's window also keeps Ajax alive during a very clustered fight when that Kitsune Rush was pumping out so much extra damage here from the Fiends, as they will loop around, try and take this high ground positioning as the lead. It will get swapped over here to the Rutgers side.
They're gonna grab the lead and have the ultimate to back it up. About to be ultimates plural, which they're gonna need. Fisher Fiends quite a bit. Pack a punch, but the sound barrier gonna be their most important, especially since the Scarlet Knights have nothing to match it. Alice in trouble. It's a beautiful Sunstuck, knowing that there's nothing in the past, forcing that sound barrier much earlier. So now uses the opportunity to attempt, and this high ground will be able to live, but no, reaches the backline. They didn't keep the tag on himself. It's gonna get a fist to the dome. Wow, Rutgers, it's exactly what we're talking about. You need to be watching what this Alari's doing.
They honestly need Atlas just to track Neutral. Normally, you want to track the opposing Tracer.
Yeah.
So, hey, our Tracers make sure we know where the other Tracer is, but you need to know where Neutral is 24/7, because if you don't, it can be a massive issue. As did, I think Atlas just pulsed, didn't he? That was interesting.
Yeah. We'll give it that.
That's about the only way I'll say it for now.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that, get a redemption. Snell, you know what, hey, maybe that was the pulse bomb kill. We can take the credit from Snell, at least for now. Atlas is dead, though. So this is turning around rather quickly. It'll be tapped with the pulse bomb, though. Hoping for a little bit better luck than Atlas, looking for the tank, but the boot back actually ended up working against them in that matter. Rutgers hanging on to this lead, along taps, just kind of poke, tickle around wherever he feels is necessary. And in this instance, it's Snowl is given target, splitting this team up, and Pig Boy is on the flank of a lifetime. Can't even find players because they're so focused on Ajax right now. The support line, sure, Fisher got what they came for, but who else is there to bask in the glory? Absolutely nobody.
Everybody just fades away. Now Faded goes over to the Winston, the look we thought we were going to see at the very beginning of this map, but already you're down nearly 50 meters and counting here for the Fiends. And this map, and well, it's a tie now, but honestly, your chances of getting a lead back in this series are really starting to look pretty dim, as Rutgers have looked great during this map, and they still have both support ultimates to work with.
I mean, Rutgers, like, having these forward spawns, know that they're much more capable of taking these fights wherever they please, wherever it may favor them. I mean, holding on to this bridge, not something you want to kind of walk into. Atlas is the player you kind of shove up there to do so. Have the pulse bomb, but with Iron Man support ultimate, and no! Oh, Faded! Missed the jump, abandoned it last second, seeing the Ant Matrix in his face, and there's just no one in the way of Pig Boy. Atlas got up there, but too little, too late. The damage has been done. Double, make that a triple. Oh, the Scarlet Knights, this progress continues to progress.
This will get over to triple-digit mark, and honestly, it's do or die territory here for Fisher. Snell is stuck. They're gonna get staggered out. This is going from bad to worse here, as honestly the luck for the Fiends is growing stale during this map. This is honestly rough. You only have the sound barrier to work with as a defensive ult. You don't have the Kitsune Rush to try and push in. You gotta hope that Snowl can find something early without getting sniped away from the pulse bomb from Tap.
I want to see more of initiative out of Fisher Fiends. Quite literally, now or never. with these ultimates, but you always let Scarlet Knights make that first move. At least with the Sound Barrier, that is a reactionary tool to pull out. That's 2 ultimates down, and neutral will hit the deck. So that's actually not too bad for Fisher Fiends. If they can close out this battle using only the Sound Barrier and kind of snowball this backwards, it'd be great. But who's contesting the payload right now? Ajax is holding it down. Uh-oh, the robot's on the move. Someone has to get there. Won't be a problem at all. Snow has to pop the overclock after all, which even if the Scarlet Knights end up losing this fight, Jesse, at the end of the day, it's one that they may end up winning. Ajax got another 2. Surely Fisher can get back and contest this. Ajax! A one-man army! No way! The full completion is actually going to become a reality. Everything out of Fisher Fiends, their entire plan has gone up in flames. It's just all panic. Survival instincts are keeping this court contested right now. Rutgers should have been down and out of this long ago, that they never focused on the real threat. The Roadhog running it down mid. Faded is absolutely cooked. Kitsune Rush helping players from Fisher move forwards, forcing Ajax back, but nobody can actually put their face into the mix. And Mortality Field isn't enough to keep Ajax up. Perhaps there's a chance, but Fisher need to do it quickly. They're grabbing a couple eliminations. The spawn rooms are right there, and my goodness, Jesse, they're gonna hang on by the skin of their teeth.
They barely hang on. I honestly thought Rutgers were going to be able to finish the map in a Crates event, and maybe they still do, but no. It will be Iron Man taken out. Pig Boy should be the last one to fall here. And what a little turnaround there for Fisher, but still, yes, as much as it is nice that you get to play out these last 2.5 to 3 minutes of this map, depending on how long OT goes, you have a lot of fights you still got to win. Arguably, what, 4 to 5 fights? Maybe in a row to try and get this map over the edge. And you basically have to complete the map, which is already hard enough to do and push. We have to do it not just to be like, oh, cool, we finished the map, just to pass where Rutgers got during that last push.
I mean, honestly, I don't even think that this is comebackable right now. That bought 2 minutes, that last fight, off of the time bank that Fisher needed. And you already don't have Atlas. The Pulse Bomb is nowhere near anybody in the same zip code. Neutral just chucks a tactical nuke, and that's going to be the end, or at least it should have been. Momentum. Perhaps the Sound Barrier here, knowing how important it is for Fisher to kind of close out these points, but at the end of the day, it's just another ultimate down the drain and fighting into a losing battle. Snell hasn't been able to put a harness around Pig Boy in the slightest, and Fisher, once again, have to meet the Knights, knocking at their gates. Is Autos and Neutral, what am I watching right now? There's no support on the front lines, at least for one team, and it's the one that's suffering in their own spawn room. Neutral can keep Autos distracted as long as they want, and the job has been done. It's on Snell. Any shot that can manage to land here would be something, but the overclock, it's gonna cool on down. Only 60 seconds remaining, and Fisher Fiends are barely winning out these battles, if you can even call it winning.
I would say it's winning. They've just put a band-aid over the massive wound on their side right now, just trying to make sure they can limp across the finish line, maybe just a little bit longer, but it's not like this attack is done yet for Rutgers. They find the hook, they find Snell. Pulse Bomb will be here soon as well.
We spent the last 4 minutes in this final stretch of Esperanza. This is going to be the time that the payload is marched on home. It's an angry Winton, the last say on this map. The 30 seconds, but Fisher have nothing else to do on this map. Rutgers, this wind has been thrown into their sails, and the Knights find themselves up on match point.
This team is just so fun to watch. What else can you say about this team? They're so fun to watch, and no matter who you look at, they've got a playmaker on the team. This is where Neutral, they just hide in the back. Again, nobody looks at them. They're just in the back doing their 1v1s like it's the 1v1 trainer on Lijiang Control Center, and they're just clicking heads over there in the backline. It was such... This team is just ridiculous, and Fisher don't know what to do, honestly, against this team, because they're used to teams who are very structured. That's a lot of their script partners are the same way, and Rutgers are like, nah, we're playing our own game, and you're gonna have to figure out how to counter it one way or another. And the Winston was not it there for Fisher.
And that's what's so good about these teams that dip away from these conventional hero selections. We've seen it with the Chengdu Hunters and Overwatch League previously with Kunoichi CGL and calling all heroes even. Like, those teams that you're just not going to have any practice against such compositions. You don't know what to do. And if you're not able to make the proper adaptations in the way, then you're going to get run over. As we just saw here, Jesse, Fisher, despite the strong start that they had, keeping this as close as it has been, every map that has gone since the very first of Ilios has been further and further into the Scarlet Knights' direction.
Yeah, Rutgers have just looked phenomenal throughout the entirety of these last 2 maps, but we'll have to see if they can keep it going. We're going on a quick break here to see and give a little time to Fisher to figure out how they can maybe extend this series to 5.
You gotta love the joys of collegiate Overwatch and what Rutgers and Fisher Fiends have given us today on the broadcast. Rutgers, despite a rather unfortunate start, losing that map to Fisher Fiends, Jesse, they have fired back to another degree, dominating their way through Speranza and Midtown to put them up at match point.
Yeah, this has honestly been best Rutgers have looked for a long time. At least in the games that I've seen, they've looked incredibly poised of their style. Because it is messy. It is a little bit scrappy. You're going to see the supports on flanks. Like we've seen neutral time and time again. It is really up to Fisher. How do you want to combat it? New Junk City is the pick, which is not the one you and I, either of us, thought was really going to be map 4, just because Saravasa is so popular. But the big question you and I kind of talked about during the break is, where is the Maga for Fisher Fiends? Because we saw it over on Ilios. It was a great answer to when Rutgers were trying to run the Hog over in Greece. Now, over on Esperanza, when the Hog was so potent, it was struggling so much to try and deal with that Hog in the front, they just stayed on the Winston. They tried to go, hey, we're going to dive the back line, which it worked for maybe a fight or two, but past that, Rutgers were able to move, and they were able to adapt to that style and put Ajax in even more of an obnoxious position. So you got to pick which one you got to deal with. And at this point, you may just have to go Maga purely because of Ajax.
Like, we get it, Fisher. We know you do not like to run the Maga. It's out of your comfort zone. It's not your preferred play style. But in the event where it could potentially lose you a game, pull it out. Ajax is allowed to do too much. Fry the pig, turn him into a sandwich. Whatever you need to do, the Mauga is likely the name of the game here. And perhaps that is part of the reason for playing New Junk City. You mentioned, Jesse, that we usually see Saravasa because out of the two Flashpoint maps, it has the greater opportunity to flip back and forth. Whereas certain points on New Junk City, I'm talking specifically Refinery and not Bomb Flats, the Ducks, quack, quack, not that one, the Ducks, yes. Those ones in particular, very small choke points, very tight areas that you have to walk through that a Mauga can just fry. So that makes me think that Fisher are banking on some of these points where their composition can succeed a lot easier.
Yeah, that is what Fisher need to lean into in this map. Try and find those close corridor spots, and don't allow Rutgers to try and find these flanks. And that will be, oh my goodness. I wonder if that's bait. I'm not going to say, yeah, I was about to say, if we got to see Venture, that would have made my entire day if Snell pulled them out. But for now, we're not going to see Venture. Sadly, they got nerfed a little bit too harshly, IMO. And we're not going to see them here in this map so far as Fisher. Yes, they'll just go over to the Kiriko variant of this Mauga comp. Rutgers, yeah, they're just going to keep doing what they've been doing, but Pigboy will start on the Cassidy this time around.
All right. I'm here for Pigboy. I want to see it, but again, it's the Mauga that's kind of the star of the show. Okay, never mind. It's Pigboy. You're so focused on the Hog. How about the Pig on the other side? I mean, he's on this off-angle flank that Fisher really haven't been doing a great job of checking and has been losing them these maps, whether it's tap, Pigboy, neutral. Like, it's just no idea who's actually around them at any given time. So Ajax might be the pinnacle of the focus right now, yet it's Rutgers fully in control.
The Rutgers able to cap the point first, and they're able to slowly solidify their placement actually underneath the point. That is where they'll try and hide for now is Faded. They just in company keep running around, but they get yanked into the action maybe a little early.
Yeah, it was a nice good old stomp there from Faded, but you got no juice left in the tank to push it forwards, and it's Pigboy once again with that opening elimination, and he's starting these fights for Rutgers so incredibly well that the Mauga of Faded can literally do nothing into this team.
Yeah, even though on paper, Mauga is the answer here for Fisher, or at least it definitely can be, Pigboy is doing a great job. Like, hey, we're just going to chill outside. I'm going to make you look at me just for a little bit. Enough time to where the rest of my team can focus down on Faded. Because especially with the DPS passive that got buffed recently, especially DPS like Pigboy's Cassidy, like the Sojourn from Snell, they can really punish the tanks. And as this gets very close, Fisher, they can't really play their time well. They have to push into point.
Yes, with that overtime wick burning, Snell gonna get their first message in. of this Flashpoint map, but it ain't looking good. All the heads of Rutgers are turned in the direction of Fisher's Sojourn player. Ajax at least gets fried, but look where Neutral's positioned right now. Everybody from Rutgers just pulled a 1-2 split maneuver. The point might be on Fisher's side, but this numbers certainly are not. That pulse bomb nowhere near Neutral, just backed away. It's like, I ain't touching that. And suddenly, the tank is there, but no support. Fisher are just staggering themselves in an effort to maintain control of this objective, and there's no hope when Pigboy's a pocket pulse bomb, magnetic grenade to take out the remainder, giving Rutgers that start they need for their Flashpoint.
Perfect start. Honestly, they have so much pressure on the Faded. They keep trying to push into these positions, and they just get punished time and time again. They can't actually get the value that they're wanting, and Momentum as well has had a rough start to this map. They're obviously trying to go in together with Faded, but they're getting punished so early, just like Atlas is right there. Tap finds them on the flank, and that'll be a great start to the second Flashpoint, but Neutral falls.
Okay. All right, that's at least something to be able to work with, but no one's contesting Tap. I mean, that's the entire existence of Atlas, is to not let Tap be this little mosquito guy just buzz in your back of your ear. Like, the sound barrier has to come out just to make up for this damage and give Fisher the extra boost that they'll need to actually get some percentage on the board of, ideally, bomb flats.
Yes, that's at least a good start. Iron Man just throws himself off like, hey, well, let's just reset. Like, right, we're not going to be able to win this fight.
Stagger.
As that is how Fisher Fiends need to do it. Yes, they get a little bit of pressure as they're going to point, but they establish, hey, our Flashpoint for now, you got to push into us, which is something that this Rutgers lineup would have struggled with, but now they're going to make the swap. Like, hey, all right, cute. You pulled out the Maga. We thought you were probably going to do that at some point. Ajax goes over to the Sigma. That is what they'll try and have as their answer. Look out maybe for a quick Deadeye window combo to try and catch maybe Atlas off guard on one of these flanks. Yes, it is 2 ultimates to commit, but if you're able to knock out Atlas and the potential pulse bomb, it is big. We're just no Deadeye.
Well, there you go. Hey, Pigboy and Matrix is essentially synonymous at this point in the day. However, when your backline is stomped into a pancake, there isn't too much recovering from it. Rutgers are still trying to win this. It's only 2 players that are currently alive. The Sunstruck, though, that'll be Momentum going up in flames. Fisher, they have 90% on this. If Rutgers want to actually contest, they're going to have to book it on over. Do they have a touch in order now?
Oh!
Inches away from the finish line. Can't call it a C9 just quite yet. But dang, Fisher are going to be sneaking away with their first point.
Oh, that's painful for the Scarlet Knights. You're actually doing a great job of turning that fight around with the Captive Sun from Neutral. You're able to stay up. You punish the aggressors from Fisher. And you just can't touch a time. That's just the Flashpoint experience, honestly, Molly. That is the Flashpoint experience in a nutshell. They will be able to get access over here to the Flashpoint first, as it'll be Fisher having to push in. As Rutgers, they have every single sight line ready to go, and they find one on entry.
Yeah, Pigboy's on his 3rd hit scan of the day, and he's looked just as good on all 3 of them. Good old Helix rockets, might as well just take the whole field down with you, why don't you? Rutgers are now taking the first cap on one of those points that I mentioned earlier that are very hard to recontest.
Oh, it's so hard to recontest, because especially, we were going to say earlier, hey, if it's Fisher that caps it, it's because this comp loves to play close quarters. If they can find you in one of these side pockets, it can be very hard, but Rutgers, they're just not going to play into those positions. They're going to play closer to point. They're going to play their DPS and their supports on the slight high ground and try and keep the Fiends away.
A lot of that, too, is just Pigboy spamming in bullets, but there's a nice cage fight. Tap with the stick forces Suzu at the bare minimum. It's now overclock, expensive fight on both sides, and yet only 1 player is actually sent 6 feet under. Rutgers holding on for the time being, and it's going to be a very short time that bar is still pink. Fisher going to be claiming this recap with 1 fight that Rutgers need to win.
Yeah, cap comes over, and honestly, a decent fight there for Fisher. And you don't have to use the sound barrier as well. That is the big one here. You don't use the sound barrier. You still have it for the Gravitic Flux coming up from Ajax. And arguably a must-win fight here for both teams, as Neutral also has that Captive Sun. We've seen how aggressive they've been with it all day. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to chuck it in just a little early to catch the Fiends off guard.
It's essentially a cooldown, right? The
Yeah.
ultimate charge is so fast between the amount of damage Neutral's dealing and the healing, and it forces Sound Barrier entirely on its own. Fisher invested both support ultimates into this fight, so they better go ahead and win it now. Thankfully, seems to be the case. Every other Q button has now been pressed, and Scarlet Knights looking a little lost without their tank.
Yeah, Ajax, they do use the Gravitic Flux during that
Yeah.
fight, and that is... I think it was winnable, but it was always going to be a tough position with that Kitsune Rush going. Autos was just able to keep the heals going during that entire time. As now Rutgers are the team that need to rush in. They do have the window and tack visor, though. If they can actually get that set up in time. Do they? Please don't.
The tap
oh,
not
my
again!
God.
Not again! You
Nana.
can't keep doing this. Like, again, if you're gonna take a fight, great, but you gotta touch the point. Doesn't matter if you win the battle or not. Pig Boy get as many eliminations as he pleases, but if you don't hit the point, it doesn't matter. Fisher only need one more point to push them forwards, and lucky for them, it's just the map where you can play close quarters again.
Yeah, you can play close quarters here yet again if you're a Fisher. It doesn't matter as much that Rutgers, yes, they have this high ground position. That is where Pig Boy is set up. But you basically were gifted that last flashpoint with no touch available.
No, I mean, they're just sending Faded in and what looked to be a suicide mission. There was no choice. You had to get Rutgers off the high ground one way or another, and one of the least flippable points in the game is now in favor of the Scarlet Knights.
And they just have to use window. They use window as Fisher tries to move in.
Yeah.
And like you said, Faded. They just go on in. It's like, I'm probably going to die here. Let's just see if we can get something done. And they indeed did die pretty quickly on that push. As you wonder, maybe after this next ult, will Faded swap to something else, whether it be the Ramatra to try and push in a little more efficiently. I'm curious. Or if they're just going to, hey, stick with the Malga. It's been working for the most part during this map. As Tap already looking to be a little bit of a pest over here.
Tap is a pest. Not looking to be. Tap is the pest in Fisher's backline, who has been doing an excellent job at keeping Atlas at bay and even running him over on occasion. While the Tracer battle is cool, I'm looking more to the big fireball that Neutral can now launch out of their solar rifle. We're ideally going to see momentarily. Fisher are very slow on this approach because they wanted to take the high ground, and it's going to work out wonderfully for them. It's when these more tactical areas force Rutgers to play closer together. They can't spread out to divide and conquer. This is why Fisher is strong and selected this map.
Yeah, this is why they wanted to do this, especially Snell. Again, they've been slowly heating up. We've seen them kind of hot and cold during this series, but that was a great little two-piece there. And, you know, Atlas is the unsung hero. They get the pulse bomb kill on the Pig Boy, who was running the tactical visor. It gets nothing because they're able to catch it so early, and the lamp was not available since Iron Man got taken out earlier in the fight. Rutgers now need to win this flashpoint just to keep this map going, send us to a 5th, and they at least have someone else to do it. But watch out, if Autos or Momentum die early, this could force us to a 5th flashpoint. Oh my god.
Flux in the small room. Everything is on fire, and it ain't pretty for one team. But that's where the Lucio comes in handy. The sound barrier providing a nice cushion between the Rutgers Scarlet Knights damage and the Fisher Fiends. We're going to remain on their feet. And we're needing to close out one more fight. And honestly, Jesse, can Rutgers even get there? Uh-oh.
Ajax is on the ball. Pig Boy on the Sombra as well. They're making sure they can hopefully get somebody to touch them. Please, Scarlet Knights, have somebody touch. There you go. Overtime is triggered, but it's still a long ways to go.
Long ways to go, and it's looking to be much shorter every time. Snow lets the shot go. Beautiful flick on the Big Boy. Looking for one more. Doesn't even need to find the elimination. Fisher fades despite the rocky last couple of maps, or a squad that can adapt, that can take toe-to-toe even with the most chaotic of squads. Oh, Jesse, it couldn't be more fitting to say that we're going to a map 5.
I know we had 2 3-0s earlier today. This is what we've came here for. These types of series send us over to map 5. And Fisher, we were wondering, like, hey, where was the Moga during the last map? And, you know, maybe we'd be telling a different story, a series ender right now. But instead, we'll be heading over to map 5, a perfect showing of how this comp can be used. And what a nice little showing there from the Fiends. And Rutgers now are the team, after forcing adaptation after adaptation, try after try from the Fiends to try and find something to work, something eventually does stick, and now it is the Scarlet Knights who need to find something here in the dying moments to keep their dreams alive.
Oh my goodness, was this a close game. Fisher Fiends, we wanted to see the Malga just with how potent it can be to things like that Roadhog. Ajax went over to the Sigma, and Rutgers, even with how the map of New Junk City is structured, that map pick alone, Jesse, played a great part into Fisher's success. They got the objectives that they wanted to play, and just by pure compositional difference, those changes allowed them to have an advantage in nearly every fight that the Fisher Fiends took throughout the course of our Flashpoint. So Rutgers Scarlet Knights were on the back foot. They didn't know what to do. It was all relying on to Pig Boy for these opening eliminations, but he could only do so much for so long, and Fisher, at the end of the day, the end of the map really, were the more consistent squad, and it's enough to push them to this much anticipated escort map.
And like we said, Rutgers not having a Lucio was going to hurt. I think it hurt a little bit more than they thought it would over on New Junk City, because even though, yes, they're able to get over to some of these flashpoints, get some presence early, we saw it twice, they're not able to touch because they don't have that extra speed. That counter goes so much faster. It's 1% every 0.8 seconds compared to the 1.2 from Control. It is that much quicker, and it really bit Rutgers there pretty hard. They will send us over to Route 66 for our final map of this series. Honestly, yeah, I do like this. They're going to play top gas on the defense and try and force Fisher on the engage to honestly just survive, to actually get some pressure up on that high ground, because they can be so hard to do.
This is the map where we're really going to see that poke, the Iyari, Sojourn, Cassidy, whatever Pig Boy's gonna pick, drilled home. If you cannot dislodge players from these high grounds, I mean, defense is where it's at for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Fisher fans will have the option to choose which side they start on, so those are more of the areas that they're going to look forwards to. It is this battle of consistency versus sheer mechanical pop-off moments is what this game, as series, has come down to. And why escort maps can be so interesting in defining the end of this like grueling map 5 bloodbath that we've been thrown into. Despite Fisher just kind of getting beaten up in both Midtown and Esperanza, they've regained some of their footing, Jesse, and I'm looking forward to them standing tall on this map of Route 66.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see if Fisher can continue that momentum here over on Route 66, because yes, it has been quite a struggle at times to try and figure out this very awkward puzzle that is the Scarlet Knights. Like you said, this is a team you can't really scrim for unless they're scrimming a different one of the Fisher teams. Like, okay, they may run this, let's try this. Like, it is so hard to tell what this team will actually run because they didn't play in a lot of outside comps during the entire semester. They basically played just in this, and I think one other through their athletic conference, so it is tricky to find film on Rutgers as well. They're not a team you can really scout very well. And I think Rutgers really took that to their advantage over in maps 2 and 3. But like we said at the very beginning of the show, Fisher Fiends are a team that love to adapt, and their teamwork is impeccable, and they've slowly chipped away at the strategies that Rutgers have. So now, can you find that one missing piece here? Or will that one missing piece that, if you're someone like me who makes those puzzles sometimes, and you forget the puzzle in the box, it could be the end of the season here for the Fisher Fiends. My big question for Rutgers is, do you go back to Torb maybe to try and help with the dive that's potentially imminent here? What are you going to try and do on this DPS line to just give you a little bit of an edge?
You know what I loved about that whole thing there, Jesse? Is that you didn't really mention what Fisher is going to come out on or what they're going to try to do. Because the entire series, if you really think about it, Fisher have every single time started on the losing end. They are a team that banks on what is the right opponents playing. How can we make those adjustments? And because of that, they usually start out on something that doesn't work so well. But after they make those changes, figure out what the game plan is that they're playing into, then we see the Fiends make said changes and play out that way. So Scarlet Knights will be starting out on this defense. Pretty conventional for what we were expecting. Full poke, these high levels of damage where Fisher Fiends, the pressure is on to crush this high ground.
and tap will start on the Torbjorn. So maybe like, hey, if Atlas is on the Tracer, then we have a way to mark them. If Faded is going to try and run the Winston, we have a way to mark them as well. And like you said, everything else there for Rutgers is pretty standard. It's exactly what we saw on Mid-10 that worked incredibly well. I'm honestly not even going to talk about this Fisher Fiends lineup yet until I know it's real, because yeah, it's going to be a lot of, hey, figuring out what is going on. Atlas will go over to the Tracer, Snell over to the Soj, and they will run this dive that they've run from time to time. And yes, they don't have to deal with the Roadhog that was such a pain for them, but it is still them diving into this poke comp that has been really a struggle for them this entire series.
This is the one instance where, all right, Winston is doable into a Sigma, and it will punish those players who are playing separate. So, like, if all of a sudden Tap gets pinged or called out, it ain't looking good for the little Torbjorn. So, Fisher Fiends now have the opportunity to punish some of Rutgers' favorite modes of play style and force them more together to kind of corral the chaos that Rutgers have been ensuing. However, no approach has necessarily been made to the high ground. A lot of what Route 66 is in this first point is just moving this payload around the gas station with either one of your DPS and then forcing the defensive players to drop down or go off to these off angles, which Pig Boy has been doing an excellent job of controlling throughout this series so far. Immortality Field of Iron Man already expended, so Scarlet Knights looking rather vulnerable. They haven't been able to take a fight or even get an elimination just with how well and controlled Fisher been playing.
And they haven't been able to hold the space either. Fisher is consistently moving this car forward, 70 meters and counting already. And like you said, no kills to go around. Faded does get booped away as they're trying to go after the Illari. And so on high ground, and they eventually do find that first blood.
Pig Boy is down, but Rutgers left their support ultimates well before Fisher, so it does buy them a chance into this fight, but Snell's just asserted himself onto the high ground here, and it's what we've talked about all game. It defends, and whether you win or lose these fights, regardless of what Rutgers Scarlet Knights had in terms of ultimates, Fisher made such quick work of this first point by sheer maneuverability.
Yeah, they played that perfectly, and that is when those scrim hours really taking advantage here for Fisher, as you know exactly how to work around this kind of a Sigma setup. And that will trigger like Rutgers like, all right, let's we're just gonna go over to the Hog. Why not? And Faded immediately goes over to the Mog. Like, no, we're not gonna play this game. We're just gonna go over to the counter right away. We're not going to let you even have one fight of a tank advantage.
Beautiful. Faded, as soon as he hit tab, it's like, oh, they're on Pig. You beat 180 back into that spawn. It's like, all right, this is how we're going to play? Fine. Bring it on, Piggy. Ajax is a tough task ahead. And Scarlet Knights, I don't even think they've had a single elimination this entire game. Like, that is saying something for how their previous maps have gone. Fisher's tempoed playstyle continues to work out, and they're not even pushing the payload right now, recognizing how important the positioning is. Now, overclock up and ready to go, looking for the supports playing in the backline, but eventually zoned out by the multi-core of all of the ultimates that could be thrown in their direction. The neutral's turn now, whole bunch of fire out on the playing field. It'll be Pig Boy finally an elimination in the direction of the Scarlet Knights. It's enough for them to stabilize. Neutral finds himself in the middle of a Mauga, which is not a fun spot to be at all. Scarlet Knights, despite their initial struggles, have gotten themselves back up and planting their flag here on second point.
I would say that's just done though. Momentum's gonna pop the sound barrier when Snell is very low, as they're gonna try and punish Ajax, but they don't do it yet.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that. You have 5
either.
players. That wasn't great. I mean, the Pig doesn't die. Ajax has so much sustain, and you lose your Tracer throughout all of it, commit your sound barrier, and it got you a whole lot of nothing except for what would be a dead Lucio. Fisher Fiends. While the idea was great, Jesse, that is probably the worst way that could have ended.
Yeah, like, I don't even mind the idea, like, hey, your DPS were low. Autos was dead at that point, so it is just momentum as the only support going up there. You try and bring it back, it's just Ajax doesn't die, and it honestly ruins all the impact of that sound barrier. So now Rutgers have a brilliant spot. This is where they want to hold. They want to hold up here on top of the building. Faded is going to have a really hard time just to even put pressure on the Illari and the Sojourn, who are just sitting pretty up here.
Like, who are you even can get up there. Oh, the cage fight will keep them in one place. All right, that's one way to deal with the players on the high ground, but who's dealing with them really? It's the other way around. Need to call an ambulance, but not for Rutgers. It's Fisher Fiends who had the play, sure, but oh boy, did that backfire quickly.
Oh, it backfired real fast, Tiny. It's like, all right. It's like, oh, cool. We got the Sojin on high ground. It's like, oh, the Hogs in our back. The Hogs in our back. And we're all dead. Cool. As Atlas will swap. They realize that the verticality with the Tracer isn't going to be good enough. And the Torb from Tap has really been keeping them at bay. They're going to go with the Genji, which we don't see a whole lot as of late. We've seen some teams run it occasionally. I don't mind this here from Atlas, because you need to find a way to challenge Neutral and everybody upstairs, but at least he doesn't make it in the fight.
The Hog's a problem. The Hog is a massive problem, and Faded has been able to do absolutely nothing about it. And like, it's not exactly his fault. He gets shredded by Pig Boy and Tap on any approach that is actually attempted. Fisher feigns despite this near 5-minute time bank. Oh no, please don't do it to him. Give him the head.
Oh,
yeah, Tap. Oh, Scarlet Knights, they're feeling themselves right now.
That's 4 for the series. If we get over 5, I think I'm going to lose my mind in a good way. This is
in a good way.
is crazy from Tap. And honestly, at this point, like you said, 30 seconds, Fisher Fiends, the only ult they will have at the very beginning of this fight is going to be that overclock from Stone. They're already half health, struggling to get into this fight when Rutgers have everything. Yep, there they go. Bye.
Jesse, why'd you have to say anything? Stone was under pressure and just walked into a hot Cheeto that Tap was chucking out. That's not okay. I mean, oh no, the hook from behind. Ooh, Odos will sneak on away thanks to the swift step. But who's there to contest the cart? Can anybody even move in that direction? Perhaps Momentum can take a speedy approach. Thankfully, it moved far enough back, so this is doable. But you can't look at the high ground because there's a Pig Boy up on top. The Hog pushes everybody on the back into the sight lines of the Sojourn. And I'll be the Rutgers Scarlet Knights recovering to have a monster of a second point hold.
What a second point hold for them is, yes, you lose one fight early. And at that point, it's like, oh, all right. You know, it is just fight. It's just so long that Rutgers like, nah, we're just going to chill up here. If you can't really figure out a way to challenge up here, go for it. Try and push the low ground. You have no way to challenge Neutral and Iron Man and Pig Boy and honestly Tap. We're all kind of scurried along, whether it be the top of the saloon over here, the other top gas. It was such a struggle for Fisher to do anything because they know the dive can't work because they tried it early with the Winston, and there's a reason why they swapped right away. And I don't blame them for trying to go over to the Mauga to try and deal with Ajax. I understand that positioning, and I think Atlas going over to the Genji late on, not a horrible idea. But, you know, in theory, it could work. In reality, it didn't. Like, it was 3.5 minutes of them pounding their head into a wall, thinking that the outcome is going to be different. So now, at this point, you need to... I was honestly considering, do they close hold? It doesn't look... Oh, they might, actually. They're going to try and close hold here near train cars, which I really like this. Don't let Rutgers space out as much. You will know the few angles they could be peeking from here, at least the very beginning of the fight.
Rutgers, though, they anticipated. They had the Sonic Arrow out. Oh, it does catch the Mauga, so Scarlet Knights well aware of Fisher's plans. And Ajax, we're going to go straight back into the spawn. He's going to make a swamp. What to, though? The Sigma, perhaps? Yeah, okay, so it's going to be the Sigma. To add more of this poke protection, as you can't really close the gap since the gap is already very narrow. Fisher Fiends holding up in this train car with the Kiriko and Sojourn on the high ground, but you don't have the same amount of support as you do with the Baptiste, Awari, and Faded has paid the price for that multiple occasions today. Fisher Fiends, a close hold, ain't working out. But the nice part about it, Jesse, is you can get back to this gas station just in time.
Yeah, you can get back in plenty of time. They will stick with the Mauga for now. I am mixed on this, admittedly. I could see how it can work. Because, again, there's only so many different places where Rutgers will be able to line up. But you can see already, you got Neutral here on the backside. You got some over by top gas. There's so many different crossfires you got to look at. How are you going to be able to safely get everybody to that actual engagement?
Like, that was always the issue for Fisher Fiends. I mean,
Look at
Fade is almost
Faded.
already
Oh.
dead, and he peeked his head around a corner for, like, what, 2 seconds? Malga just has no team or even self-protection other than his lifesteal, this cardiac overdrive that he's already popped out, and he's a sitting duck, and a dead duck. Have that. Pig Boy, neutral, like they're standing still on the high ground. Nobody on Fisher is batting an eye in their direction.
Yeah, honestly, for records, like, it's not too late to say you're welcome to Fisher Fiends for just running the Malga, right? Like, if you're gonna run it, cool. We're just gonna run the Sigma. They're able to cap first phase. 4.5 minutes left to go 63 meters. And Rutgers looking to be in an excellent spot to move on to the top 8 and ending the Fisher dream of having 3 teams in the top 8. But still, they got to finish this off. We've seen how these time banks can just so quickly fade away. It happened the other way around over to Fisher on Midtown. This game is definitely not done yet, but Rutgers have the tools with both support ults, both DPS ults, and soon to be the Flux to finish this off right here, right now.
One fight win stands in the way of Rutgers and their victory. It's off to a great start. Pig Boy grabs one. Neutral's uncontested. There's a second for Pig Boy. Ooh, it's looking good. The Scarlet Knights, though, looking to close it out. At Matrix, doubling the damage, double the deadliness. Fisher Fiends are dead. They're down. They're beaten. Only a sound barrier remains. Jesse, and a contest looks out at the cards.
Yeah, you need Alice to get a touch here very quickly and make sure, hey, they can actually last for a little bit longer. Because momentum, yeah, they could pop it right away. But you need to make sure that Alice gets value, and Alice already uses the recall.
Momentum trying to get there. The sound barrier's in play. He needs to get this down. Yes! He'll manage to snag it. They're alive, but just barely. Snow taking control of this high ground. Gravitic Flux denying any sort of damage, spoiling them in a room, smashing them down to the ground like pancakes. Only the Malga standing proud on the payload, Faded, hoping for a cage fight, more sustain, anything that the Fisher Fiends can pull out of thin air to make their fight winnable. But Jesse, it seems that their dreams, their hopes are all done as the Rutgers Scarlet Knights winning the story at the end of a 5-map banger. Moving on in the Overwatch Collegiate Cup.
They move on to the top 8. What a little run the Scarlet Knights are going on. Honestly, if you're Fisher Fiends, you just gotta applaud the effort they put in this series. Not a bad way to go out. They will finish top 12 for the 3rd team over at Fisher College. But, man, what a little turnaround. This actually is gonna count the jump offs as the Eilers. Big boy. Yeah, fair enough. But what a turnaround here for Rutgers. As they move on to the next round. They will play, I believe, the winner of our next match in lower round 3. But the Scarlet Knights, they show, hey, you don't always have to run meta to get success. And what a run they are currently on.
A team that doesn't scrim, doesn't know the meta, doesn't even play it. Like, nobody expects them to go this far. These individuals have come together as a talented bunch, even if they're a bit memey. I mean, Ajax on the Roadhog, Pig Boy, becoming rather popular lately due to his presence in Super's ranked games, and Rutgers Scarlet Knights have been playing to all of their strengths the entire time. Neutral was uncontested. Iron Man played the Baptiste, Sedang near perfection, and Tap was a force to be reckoned with. You cannot ask more from these 5 players making an unprecedented run, keeping Rutgers a club team at the top.
And weirdly enough, very beginning of this series, we said Fisher are the more traditional team. They're going to be a team, hey, we're going to look for a lot more teamwork and coordination. Weirdly enough, it was that final map that Rutgers looked way more polished on what they were trying to do. They knew exactly where they wanted to hold. It was Fisher who was unsure at times where they wanted to go. They were hesitating, and Rutgers jumped on that so quickly. Like, hey, you're hesitating, you're worried? All right, let's make you worry just a little bit more and make sure we can keep this map and our run going in OWCC going. And what a way for them to book their ticket into the top 8.
Two clashing stories here. The well-oiled machine versus the comfortable college students playing whatever the heck they can grab time, and it does show that multiple play styles can make a presence within competitive Overwatch and allow for success at said top levels. We've had a great series to end off our final 2 matches of the day, but we're not just done with Rutgers yet. We are going to get an interview online, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with some more Collegiate Overwatch. Wow. The Rutgers Scarlet Knights and Fisher Fiends took us on quite the journey today. We had a total of 5 maps played out between the two of them. And my goodness, we can be up here. We can hype it up all that we want to do. But I guarantee those comms were going crazy towards the end of the game. And we have Ajax here with us on the desk to let us know what was going on with Fisher. And first of all, I just have to ask, how does it feel to take down a well-practiced team like in Fisher Fiends as your Rutgers squad?
Well, it feels good. We knew we were better the whole time. It's like the fights we were losing. It really annoyed us because we knew like it shouldn't have been lost. It shouldn't have been close. We made it a lot closer than it had to be, but we got it done in the end, so that's what matters.
Yeah, honestly, you guys looked phenomenal, especially on a few of those maps. What was the mindset going into that 5th map after Fisher did regain a little bit of the momentum?
Well, obviously, New Junk City was tilting, considering we were playing without a Lucia. We were only getting like one fight what they would cap. So that was honestly tilting, but we knew still going into Route 66, like, hey, they just won because of this. If we're on our comp on Route 66 where they can't just make it one fight, we're going to win. So we were confident.
And you guys, like you said, you don't run meta a lot of the time. You don't have a Lucio player. So what is the thought process on how you guys go? Because honestly, your poke comp has been ridiculous so far this tournament. And what is the theory behind that and how you think you can keep going in this tournament?
Well, we catch teams off guard. We make them play comps they're not necessarily practiced on. And we know we all have the individual skill to shine through. So we all play ranked a lot. We all practice. Some people have their own teams. So we know that if we just play what we're good at, force the other team to play stuff they're not practiced on, then we're going to win.
So it's kind of like this mixture of styles that you guys are putting into with your own individual practice. And then you all have this great talent that you can put together for the sake of your school. And that is really incredible to hear. I was talking to Iron Man, I believe, a little bit yesterday, kind of about how your team has been forming over the past year or so. I believe this is your 3rd semester now, going in as all juniors, and still a lot of tournament left to be played. If your next opponent, whoever that may be, like, what should they know? Like, what do you want to say to them about Rutgers University?
They can prepare however they want for the hog. I mean, we're going to find other ways to win no matter what. So I'd be scared if I were them. But good luck to them.
Fair enough.
Good luck to the opponents. I mean, hey, if you guys keep playing like you did today, they are very well going to need it. I mean, Ajax, watching you play on the stream in general, especially on certain points like Esperanza, like, do moments like that really get chaotic kind of within the comms, or are you guys more calm, cool, collected? Like, what does that really sound like?
Honestly, we're really chill. We don't. I hear some like other comms, like other teams, and they're like yelling and whatnot. We're just kind of chilling, laid back. I think we just played better that way. More like individualistic.
Nice. Well, I do have one more question, non-gameplay related, before we send you off, because it is Sunday and it is Mother's Day too. Do you have any shout outs, any people that you'd like to kind of give a thanks to as you're out here on the stream today?
Yeah, shout out my mom, obviously, for Mother's Day. I had to cancel a dinner reservation that we had at 6 to make this match, so we'll reschedule it, but very
so it's good
appreciative
that you
of my
won.
mom.
Now you have a
she's
reason
done
to
for me.
cancel.
Yeah, exactly. If we lost, it would have been a total dud. It would have been, oh, I should have won anyways. But shout out my mom. And shout out all the moms out there.
Woohoo! We love supported Overwatch parents. Well, Ajax, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk today. We'll go ahead, bid you farewell, and we will go ahead and see you and the Rutgers Scarlet Knights on the competition for next Friday.
Perfect. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Wow, Jesse. I mean, it literally went in. We were not afraid. We were annoyed at ourselves. Like, this doesn't say, like, this is a team that spells confidence.
Yeah, they are just confidence personified, this entire team, because, like, you heard them, like, we're just going to take our ones. We're going to play individually, and it's going to work out. And, you know, as we kind of look through all the highlights of this game, it was just them, pop-off after pop-off after pop-off. And as much as Fisher tried to push them around, right? Like, Fisher did a great job making them uncomfortable at times with actually running the meta. It did get to a point where, okay, Rutgers, they're feeling great. And this is a scary team to go against the rest of the way.
No, if I'm any team, I wouldn't want to see them come up in my next tournament
No.
bracket. But I don't think you guys here have we've met some new Rutgers Scarlet Knights fans today. And if you guys want to stay updated on all of our collegiate Overwatch action, make sure you give a follow to our socials that you see here below us now. Because, oh my goodness, Jesse, we're not even done with today. We still have a whole nother game that is going on. It'll be UCI taking on the St. Clair Saints coming up right after this break. So grab your popcorn, get some water, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Cup competition. One more match to come through today, and I'm Tiny Shiny with Twin Salty to walk y'all through the action. We were talking a little bit earlier. Like, we don't expect any 3-0s coming through today. If there was going to be 3-0, it was going to be our last game, Rutgers with Fish Fiends. If you've been around here, that went to 5. Now, this is the game, Jesse, that we think these 5 maps are possible. UCI and St. Clair Saints have been at the top of collegiate competition for quite some time.
Yeah, honestly, you think about St. Clair, they're the best program in Canada. Honestly, regardless of the game you're thinking about, they've been at the top up north for a long time. And UCI, they're one of the oldest varsity programs in the country. Like, they've been around for a long time. This roster has been around for a long time. A lot of juniors and seniors on this team for the Anteaters. So this one could easily go the distance. I admittedly would have UCI as a slight favorite going into this. They've been an even better team over the last month or so since McGravy, who used to be in Overwatch League for a long time, was a coach on the world champ Florida Mayhem. He's done an incredible job with this team. They've been a little bit more polished. But St. Clair, man, this is, again, it's Team Canada, basically. That's the feel that they give. And as you look at this team, Tread, Noxious has been all over the place. And the support line of Red X and Soax has been just unbelievable.
A big thing to note, though, for St. Clair is they've had to do a little bit of flexing within the past couple of days. And most importantly, that's been Razor. While he's still incredible at the DPS, he's also normally a support player who's kind of come into this role that the Saints have needed filled. It's been interesting, though, Jesse, and I point this out specifically, is we're seeing a lot of teams play this Tracer Soldier and Tracer Cassidy, whatever that may be, but Razor prefers more of this traditional flex DPS, like the Genji and the Echo, which makes me all the more curious how UCI is going to react.
Yeah, it's not going to be the normal copy-paste meta. It's going to be some variants of it. When they run dive, they may run the Diva variant instead of the Winston. That also works a little bit better with Razor over there on the Genji, potentially. So I do like that St. Clair, they're going to show you a little bit of a different look here and there. When you go for UCI, it depends on who's in to start. With it being Romani in, that screams to me, especially with our first map, the Roadhog is coming back out. We're not going to get it just one series, but both series that you and I are on today. Is Romani one of the best Roadhogs in Collegiate? We've seen how well they've done over with Sheer Cold over in EMEA for OWCS. And now the Turkishman is going to do a great job so far this season with UCI.
Yeah, UCI have been a team which recently picking up a well-accomplished coach, to say the very least, and they've been making these massive adjustments. I believe out of all the teams we've seen on stream, they've played the widest variety in heroes and compositions. So when we go back to this common narrative of adaptability, how well can you maneuver around what your opponent is playing, UCI in our minds is the pinnacle of what this can look like, with the great minds behind them, but also in front. Interestingly enough, though, Romani didn't play at all in UCI's series yesterday, so he'll be making a reappearance here now on Oasis for map number 1.
Yeah, I believe they were actually gone yesterday out in LA, not in the Irvine area, so that's why Rhino, we saw them all day yesterday. This is the time. Okay, you are the best team in the West. You were the last team in the West. Boise State did not make it out of groups. ASU got knocked out earlier today, so you are the last team standing here for the West Coast of the United States. What can you show for the West Coast? This will be, honestly, a very telling first map. If St. Clair struggle with this Roadhog on this first map, it could spell a very short series here for the Saints. But if they can help deal with that, we could, again, maybe see 4 maps, maybe even see another map 5, which everybody would love, especially for those exclamation point drops that are going on in the streams. But also, hey, it's just more content. Why not? We want to see these series go 4, go 5. We don't want to see the sweeps. And that is what each team, granted, each team will be wanting that sweep just to get it over with and book their spot into the top 8.
two programs who have cemented themselves among some of the top in both the United States and Canada. St. Clair Saints just won a Esports Program of the Year award a week ago. UCI, the longest standing esports program in the United States. And they are stacked full of support, full of star-studded rosters. Kicking it out here on Oasis. We're not going to get the Roadhog after all. Twin Salty Romani rocking it out on the Samoan tank.
Yeah, they will go over to the Mauga, and they will also not run the typical variant. They will have Psy over on the Echo. They assume it's maybe a Mauga variant, a Mauga mirror, so they can try and deal with the other tank, but instead, St. Clair going melee meta. But again, like we talked about, Razor doesn't like the Tracer as much. They will go with the Genji to try and make that backline's life just a little more difficult.
Understandably, again, we haven't seen Razor play anything other than the Genji or the Echo so far. It's always been Noxious on any form of the hit scan role, including Tracer. So Excal has a lot more freedom to work without this constant ticking of another Tracer to keep on track. But the one thing you do not have is increased frontline damage here. Romani having to quickly regroup back on in for walking into Tread, trying to light this tank on fire. Mauga, if you're playing into Ramacha correctly, can burn through tanks relatively quickly, just trying to get Tread to hold block the entire time and denying much space to be taken. These fights likely decided which tank falls first, and in this instance, it'll be Tread. Bowled over, but shortly followed by Romani. The quick work of the St. Clair Saints, their DPS, played on this off angle, just waiting for that moment to strike.
They're like, oh, you want to look at Tread so much? Hey, go ahead. Sorry, Tread. We're going to send you back to spawn a little early. The rest of the team will be able to clean up the fight, and they're able to cap the point first. As, like I said, Romani will have a great job burning down Tread. That's not the issue here for UCI. The issue is how do you put pressure on the Noxious, who's really cemented themselves as one of the top hit scans this semester, and Razor as well, who already has the Blade online, ready to go.
And this Dragon Blade, especially if it comes up with some support ults, or maybe a couple others, will actually be Noxious with the overclock on outforce. UCI pull their sound barrier outforcing the same, but Tread didn't even get hit with it. Oh no! St. Clair's tank just got stomped on for a second fight in a row. And now UCI have this advantage. Can they close it out? That's Razor down. The Blade looking more like a wet noodle. It'll be the St. Clair Saints, at least trying to find some sort of time buy on this objective. You know how long City Center can go.
It wasn't even like it was a wet pool noodle. It was like a movie prop. They didn't even get to swing once during that. They kind of just stood there like, oh, you're all in the cage. I can't really put. All right, I'll just climb to the top of point and die. I guess that's how it's gonna go. Is Razor, they will go over to the Sombra now to try and make Romani's life just even more difficult, as it already has been. As the Genji, yes, it's going to struggle against what UCI has been running. Psy has the dupe up, and they've been doing a great job keeping that constant damage overflowing.
And that's the advantage of having the Echo, is this massive amount of explosions you can have, or even a duplicate onto the Sombra, which was not forced. So this was intentional. On side, looking for an EMP buildup, which St. Clair Saints, respectfully so, are backing off, denying any ult charge to this Echo, knowing how devastating an EMP ultimate could have been. So now that that time is over, the Saints can now choose to re-engage in a number of ways. Ideally, this Kitsune Rush that Redix just has online. They're going to lay out the blue carpet now. St. Clair Saints moving on forwards, UCI booking it on back. They can re-engage if they want to. Supreme holding an ultimate of their own, and the stall from Excal is insane here, Jesse.
Yeah, they're just sitting on back point, and now Supreme, like you said, will use the Kitsune Rush to go on in. So X doesn't have beat yet.
They're sick, but it comes in just in time. Ooh, you could not have asked for a better timing, otherwise your Tread would be blown into smithereens. Well, he's going to do so anyways. UCI's soundbarrier timing has been better than the Saints throughout all of this. And you know what the most important thing is here? UCI never lost the point.
They never lose the point. They're going to go into spawn to try and finish off the backline, and they do. A disaster for St. Clair. As so actually you can tell, they were spamming Q like, hey, come on, beat. And by the time they got it, Not able to get it, and Razor, their one win condition, dies
no!
on entry.
Oh, this is rough. It's on to Noxious now, but chipping away at Amalga. Make that 2 Amalgas is a no-go. We're hitting the brakes here. Oh my goodness, UCI. We talked about this adjustments, these variety of comps that they can play, but there wasn't even a need to make a switch with how well they played the tempo in these battles.
I honestly, like, going in, obviously, we said UCI were the slight favorites. St. Clair had a great shot, though. And UCI are like, okay, you're going to try a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And they're like, okay, we're going to solidify it. Hey, we're just going to run what we want to run. If you want to swap around, go for it. And that's what St. Clair are now going to do. Red X, not on the Kiriko. Actually, both flex supports are going to elect to go over to the Moira, actually. With St. Clair, you can tell now it's just debating, do we run the Reaper? Do we run this Soldier? And instead, both teams run out with the Reaper. The only difference will be Xcal sticking to the Soj to play on high ground. Razor will try and do this complete death ball on the Sombra.
Not sure how to feel about this Sombra here. Disabling the Malga temporarily, sure, that can work, but at the end of the day, Xcal just has so much more elimination, damage potential than that of a Sombra, so UCI can make that work to their own degree, assuming they can play the map. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, we had a server crash. Which, yeah, it happens, everybody. It's not just your ranked games, not just your quick play games. Yeah, we had a server crash. So that is unfortunate. At least it was at the very beginning of the round. We had, I think, maybe one person fall over there on Garden. So yeah, that's just a little unfortunate for both sides. A little bit of a timeout almost for St. Clair to figure out, like, do we want to run this Sombra? Like,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I don't know
It's
if it's really the answer, because you know, even if the Echo was on the other side, hey, you can hack the Echo out of flight, you can punish maybe a little more easily, but it is just the Soldier and Reaper. The hack, all it's really gonna do, you can hack them out of Death Blossom maybe, but you're only holding out of this EMP, maybe just to cancel out Cage. That's really honestly the only thing you're holding on to EMP for, and it can be a little tricky. So as we get the lobby figured out, that is something that St. Clair are going to have to think about, is if the Sombra EMP to cancel out Cage is worth it, or do they try something completely different?
It's that glimpse of that meta we got briefly in OWCS back in February. So they're kind of picking up these old pieces, making them work together, but a lot of teams aren't doing that because several of those characters have been changed for the worse. With how oppressive all of that combo of heroes can be, it just doesn't seem to be quite the play. And one of the biggest hesitancies, at least for me, when picking a favorite in this map was I haven't seen this Tracer Soldier and this Tracer Cassidy combo. Razor is incredibly good at what he does, but in a lot of those roles, it's about contesting your opposite DPS, and it's so much more challenging to do on a Genji or an Echo from that regard. So the adaptations that St. Clair are making are fascinating, to say the least. Unfortunately, we haven't had too much time to actually like get a gauge of the direction we are going.
Yeah, so as this is get figured out, I make sure. You know, all the clips. If you missed the Torb double kill from earlier, hey, it was phenomenal. Make sure you watch that. Check out all the socials. Obviously here on Twitch or YouTube, depending on where you're watching. Over on X as well. OW_esports for everything to keep following the Overwatch Collegiate Championship playoffs. We are going to have to go into a very quick break. We're going to have to remake lobby. So stay with us, everybody. Map and round 2 of map 1 between St. Clair and UCI will be right after this.
you, Collegiate Overwatch fans, for your patience, as apparently Sombra has EMP'd our Collegiate servers for the day. So we're still in the process of getting those up and running. But, Jesse, as we continue to work on those, why don't we tell the people what they should be looking at for some more content in the meantime?
Yes, make sure, hey, if you want more Overwatch Collegiate, whether it be from our faces, from the teams, from everybody else who is doing an incredible job during this entire production and event, make sure, hey, check out all the socials, turn on those notifications, use the bell to make sure you never miss a stream, a highlight video, a clip that goes all over the socials. But yeah, I know we were talking about the Sombra. Maybe the Sombra didn't like that we were complaining that Sombra was being played just a little bit.
Karma.
Yeah, we are still in process of remaking the server, so stay patient with us, guys. We're in progress of figuring it out, and hopefully we'll be back very soon.
news, everybody! The Sombra has been removed from the back line, at least in the servers, and we are getting up and ready to return into Oasis in the second point of Garden. So, Jesse, what we're going to be doing here is UCI ended up winning City Center, so they're going to keep that going, and we are going specifically into the round of Gardens, which will be played out. We will move on into University if it is a UCI loss, and if they end up winning, well, we go to map 2. Simple as easy.
Yeah, simple as that. Just so yeah, ignore the little counts in the in-game lobby. It is currently 1-0 UCI. On this map is both teams, yeah, just gonna run the exact same thing as they did earlier, except I believe Supreme swaps over to the Kiriko this time around instead of the Moira. St. Clair, even though, you know, we were jokingly saying it's because Summer was being played that the servers got obliterated, Razor will stick to it for now.
Yeah, they'll stick to it. It was a hack onto Romani, which forces Suzu actually out of Supreme. So UCI knew that the Sombra was coming into play. Swapping over to the Kiriko for this cleanse, it is an even better pick for a UCI composition that was already pretty dang good. Romani, though, has to go ahead and charge himself right on out of that sticky situation. St. Clair Saints got themselves on the point first, and when they're able to fight close range like this, that's where the Sombra can really shine, Jesse.
Yeah, because it's going to be really hard to miss any of those abilities as long as Razor is not getting hit consistently, whether it be from Sai or Romani. And like you said, they're able to camp point first, high ground. With these camps, not really an issue for anybody except XCal, who is already getting close to overclock, but is dead.
Razor, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. You are the GOAT on the Sombra. Keep doing what you're doing, buddy, because I know it ain't easy. Throwing a hack onto Romani, or at least was going for the health pack, which he did grab, but with that amount of focus, it isn't lasting long at all. Houston, I think, can make Mitsune rush here. Oh, that's getting absolutely no value.
Yeah, they used it to, I think, try to save Romani, but by the time it actually went down, Romani's already dead. You say not able to get the value, and Romani will swap over to the Junker Queen. So this is something Romani used to play a lot of Junker Queen last semester when they were on the UCI B team, who actually knocked out the main team from homecoming playoff contention. So this is a great swap.
Oh, it would be great if that EMP came out in time to save Supreme. Otter's just a hair off, and we don't even get to see the Junker Queen come into play because that was an immediate lights out.
Yep, EMP, we know how great of an ultimate it can be. It's like, all right, you know, we're talking about UCI, they're in a great spot, they can move on forward. EMP's like, no. Just as quickly as they destroyed the server last round, they just destroy the Anteaters. That fight is now Noxious. They're hiding in the back line with the Death Blossom in case they try and move over to this side instead of main.
This isn't the case. Noxious gonna walk right out, and the cage fight locks them in place. Oh, there's nowhere to go but straight to the spawns for Sai. I mean, St. Clair Saints are setting up their fights incredibly well here, and despite that rough start they had in City Center, it's a completely different team, different game, and UCI can't even touch. What a turnaround in just the short time we've had.
Yeah, they used that lobby timeout to their advantage. An excellent turnaround to force round 3 of this map. And as we're going to make sure, like, hey, we're making sure we're going to the right submap, because obviously we want to make sure University is the final destination of this map. And, you know, you and I talked about the beginning. This one could easily go 5, depending on who is in, honestly, for UCI, whether it be Romani or Rhino. This time around, we're seeing Romani so far, and they've been doing all right, but I think the team play of Team Canada over at St. Clair is doing an excellent job of just keeping those pop-off plays away for now.
And what we saw from St. Clair, too, is they won that initial fight by forcing positioning. They took the fights close, knowing that's where their composition is strongest. Then Jesse built up such an ultimate advantage that it was just pure execution and planning from there in 2 flawless attempts. Like, we didn't even get to see UCI the majority of that submap. So that's just going to force us straight over to a University point, which is the closest cut of all of them.
Yes, it'll be nice and enclosed outside of the library here on University, as we did, fun fact, have to reset lobby to make sure that it did go to the right one.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. That is just, hey, lobbies, they don't always work. As UCI, they're just going to stick to it, and they will actually tease the Sombra for now. Little did they know, Tread is teasing the Doomfist here on University.
Please-
that
please
would
do.
be a little bit of a new flavor that we've only really seen from Maryville, and there's maybe a reason for it with it being Dante. Instead, they're just going to go back to the Maga. They're going to just a little bit of a bait, but instead, yeah, it will be the full mirror now with the Maga rush.
XCal onto the Sombra. Just add, I believe that's the 5th DPS he has now played within this tournament. A character that is going to do very well, again, on these closer cut areas. And those hacks were really causing issues before. And Romani at the losing end of that battle, again, the much more valuable pick over that of Noxious. St. Clair Saints just need help closing this out, kind of nailing down these scattered members of UCI who have managed to remain relatively healthy. They're playing farther back, hoping to get Romani into this fight again and have a second shot at this objective.
Yeah, St. Clair never actually able to flip it around. So
No.
Romani is back. They're going to get hacked right away. But this time, they're able to find that first blow.
There you go. Okay, that's the big difference there. UCI did exactly what they needed to do. Play safe, and St. Clair Saints got punished for not trying to chase any of these eliminations down.
Yeah, you are not going to get value out of this comp if you play passive. And St. Clair, they didn't have Noxious, so they played a little safe, but you can't do that with composition. You just have to go in and press W.
Ooh, or Q in the case of XCal and Razor. That was a 5-person EMP onto UCI. Yet it's both tanks that actually have gone to the grave. Exact same ultimates have been expended. The sound barriers here. The potential to shift the momentum, but neither wants to really engage without the big spearhead leading the charge on through. So a rather slow restart of the chaos we know is about to ensue. Ooh, Relax got really close to getting hacked there. We mentioned these sound barriers, these death blossoms are gonna make the difference. Boop onto Noxious, he's gonna live thanks to his support, but Tread shall not. So Relax once again a hair off on the sound barrier timing. It's gonna cost them the battle.
Yeah, it was just a fraction of a second too late, as both Death Blossoms really don't get much except a lot of damage on the Tread, and they will eventually get taken out. And honestly, it was the fact that UCI were able to back out and wait for Romani was great for XCal because their AMP kind of whiffed. It only hit on a Tread, and yes, you got Tread. The one on the other side got 4 for St. Clair, but they weren't able to finish it off in time.
These fights, they're gonna go quickly, especially with Razor's EMP already in play. Could be used to cancel the cage fight, but XCal doesn't quite have theirs and won't have the opportunity to use it. The 5-person EMPs for the St. Clair Saints again, but the later one is the one to actually deal that devastating blow. UCI's timing has been impeccable. Despite the well-oiled machine St. Clair Saints can be, it's the smallest differences between these two teams that are setting UCI above.
Yes, but I think St. Clair are slowly bringing this back potentially, but no. Redx has to get out. They're able to stay alive though with Soax, and they're not able to install this fight out enough. The flip does go back into UCI's favor, and with that, they are just going to disengage for just a second.
And then they re-engage with the sound barrier. Soax couldn't get to his in time. Ooh, St. Clair. They have to end this engagement quickly. The entire map now on the line, and only a death blossom from Noxious to go ahead and do it. He gets absolutely nowhere. Razor now trading blow for blow, a bloodbath of a final battle. Yet it's Romani, the most health, the most damage to go ahead and deal. The EMPs doing essentially nothing here as the St. Clair Saints have breathed their last breath here on Oasis, and it will be UCI heading up with the initial lead.
UCI claim map 1, 2-1 after really settling into this Malga comp. And honestly, you can tell St. Clair, they had the right idea in a lot of these fights. But like you said, the timing just in favor of UCI a lot of the time, whether it be the sound barrier landing just a second later, so they're going to play later into the fight, or the EMPs was great as they're just able to slowly chip away at the Saints. And honestly, again, we talked about it. This is not going to be like Rutgers. Like Rutgers from last series, very individual. Both these teams are very clean in their play styles, a lot of coordination, and that time around, the timing was just a slight amount better from the Anteaters to claim a very chippy map 1.
There's no doubt in the fundamentals of either of these teams right now. In compositions like this that have lower individual skill expression, those small little timings, the smallest errors are going to be amplified and will end up deciding entire engagements, entire maps. even. So when UCI has access to a lot of these various compositions that they have under their belt, and perhaps St. Clair doesn't, it's just the most minuscule things that it can put them over the edge. And I do want to talk about, like, that was the smallest changes in between that second map of Gardens heading into University too.
Yeah, it's legit. It's the minute details, especially with this patch, with this meta. It is literally the smallest of small things that could really change the tide of the entire series. So now I wonder, where does St. Clair want to go with this map pick?
Yeah.
It will be a hybrid, and it will be Hollywood, which to me, I haven't seen yet who's getting subbed in, subbed out. For UCI, I would sub in Rhino here. You want to run more of the Winston dive. It can look... I unironically am saying Winston now. That is crazy. Oh, thanks,
chat's got your head. It's got your
the
head.
chat got it in my head. But I do think, you talked to him before this. That is honestly their best composition. Is with Rhino in, they can run this very fast death ball dive with Rhino on the Winston. I wonder if that is what we will see. St. Clair, they picked this for an obvious reason. Which direction do they want to go? Do they continue to push kind of this Ramacha rush that they've looked very clean on? Or are they also to look to maybe a little bit more of a change?
In talking to both of these teams, they have this very strong belief that fast-paced compositions that come down to split-second timing is the way to go. On both sides, UCI looked more in the direction, like, this is Winston. Like, Winston is where it's at, which, when St. Clair was telling me you're familiar with UCI, why pick this map, right? Why do you want to give Rhino his playground? Like, this doesn't seem like a smart decision in my head, just off the information that we know. So, St. Clair has to have something cooking up in the backgrounds here to justify a map pick that UCI are perfectly fine taking.
And we have got confirmation. Rhino is in, Romani out. So that is the expected swap here. And that is honestly the flexibility that this team loves. They can have Romani in on kind of those more niche heroes, on the Mauga, on the Roadhog, on the JQ. And when they want to go more traditional, they can throw Rhino on the Ramacha. They can throw Rhino on the Winston. And you can't get too unconventional here in Hollywood. It is very much a map that really solidifies to the meta, whatever the meta ends up being. And the Winston dive is superb, especially on the first two phases. Third phase, yeah, we can see a little more rush. We've seen it from time to time. This is a little more of a straight shot. But especially during the first two phases, over here by Saloon, the dive can be oh so incredible, Molly. And that is what we will see. Assumingly, UCI will pull out. For the Saints, time will tell. Honestly, I don't know what they're actually going to run, because this is a team that has shown looks and looks and looks over the entirety of the Collegiate Championships this semester.
We talk about the Winston, but St. Clair, on the other hand, heavily prefer this brawl, this rush. And this is a map that is not ideal on certain objectives. Like, third can be an exception, but it's just so much easier to play something like a Winston or a Diva even on these first and second objectives. So what's the plan here? I haven't seen much of Tread's Winston, in full honesty, so we can't really tell you much about what's really packing. Like, this makes me think you're relying on Noxious and Razor on this Genji Tracer, this Echo, whatever that may be, to have more room to work, that Tread can help buy that space back from how well Xcal, Psy have been within these high grounds, or even the aerial control today.
I do think they need to put Noxious in a better spot. And Noxious is the massive win condition here for the Saints. If Noxious is playing well, the entirety of the Saints is playing well. So that is what they will aim to do, as it will be UCI on the defense. They'll run the defense dive. That's got to be bait. So I'm not even going to talk about what Trent is running right now.
Look the other direction.
This is standard for defense on this map. Supreme will be on the Ana. It is one of their most comfortable heroes during their time with UCI, and even playing over in OWCS Pacific. And Otters, yes, they're just going to be on the brig. Try and keep the demons away. Therefore, the Saints this time around. Yeah, Tread will eventually swap. The meme is dead with the Roadhoggers. That is a nice
it's wrecked. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I say, I know there are a little bit of trolls over there on St. Clair. I'm not even going to talk about it until they walk out. And it will be Razor on the Echo hero to try and melt down Rhino, as well as, Psy. Full mirror matchup other than the supports.
The supports here honestly are the make or break. Supreme being on this Ana, the amount of utility that you have is insane. The downside to this, though, is Supreme is looking like a nice, tasty target for our friends Tread, Noxious, and Razor. So Supreme needs to be very careful about where and how he is playing the game right now, and already dropped off that initial high ground position. Otters is on bodyguard duty. Supreme, this is calling in. This is the president. We're trying to keep him alive. The dive is on through, but Tread, Redix, that Bionade did so much for them. They had no option of a Suzu, and it's just Otters swinging a mace in a small room.
Yeah, it's like, get down, Mr. President, and they got in the corner.
Literally.
They got away.
Sheesh,
And yeah,
Otters!
they win the fight.
Otters!
Otters. Well, Otters goes for a nice little two-piece at the end. Who knew a Brig could kill an Echo?
Yeah.
Lucky for them, Razor was pretty low to the ground that time around. As this is what UCI will love to do. Play off of these Bionades. Try and figure out when these protection Suzus are being used by Red X, and then play aggressive from there. As that
Oh
nade
my
is going to
gosh.
caution Razor from pushing in, and that just delays this push just by a few more seconds.
Supreme's got an arm on him. My goodness.
Yeah.
Like the amount of impact that he's had for the team. It's not necessarily an eliminations. It's kind of tempoing this game. You just throw this nano boost on the side, even if the Ana does end up going down. I mean, the rally is popped to keep your supports alive. Sai fries the rest of them down into crisps. St. Clair Saints, just like that, half the time bank is up and gone.
I loved what Sai did there. They get nanoed as Supreme's like, all right, I know I'm about to back up. Let's send a nano in just to help the front line a little bit more. Sai's able to get the 1v1 mirror matchup pick off onto Razor, and as soon as that pick gets confirmed, they turn right around. They go to help their backline, and they burn down Tread. This is the fight St. Clair need to win. The only ult they used last fight was the Pulse Bomb. That is to spend, and that you can just throw away. It's fine. But you have the dupe. You have both support ults. You need to get something off of this fight, or it could turn very ugly very fast.
They have to, especially with how long the support ultimates have taken to build on up. Duplicate, now we have two Tracers running amok, but that's enough. The attention is taken away from the support. Supreme Otters the first to fall, and with the supports gone, the rest of the castle will be coming over, just like a house of cards. It's enough for St. Clair to buy their way into the battle and ideally shut UCI out of the contest.
Yeah, like they needed to win that fight, and they only used to continuously catch Supreme and Otters off guard. They don't let them back up to the beginning of second phase. They converge very quickly, and the Saints able to keep this going just a little bit longer here on the attack with 3.5 minutes to go, and they have the oh wow, sound barrier. Man, the chaos is just getting to me here, Molly. We've had banger after banger today, at least for us. As Soax, they'll be able to hold on to that sound barrier, so they can use it, whether it be Sai going in, Rhino with the Primal Rage might try and just move bodies a little bit in the back line. They can save it for whatever is needed, as neither DPS ult for the Anteaters is coming up anytime soon.
No, there's not too much for UCI to work with in the damage department. And in the sustain, ooh, the economy is on the rise, people. But who's there to protect your Ana? Supreme has to back on down. The Pulse Bomb, though! Oh, no! Mr. President has gone down. And so UCI have to find a way to work around this. Ideally, you don't want to sustain in this much longer. Rhino's still going to pop the Primal Rage, but just an effort to juggle Redix in the air.
Wow.
What are these mechanics? My gosh, this is why UCI are happily playing this Winston on this map. Rhino's Primal Rage is out of this world. They don't have the sound barrier to go ahead and mirror. Supreme just getting the nano boost online as their DPS players falls. Sai, though, power boosted, ready to go, making up for the damage of their fallen teammate. Sticky bombs on in, doesn't quite connect. It is Tread leaping in, Primal Rage in the back pocket. At least helping pull through. Supreme, though, has been staying alive this time despite all the pressure he's been under. And UCI bought enough time for the Grandma to return.
Yeah, they just stall, and what a nice little combo there. Rhino just knocks Red X up into the air. Sai's able to finish him off. Nobody in the relative distance for Red X to try and swift step away. And a great stall. Already half the time bank gone here for St. Clair. And yes, you get 89 meters to your name. That cart has continued to retreat, however, and you need this fight to go well as the dupe is already initiated.
Duplicate, extra Winston, and out of the Kiriko too from Sai, so getting a Kitsune rush, yeah, that would be nice, but now your Echo's kind of off in La La Land. Thankfully has more flights to go with him. The wings clip though on both of the Winstons, at least in the jump packs. Rather scrappy fight to go through, but St. Clair Saints don't really have anything left to pull out. Supreme already needs another nano boost. Oh my goodness. They're not even going to need it with how much Sai and XCal have been doing on their respective DPS heroes, have been outshining Noxus and Razor throughout the entirety of this map.
You know, they've really turned it up.
Yeah.
During this map after... Yeah, a lot of the time during the first map, it was, okay, who kills the opposing frontline first? This time is... How are these DPS really moving around? Can they find that opening pick? And Sai has been an absolute demon on the Echo so far. And St. Clair, no answers for it as they've been getting pocketed by Otters and Supreme. And like you said, Supreme's done a great job. They have not forced a swap yet, and they are loving chucking these bio-nades in.
You can't understate the value that Supreme has been bringing to the table, enabling players like Sai. The sustain is just completely different. Another nano boost, the third one. Onto UCI's Echo player. This one, though, doesn't seem to be doing nearly as much as the others, which is perfectly fine. Rhino can just spin around in a fury of arms and fists. St. Clair Saints making a last dash, triggering the overtime at the bare minimum. There's not too much for them to work off of. XCal has a pulse bomb in the pocket, goes a little bit wide. Now St. Clair Saints, they have an opening to work with their DPS ultimate so close. If they can make this last just a hair longer, there's a chance for them to keep themselves up.
They need to find some of those pulse bombs very early in the fight. Noxus is looking for it, trying to find someone in the backline, but nothing yet.
Oh, but no! That's Supreme! The best pick you could ask for. Red X inserted themselves, red carpet painted into the backline. Saw a nice sick 1 HP remaining, but the rest of UCI isn't there to back him up. All of Sai's friends are dead, and the payload continues its movement forward, unlocking this third objective, or at least almost the third objective. Rhino, just a little bit of ult charge for the Saints to celebrate. There's 90 seconds left to complete the objective.
That was great. They find Supreme early. They're like, all right, we don't need to use as much ult as we actually were thinking about using during the beginning of this. Tread's able to hold on to the primal range. Noxus, as I said, you know, should have been the win condition, but they found Supreme without it. So they're able to hold on to it for this next fight to try and stop Supreme from actually getting that nano early in this. They don't have a lot of time to work with. As long as they can finish with some time, they put themselves in a great spot for the rest of the map.
They're gonna finish with any time at all. Like, you gotta win and you gotta do it ASAP. There isn't like a ton that you can have. Noxus has been rather silent throughout this map, but then the couple pulse bombs, which Otters sticks within the range. And there's a second. I just had to mention his name. He's like, all right, you want to see something? Fine, I'll step it up. Double kill for the Tracer, and St. Clair Saints will be knocking on UCI's door soon.
They're knocking, and they almost have the Kitsune Rush to try and finish this off with. Tread is going to keep him at the doors, I think, but instead their backline's getting pushed. They're going to have to pop it just to knock the rally away.
Support ultimates, though. That's what's so scary in this. The nano onto Rhino was just trying to get him up to a primal rage here, which if there even is one more full fight, Red X has to regroup first.
Yeah, both support ults used by UCI. They're just going to force away St. Clair, who have no ultimates to start with, but they have both support ultimates to go with soon. XCal, though, going to try and look to shut that all down.
XCal, 275 HP and a lot of dreams to live off of. That's a nice stick. Tread dealing the damage with the bubble. It blocks Soex's cell barrier. They isolated the Lucio. UCI Rhino, a genius play. It's going to set them apart. Oh, St. Clair, how can you come back from this? Is it even possible? They have the numbers, but it's not going to last long. Noxious stick onto the Supreme, but is that enough? They don't have supports at all. Duplicate Razor becoming that lost hero. Noxious is doing his best to clutch on up. He's type 4 in just this fight. This man is coming alive, and he is doing excellent work. St. Clair Saints, when we thought it was all over, are going to pull it together to get themselves a full cap.
Oh my word. That is how you turn it around. You said, oh, they have no supports? So big here. We're going to duplicate the Brig. And we're just going to run it down on the cart. Use the lasting effects of that Kitsune Rush from Red X. And Noxus, time after time after time, is obnoxious in the backline of UCI. And just shuts down everything that the Anteaters were trying to do. What a turnaround for a fight that looked so bad Because like you said, the sound barrier from Soax just hits themselves because of the beautiful Winston bubble from Rhino. And honestly, I'm guessing you share like, oh, we need to finish the fight, finish the fight. The fight was not even theirs to finish quite yet. St. Clair, they turn it around. They at least finish the map. Don't have time, but honestly, considering what it looked like, that is still an outcome the Saints are willing to take, and they will just run it now in a very similar lineup. Instead with the Razor, actually, you said a lot of times not looking to go hit scan. Well, I just had to speak. They're going to go back over to the Echo.
Why'd you say anything?
Oh, the curse remains.
Every time. Twin salty curse. Acid mentioned it, and it's gone. Okay, we just had to hound on Noxious a little bit, because, like, we know what he's capable of. Like, this guy has been a staple of Canadian Overwatch for really as long as you can remember. So seeing him as quiet as he's been so far was strange. This is the Noxious we know and love.
This is the Noxious we know that can carry lobbies single-handedly. And honestly, it single-handedly brought that fight all the way around. UCI, they're just going to continue running the Brig on a backline. St. Clair have had a real struggle to try and pressure that, but now might be a little bit easier for the Saints, as it's a little more predictable of where those supports will be sitting.
Well, yeah, this time, at least you'll be able to identify the locations of them, but that anti-nade is a massive! Painting St. Clair in purple. They have to kite around the corner quickly. Red X, they didn't have that Suzu available. So now UCI are just going to play back, wait for these cooldowns to come up, and Nano might as well be a cooldown with how Supreme's playing.
Yeah, it might as well. Already 2/3 of the way there, and how aggressive Rhino's been playing. Yeah. You might as well, as they're going to chuck another nade back there. Doesn't hit this time around, but it still gives them some positioning here a minute in.
Ooh. At least something to buy. UCI are playing a very tempered game, just kind of going in, waiting for somebody to make a mistake, and it's all guns a-blazing. After Supreme presses the Q, he has it up and ready. It's going out to either Sign or Rhino. Either would be an excellent target. This time it is Rhino, and just in time because both the supports have been assassinated. Rhino looking for Soax, going to manage to grab him. Red X should be next on the chopping block, but they have plenty of support from the Winston, and it's just going to be another reset. All that UCI worked for went up in flames pretty quick.
All those sticky nades pumped into the corner, and it's Soax who boops them all together. It's like, all right, it's hard to kill both of you like one-on-one. We're just gonna do it together. You know, nice little buy one get one free deal in the corner for the St. Clair Saints. And now this is exactly where they want to be. Is they already half the time gone, and they haven't had to use a single ultimate yet, Molly.
Whoa. Which is crazy. St. Clair, they've just been banking these things as long as they need. Now they come out. That's 1, 2, 3 Qs clicked. But it's St. Clair that is at a deficit. Their supports are both dead and gone. Most importantly, they don't have the beat. UCI apparently just win the fights they're not supposed to. Wow, there's so few ways that the Saints, that could have gone wrong for them. And it just so happened that UCI found one of them.
Yeah, Soax not able to pop the sound barrier in time. And just like last fight, just the opposite way around. This time it's the Saints backline who gets disintegrated. So UCI, I think, 30 seconds more than what the Saints had during their attack entering Street phase. They're actually, whoa, aggro!
Whoa! And they tried to contest it, but I mean, it's gonna get them this close hold at the minimum, some extra ult charge. Like, I guess if you're St. Clair, you want to hold this initial high ground, but it's not going to get you too much value in the long run of this game.
They have to be wanting to play aggressive here. There's no other reason
they're playing
for them to try to push it, because they get it before Archway. Yeah, they're trying to play top in Archway.
It makes sense.
I don't
you don't
mind
really
this,
have
actually.
a hit. Yeah, you don't mind it. Your supports are very mobile. You don't have a hit scan who needs to be playing on high ground. Everyone else can just get away so easily. So St. Clair Saints taking an unconventional approach to a dive composition and testing to see how that works. Duplicate force just as an effort to stay alive. A yeet of a pulse bomb. Yeah, Noxious not coming up with anything that time. At least St. Clair have some of the numbers to pull side, peppering away. Pulse bomb in the pocket, has to get rid of it sometime soon, but yeah, there's nowhere. No blinks remaining in the pocket. At least UCI can move past this initial choke. Tread not willing to give it up so easily. Oh, Otters is a sitting duck, bashes back to the team. Supreme keeping him alive. Nano boost online for UCI. Is this the tool that will finally put all of this stalling to an end?
It might have actually already a minute and a half gone. If you're the Saints, you're at least happy they've stalled some time, but now the Nano on the Echo might change it.
Ooh, it does, but Razor still got X-Cal with like 2 HP remaining. Wow, those nano sticky bombs look like absolutely nothing on the body of a Winston. Razor has been coming alive in tandem with Noxious on his defense.
Yeah, and Primal Rage gets nothing there from Reno. It's just to keep them up, and they're still going to die at the very end of this. And honestly, that play works out wonderfully for the Saints. They're able to continue holding this close hold. They regain access of the high ground. It is for Supreme to swap off of the Ana. They're getting punished too hard, and they're not getting the sight lines needed. Otters will stick out for now for the rally, and well, maybe that's even a mistake.
Oh, that's going to be so tough, and it's a rough decision to make. UCI are attempting to pressure the cart here, forcing St. Clair to play split, and actually it works out. They grab Redex at the bare minimum. St. Clair Saints, though, I mean, it's just an easy hop, skip, and a jump. Really just a hop with how far the payload has gotten so far, and the high ground is still under their control.
Yeah, they still control high ground. UCI are going to struggle with the Otters. Does have that rally that they've stayed on this Brig 4. The question is, will it be worth it in the end? As Noxious will be looking to shut it all down yet again, as they've been hitting pulse after pulse so far this map.
So consistent with the ultimates here. Tread, Primal Rage, very deep on in there. Essentially a free ticket out of any sort of trouble. That rally we've been long waiting for has eventually made an appearance and helped XCal win that Tracer duel. So St. Clair Saints finally taking that step back, even throughout that Kitsune rush. The resetting of the cooldown isn't nearly enough sustain in this long part of the game when UCI's focus fire is as good as it is.
Oh, it's so clean, and that is the coaching from McGravy that was really sharpened this team. They used to be a little more sporadic in fights like that, but they've really toned it in, and now Otters will make the swap off of the Brig over to Lucio just to make sure, hey, this fight will go their way. 20 seconds left. It's do or die time here for the Anteaters.
Sound Berry, though, if Stillax can nail the perfect timing on this, St. Clair are favored to wear this battle. It's a very early beat. And it does mention every player this time, so that is a win on its own. That's a stick! The Suzu was gone. Swift step out in the nick of time. Supreme is alive. Kitsune rush down. UCI painting the way forwards towards his last couple meters that are needed. The ultimate advantage was completely nullified thanks to Sai's work in the skies. 4 final blows towards the Echo player. If UCI, everything looks down and grim, you look at Sai.
Sai is just like, all right, I know you were talking about Noxious a lot earlier this map. No, this is my lobby. My lobby on this attack, keeping UCI in this thing. And now for the Saints, okay, what do you pivot to? You're going to keep the same composition. Tread as the Primal Rage soon. That's really about it for now. Noxious might get a pulse late on to try and force Suzu. UCI, they have that pulse available, but they had to use everything else just to keep this map going. They have to try to elongate this fight to try and get some of those ults.
Don't have to worry about a draw, bare minimum. UCI have to know that you're not favored to win this fight and are looking to accept their fate after a nice pulse bomb stick. And Noxious pulled out. All it is now, not staggering, fully regrouping. One of the last engagements you're going to get on Hollywood.
Yeah, you just got to back up here if you're UCI. You cannot afford to take a sloppy fight, especially when you are in the ult advantage now. You know, Redex is very close to this Kitsune rush. UCI just need to play this slow. You know, at this point, you're not going to cap with time.
No.
Don't stress about how quickly you can get it there. Just focus on finishing off these kills.
A little tempo. A little bit screwed for UCI after all those late swaps in support department. Redex is the golden ticket in their hands. Get St. Clair. Accelerated cooldown Supreme, though. Very close to matching one of their own. St. Clair Saints waiting as long as they have. Could very well come back to bite them if they don't find an elimination quickly. That's the Suzu gone. Additional healing much needed for the tank, but Rhino doesn't have the same. Supreme held on to his ultimate too long and has allowed Razor to make his way into the backline, driving a dagger through the heart of UCI. Their valiant efforts looking grimmer and grimmer as the time goes on. Oh, as it might be the minuscule things, it's the large one, those support ultimates that were needed to keep him up. St. Clair move on through, tying up our series.
No 3 Overwatch on the second half of this series today. No matter what, map 4 on the horizon. And the support player turned DPS Razor has really stepped it up this map for St. Clair as they were able to stick it, honestly, with Sai for a majority. Yes, Sai had their little niche plays here and there, that were excellent, but honestly, you could argue Razor was the more consistent Echo during that map, and that was really what set the Saints apart to even us all up.
The difference between map 1 and map 2 was insane. And, you know, I'm sorry. I questioned St. Clair at the beginning. I'm like, there's Rhino on UCI. You want to give this guy the on a map? You want to play against the UCI's dive? I'm like, all right. Clearly, I haven't been paying too much attention to St. Clair and what Razor Noxious are capable of on the Echo and Tracer, respectively. This was an incredible showing from these two players who remained silent on Oasis with this chaotic, these fast-paced compositions that Winston Dive Heroes can provide. The St. Clair Saints showed us as viewers they can really compete with some of these schools who've been around much longer.
Yeah, honestly, this was St. Clair like, hey, even though we know you're good at the Winston dive, we know Rhino's going to be subbed in, we can take you to maybe one of the best maps you could have went on, and we're still going to beat you on it. And that is a huge statement to make if you are St. Clair, who, yes, we're in a 3-way tiebreaker to make it out of in group stage. Remind you, granted, Northeastern couldn't play the tiebreaker matches, which was sad, and then St. Clair able to win the tiebreaker against ASU to earn the top spot in Group A after going undefeated. They earned the top seed entering group stage, and now battling for their life here to make it in the top 8. It'll be Esperanza. It is our third map of the day, picked by the Anteaters, and it will be Romani sliding back on in on tank.
Interesting. You would think they'd want to stick with some of this Winston that they found success on, but honestly, just now that I've actually said that, I realize how silly that is. You played the mirror and you lost it. Bring in a new look. Bring in a new taste. Force St. Clair to play the composition that UCI beat them on previously.
Yeah, as much as like they've told us time and time again, hey, that Winston is arguably our best comp. You just lost on it, like you said. So you may want to try something different. You won when Romani was in. Let's see if the sheer cold standout can bring it here on the streets of Portugal, as you're going to be leaning into the Roadhog. You want to make their life as uncomfortable as possible here for the Saints. And my question to the Saints is, do you go back to the ramp? Do you go over to the Mauga? Or do you have something else cooking up there in the north in Canada to maybe change it up just a little bit more into this series? Because honestly, you know, silently, Red X and SoAx have been playing really well, other than that poor sound barrier that got stuck in the Winston bubble. We won't forget you. That was more just an excellent play from Rhino. They've been silently very solid in keeping the team in this map and in this series.
St. Clair are the epitome of consistency. It might take a little bit for them to get going and understand the various tempos of what their opponents are carrying through, but once they have it under locks, Jesse, there's very few things that can actually stop them, which does make you think. UCI picking this map, ideally not on the Winston since Romani is making a return. I don't know about the Roadhog. I'm more confident in this Mauga pick. I think UCI are looking to force this Mauga straight into their faces, knowing that St. Clair also aren't entirely comfortable on running both a Tracer and another hit scan at the same time, where those two heroes particularly shine.
Yeah, and that's something that they've shown UCI are very comfortable with. Is it their best? Arguably, no. They love putting Psy in the Echo, and if they still go the Echo Tracer route, I don't think that's a bad thing for the Anteaters. Because honestly, we saw Psy do pretty well. It was just the fact that they oddly did get silenced from time to time by Razor, who is playing extremely well on the Echo themselves. So do you try and do the challenge and do the Echo mirror again? Or do you try and force St. Clair to maybe make some swaps and force them into an odd position? Because like you said, Razor is not comfortable playing those hit scan heroes. So now that we actually get loaded in to the streets of Portugal, it will be, yes, the Mauga coming out here from UCI with Romani and St. Clair. I'm not even going to try and say Ryan yet because we've been baited before with the German. Even though I would love to see that hammer come out just one more time.
Yeah, it'll be cool. If it was Derpy, I'd be like, all right, that's real.
All right, it's happening.
Tread, I don't know. We'll have to go ahead and take a second guess on that one. UCI, though, are going to roll out with the Genji, who we haven't seen Psy on since the very beginning of our series today.
Maybe they're thinking Razor's actually going to go to it, but Razor will go back over to Sombra. So,
Okay.
again, a lot of it will just be countering out Romani. Going to try and make their life difficult on entry, and depending on how they want to play it, use EMP to cancel out Cage and delete that entire ultimate from existence. As Noxious is just going to try and hold on to, honestly, over by a cart, as it would be Xcal versus Noxious, who may just set the tone here in this map.
I do like this Kiriko a little bit more. At the end of the
I
day,
do.
you're not worried about this this ticking clock that is the Moira heal beam, and the Suzu is going to be great against a lot of this damaging effects and hacks that you're going to face throughout of this. So UCI are much more well equipped to win these battles. It's just a matter of what can Razor do to open the gate. So throw a hack in, the cardiac overdrive remains active regardless of a hack, so it doesn't do a ton in the long run. Tread had to retreat in the midst of it just with the amount of pressure he was under from Psy and Xcal over on these flanking angles, and there's just not a ton of room for St. Clair to maintain this space. They thrive on taking these fights rather close to each other. But once it comes out, it's difficult. They need these ultimates to kind of help them through. Kitsune Rush versus Coalescence, and eventually Sound Barrier. It's going to be what tells this story today. Several support ultimates making their way through. It'll be the EMP looking for Omani and Otter. Both hit the deck simultaneously. Razor built that up so quickly. That's the one advantage Sombra has, is this fast win condition.
Yeah, that was so nice from St. Clair. All right, we're going to wait for them to make a mistake. And if they don't, we have the better win condition. With the Coalescence in combination with the EMP, it just deletes anything that we're trying to do. The one benefit for UCI, you don't use the Sound Barrier there. Neither does Soax. So we could see those be popped out very early. But Romani, they almost don't even make it out.
UCI playing with fire. At least slightly. How do you go about contesting this high ground? Thankfully, you have a Psy with a good old Dragon Blade in the sheath. Good thing to note, Soap did hold on to his own ultimate, and these cage fights are placed almost on top of each other. But you know, it does get blocked by a shield. A good old Dragon Blade, that sword slicing and dicing, but it's a whole lot of nothing. That Sound Barrier making it look like a wet noodle. It's Xcal on the low ground, cleaning up those who drop down from above. That'll be a fight win for UCI.
Man, this is giving like the best Colisaeo impression this map has ever had. Like, this
Literally.
bot is
Oh my
not
gosh.
moving very much outside of the middle sections of this map. Is both teams like, oh, you want to play in the trenches? Let's play in the trenches. And Psy with the blade, yes, it doesn't get any kills, but it helps chip away that Sound Barrier over health that the Saints did have, so the rest of the team can finish up the fight. Noxious did not use overclock during that, so they still have that to open up if they choose.
Noxious, though, once you kind of get this high ground positioning, knowing Xcal there, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Playing it like Kitsune Rush, though, that's the one other thing. Kitsune Rush much better than Coalescence in pretty much every scenario, and it's enough to overwhelm Noxious, who didn't get a chance to do much with the overclock at all. EMP, Coalescence, both having to be committed as a late response. It's that timing we mentioned way back in map number 1 that St. Clair are playing to a T.
They know their win conditions. Simple as that. They know, hey, if we lose Noxious, yes, that's not ideal, but it drew out the ultimate coming out from Supreme, who has swapped now to the Moira. Psy over. This is now full death ball from UCI. Sombra, Reaper, Moira. But then, hey, even if they die, we have EMP, we have Coalescence. We can just punish the front if they're not looking this way.
Oh!
And we'll Razor. Wow, that was quick.
And perhaps didn't check tab and notice Xcal swaps over to Sombra. He got caught with his pants down a little bit. And that's just a fast reset. I mean, UCI don't even have to do anything right now.
Yeah, no, they can just, all right, we're just going to keep pressing on forward. Thank you very much for the bots. And they'll make some progress. Yet, again, it's still, we are almost halfway through. Not a team yet to even get close to a tank.
Yep, this is Colisaeo disguised as Esperanza right now. There we go. Cage fight in play. Both teams on top of each other. Bit of deja vu. St. Clair's timing on the Sound Barrier is great. Soax struggled to work with that earlier in the series, but now, he's got it near perfect. And it's just St. Clair, despite at a disadvantage, and a lot of their major tools can come off of their macro understanding.
Yeah, and that was like, okay, we forced them to beat as a reactionary ult, just because Tread gets in there very early and forces that stabilization. But then Sinclair, all right, we have ours. We can use ours proactively to make sure we finish off the fight on our terms as that bot gets eerily close to that checkpoint. UCI, they got to fight it early or they're at a massive disadvantage. And they don't. All right.
With how normally I'd be like, all right, it's so close, but with how long these fights have been going, Jesse, it does concern me a little bit. Tread, though, they kind of get chunked, so Noxious trying to take the attention away from their tank and give him a couple warning shots. Problem, guys, your bot's walking away from you. St. Clair, you gotta go catch your dog, put him back on a leash, ASAP.
Yeah, spawns will get flipped. XCal looking for the EMP over here on high ground. Nothing to pair with it yet, but it could throw him off just enough.
The EMP, okay, it's gonna hit onto 3, which is enough at least to get Tread and Sox. Razor committed it too. Ooh, I'm not a big fan of that. And the Coalescence. St. Clair Saints still thought that was winnable. Oh, that is arguably worst case scenario coming out. Okay, Scythe, Death Blossom as well. This has got to be the most uncoordinated fight that I've seen so far, but all right, it's done and over with. UCI will get their checkpoint.
Saints try and counterpunch, but it's just a little late. That time, the timing that we praised them for is just not there, as it will be now the tick goes over to UCI. So now we have a tie game. 53.55 meters for each side. UCI will have to back up, or at least for a moment, but they will just get the lead by 0.29 meters, and now St. Clair come tearing back.
Okay. And this is smart. UCI are just backing off, holding up onto the high ground, exactly what they need to do. Board spawns are still active, and you can re-engage with both of the support ultimates. Because Red X used theirs so late in the last fight, Supreme had access to it until the hack comes through. It does cost Razor their life, though. So St. Clair have to come up with at least something. Cage fight from Tread. Just gonna catch Sai in the mix, but there's nobody else really within its limits to do so. Otter used the sound barrier, but it only got onto himself. The shield was in the way of a lot of his teammates, and St. Clair Saints are gonna be happy to take that mistake and turn it over to their win.
Yeah, that is the kind of thing, like, so actually probably thinking in the back of his head, like, yeah, that's how it feels. That's how it feels to get a solo sound barrier. I'm glad he's not the only one who's went through that today.
Yeah.
As UCI, like you said, they played that right. Like, they go back on the high ground. They try and play that positioning. It just doesn't work out that time. But they do have the EMP coming up soon. They could punch it early again, and UCI are going to make sure that they do not lose the lead.
It's very smart taking this contest in this particular position. Both these EMPs are online, but Romani gets shredded down in the backline. Noxious was on the flank the entire time where Romani thought he was safe, was just walking straight into the clutches of the Reaper. St. Clair, they're going to get a handy lead because of that.
Yes, this will be a great lead. Honestly, if they win this next fight, dare I say, map over in favor of the Saints. UCI need to win this without using everything. They got to make sure they at least save something for the following fight, because it was a heavy commitment from the Saints.
Both EMPs are available. Razor should hopefully save his for this EMP, but no! The solo's in onto the Reaper, and he's gonna get caught out! What in the world did I just watch? XCal is gonna go down. St. Clair Saints just body their way straight on through!
That was silly.
What?
That was a silly, silly ult from XCal. You can tell they thought they were just a little closer to the doorway, but the wall blocks off the EMP from everybody, except Noxious, who is still able to finish it off. The worst case scenario there for UCI. You lose both DPS ults, you get nothing.
On the plus side, Tread and Romani will get their ultimates off for free, or XCal's turned into a pancake. Okay, goodbye. UCI, they're in survival mode. I mean, it's straight back to the spawns. Romani doesn't make it. Noxious is at their doors, and they're coming to knock in 30 seconds. UCI have to mount an insurmountable comeback.
Yeah, this has to be one of the best comebacks I've ever seen for them to bring it back. Supreme will go over to the Ana just to try and catch them off guard with the Bionade to keep this up, but I don't know if it'll even happen.
That's the Death Blossoms and Soundberries. Like, every single ultimate was pressed, and it's Tread going down. So UCI have the opportunity to at least get some chance of a comeback running. But the only issue here, that cost everything that they had.
Yeah, and Supreme had to swap, like we said. So now, yes, they're back over to the Kyoko, but you lose all the outcharge. You basically have to bank on that EMP that failed last time that put you in the spot to get value again. Everybody from the Saints will get close spawn. They'll be able to chill up on this high ground with Razor's EMP ready. They don't have a coalescence or anything to play with, but they can play close on this archway and keep the close spawn.
It's like 4 or 5 fights that UCI have to win in a row, and it already ain't looking too good. EMP from Razor, much better. The second time we're seeing it. UCI on their last leg. Their tank has hit the deck. The rest shortly to follow. Sai doing his best dance of death only results in a death of his own as the Saints clear. Saints are coming on back. 2 map wins in a row and are up on match point.
They're like, okay, cool. You put Romani in. All right. We're fine. Razor is just going to continue popping off, and honestly, the best I've ever seen them play. They're showing up when the Saints need it, and it working phenomenally here for the Saints. 1 map away from a top 8 finish and knocking out the final team out west. And honestly, it's not like UCI had that bad of a game plan going in. You put Romani on the Mauga, which he's played well in before. It's not like it's that awkward of a position for them to be in. It's just this time around, it didn't work. And they were able to find just a little bit of a niche opening. And the Sombra play was honestly just better from St. Clair.
It was.
As simple as that.
And Noxious and Razor, too, deserve a shout-out. They have ascended since the start of this series. Perhaps they're a little bit nervous playing on stream, playing in this big, high-stakes match. Like, you lose, you are good as done. I mean, these are players who now have their heads firmly attached to their bodies and have been able to run around, show massive improvements, and take down Sai and XCal. This is the first time in this series that we can confidently say there was a differential between these DPS players.
Yeah, honestly, this honestly felt like the first map, like you said, where there was a difference. Like, it was Razor who was just better. They got more value out of the virus, got more value out of the EMPs consistently, and made Romani's life a living hell in that front line. Just point blank. Like, they made it hell for that Mauga to try and get anything done, and now it'll have to be 2 maps in a row for the Anteaters to keep their dream alive.
We've had a ton of highlight plays throughout all of our games that have been played this weekend, and especially in our ones today. And if you want to go ahead and see those, catch up on what you've missed, make sure to go ahead and follow the Overwatch Esports socials as you see below you. Again, this is the last series that we're going to have of the weekend. We still have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all next week. $75,000 in cash prizing going to our top 16 teams. And I can tell you, you're not going to want to miss it at all.
No, it should be an incredible showing. Gonna go to a quick break, give UCI a moment to figure out what the game plan is moving forward as you'll get ready for Flashpoint.
There's no more 3 Overwatch in the Overwatch Collegiate Cup in the back half of our day this Sunday. Maybe that's just kind of our thing, Jesse, is that anytime we get these people on stream, it's like, all right, we're no more 3-0s. We might as well take it to the whole game 5. St. Clair Saints currently up 2-1, only needing this next Flashpoint map for a win, whereas UCI, they're not ready to fall out of this one yet. This would, I believe, be one of their lowest placements they've gotten in a very long time for the Overwatch Collegiate Cups.
Yeah, this could be a very odd finish for them, as like I know I saw it joking around, being thrown around chat, like Fraud Watch getting thrown around. It's like I don't think either of these teams are on Fraud Watch. I honestly think yes, UCI were the slight favorites going in, but St. Clair's really stepped it up. I will say they were not at some of the bigger events that have been going on these last few weeks, and that honestly gave them more time just to sit back and watch. Like, hey, how do we want to go at this? What are these teams' weak points? And there wasn't as much film on them. You know, yes, they have an incredible student production. Shout out St. Clair student production. You guys are phenomenal. But it has really been to their advantage. They kind of hold in these secret strats. And it will be New Junk City again, not Survasa, which I'm not sure why that is happening. It's usually the other way around. It is quite strange here on this Sunday, but it will be New Junk City yet again, which does loop into, hey, very quick fights. You got to make sure you know your positioning, and that has been something UCI admittedly been very great about. They know where they should be, where they shouldn't be. We saw that a lot over on Hollywood. They got to have that same level of awareness here, as if they want to keep their hopes alive to at least force a map 5.
Yeah. We're fully expecting the same compositions that we saw back on Esports, which, to be fair, UCI and St. Clair were toe-to-toe the entire time until, like, the last 2 minutes, where UCI just dropped the pasta all over the floor. Like, and it started with that EMP and then ended in the entirety of the Sombra department. Razor was far and above what we were seeing from that hacker, and the hard part with a lot of these games, they are so tempo-based. If your Sombra is making a much bigger impact than your opponents, then that's going to outright win you games regardless of what the rest of your team is ending up doing. New Junk City is likely playing into that very same comp where UCI are going to have to overcome it.
They have to find an answer to the Sombra, point blank, because the Sombra mirror didn't work. Like you said, the pacing was just a little bit better from St. Clair.
It was.
The rate that they were getting EMP from Razor was absurd. Like, they got it within, what, maybe a minute and a half on that first engagement, and that let them just keep building the lead on and on and on. And that is why St. Clair are in such a beautiful position, and for now, they're just going to match it. They're going to have Sai stick to the Reaper. Romani will stick over to the Mauga. They won't try the Roadhog. They won't try the JQ either. And for now, Supreme will be on the Moira. We could maybe see that change to a Kiriko later, but I do think if you want to play fast, you want to play quick, that is the way to go.
It's going to go ahead, be pretty much the same, expecting Xcal either onto a Tracer or a Sombra, with the latter of the two. So we're getting the exact same mirror with the exception of Noxious on the Reaper now. So mirrored compositions, flashback to map number 1 where UCI did end up winning. Mind you, that was before Razor and Noxious really started cooking. And there's been very little that UCI have done so far to cut out that flame. Hack first onto Romani. The Tread's health bar remains a lot lower, so St. Clair sacrificing an early gain of space around this battle arena. New Junk City, Red X has decided, like, all right, I got this. I'm taking the Ego Duel as hit the L on that one. That's going to cost St. Clair no healing really available on their side. UCI likely looking to snowball for further eliminations, but they're just playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie, cat and mouse.
They're just staying alive so far. Sai will eventually drop down to the flashpoint to try and cap it, and they will, but maybe not as many kills as they would have liked to follow up, and now Supreme who gets punished.
Oh, yeah, it'll be Supreme going down, but at the cost of Tread, which if UCI can manage to close this out quickly, there is a slight chance. The EMP, though, not a chance. Even a Sound Barrier. The Sound Barrier arguably was not needed in that, but hey, whatever St. Clair needs to do to get the point over into their favor, yeah, you'll pull every trigger you need to.
I think you could use one or the other there. I don't know if you needed both. That might be one they're wanting back, because Xcal does have their EMP online, and now there is no Sound Barrier to try and counter out. Or if Otters tries to use theirs aggressively during this next fight. There is no counter that we've really seen. St. Clair, they love those counter punches. They won't really have one unless they want to count the Coalescence as this fight.
The approach on the low ground, that's perfect for Noxious, who just drops down. Oh, and it becomes a graveyard in the underside of the arena. Wonderful play from St. Clair identifying UCI's position.
Yeah, this was great. Like, all right, Noxious like, okay, we don't need a counterpunch. Let's just get in their face. Make sure they can't even get their set play off. Gets a few kills. Yes, they die for it in the process, but they don't care. They're able to get the fight win, and that's all they need. UCI have 4 ultimates at their disposal. Red X, the only one that has an ultimate so far with that Coalescence. Honestly, if you're St. Clair, you just try and draw something out, and if you're able to do that and win, awesome. If not, you got one more fight to go with at least a less than an advantage for the Anteaters.
UCI managed to get the touch onto the point. So Sai will be out of it for a little bit. Several ultimates from UCI popped. They have that advantage, as you said. Red X did end up using that Coalescence in the long game. Not that big of a deal. UCI losing 3, though. That's much better for the long run of the economy.
That was perfect. And yes, they used 3. They're able to build up 1 in the process. St. Clair, the fact that Red X doesn't get hit with the EMP, I don't blame them for like, hey, let's try and save this fight. And if not, oh, well, it's Coalescence. You're going to get it in 2 seconds anyway. So they might as well try and use it there. And now UCI can get aggressive. They have the cage. Honestly, time is on their side. They just want to cage early and keep them away from point. That is a very nice win condition.
It's very close. I mean, Romani, Sai can make this a very page of hurt. Should that ultimate come through, it's actually both cage fights. Razor, though, already built up another EMP to cancel out the one Romani had planted. This is how much impact Razor has had. It might be not just in the kill feed, but it's Razor that won the war.
Razor, like you said, EMP shuts down the entire set play that UCI had. Sai doesn't even get to use the Death Blossom. First flashpoint, Saints, and now 2 away from a matchup against Rutgers next weekend. But hey, still got to get the job done as they will be making their way over to the second flashpoint. They get the early positioning, and they're going to play super aggressive. And I think do catch XCal. Just staying around a little too long. Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was there. I won't lie to you.
XCal is just not having a good time on the Sombra at all, and it's not necessarily a hero that it seems he's comfortable on, where it allows Razor to really shine through and the impact he's had for St. Clair. I mean, they're getting this first cap essentially for free. UCI are still going to make an attempt at a contest. Your Sombra regroups. Thankfully, XCal is fast, but all the ultimates that St. Clair have are going to be a problem. Even with the Death Blossom, it's all bodies of UCI layering their way through this bomb flats portion.
I love that they almost use like, hey, we're going after otters as bait, because Sai goes in with the Death Blossom to try and counteract that, and they're like, now we're kidding. We're just gonna back up. Nice sound barrier though, and it's just, and they use the sound barrier, yes, to be aggressive, but that Death Blossom, nothing that UCI get. They still lose the fight, and St. Clair continue to win the mind games.
Oh
my
and
God!
That's a deadly stun. The combo, the pancake, and the flower to set them all down. Even Notches, a teabag for good measure. UCI are a team that don't want to be counted out against the big dogs of UCI.
They've always been a team that's kind of been that bubble around, like around the top 10 or so teams. Like, hey, we would love to see them in more stuff because we really can't tell where they're at. This is them saying, like, hey, we deserve to be in the conversation. We're beating a very good team right now, but they got to make sure the job is done. Razor sees XCal for a second. They just able to get out in time.
XCal won't be falling first this time. EMPs coming online here. XCal actually gets decent value out of his. It's been a struggle for him on this hacker so far, and it'll be the point given up for free. St. Clair, they got something cooking, and it's an EMP. XCal dodges his way out, but I think the EMP just barely made it over the top. It grabbed both supports, get the cage fight, the sound barriers still raid through. St. Clair's planning, their ability to work around the cooldown, the tempo that this composition offers has been far and above that of UCI throughout this map. And now UCI, their mountain that they had to climb, just got a whole lot taller.
Even without the sound barrier, they don't even have it. They don't need to use it. They just win that fight outright because the EMP, you could tell they actually wanted to hit XCal with it. But instead they force XCal to make an uncomfortable EMP. It only hits the supports. doesn't hit tread, and allows them to use the cage and still be aggressive and win the fight. And like you said, UCI got to have the miniature reverse sweep to force the map 5, and so far, gotta use the cage against nothing.
Oh no! They all just slipped out from under Romani's grasp. Gets nowhere. St. Clair's Saints are glad to brush that off their shoulders. Their support ult can be used whatever way that they want now. Noxious into the backline. Death Blossom grabs Otters. Noxious falling shortly after. I mean, 20 players kill streak from this guy. He's been unstoppable.
It's been a clinic here from Noxious on how to run the Reaper in this kind of mirror. As they're all over the place. And yes, they're going to TP into your back. And I think, honestly, Otters boops the Death Blossom into the rest of the team, trying to save themselves. Granted, we've all been there. There's no shame in it, Otters, but that was an unfortunate position there for the rest of UCI. Now, especially already, they capped very early in that fight. This may be the final fight here for UCI to stay alive in the map, in the series, and in their entire season.
UCI, take this battle quickly. Start it by contesting the objective, forcing a drop out of the Saints. Xcal and Scytho stunned on up. They'll be okay for the time being. Have a coalescence at their backs. But Soaps has the real ultimate that you need to be watching out for. The sound barrier, all of the cushioning over health. Xcal can't even do it. That was a manual hack place to make sure the EMP didn't get canceled. Noxious Soaps wrapping around the backlines. A genius play from St. Clair's side. Did the Death Blossom last ditch effort, but there's no players left standing. UCI falls. St. Clair's Saints keep themselves afloat in the lower bracket of the Overwatch Collegiate Cup.
The Anteaters get squished by the Saints after map 1. It was all Saints all the way. And a lot of it to this man right here. Noxious was all over the place during this map. And this was like one of many beautiful combinations. I think this added just a little bit of flair at the end, and it did. What a showcase here from the Saints. They lock in a spot in the top 8. They lock in a match against Rutgers, which honestly, seeing how both these two teams played today, that'll be a very interesting game to watch next weekend. But they send the Anteaters home, who are admittedly a very hot team going into this. And honestly, you could argue a slightly disappointing finish for UCI, considering the hype going into this playoff.
Yeah, and UCI are a team that, again, has been around for some of the longest of the varsity Overwatch squads that you're going to see. And it was just St. Clair Saints finding their rhythm in the back part of this series. UCI fully in control. It was the smallest bits of timings that looked so clean, so punctuated, and it set the divide between these two squads. As the series progressed, St. Clair found ways to bridge this gap, changing competitions, beating UCI at their own game in the dive. I mean, that right there had to have messed with the mental. From there on out, UCI kept it close, and one fumble just set these dominoes rolling here. St. Clair Saints let the floodgates open, and they rushed over UCI. And it is so great to see them continuing their journey within the collegiate bracket with how good their program has been doing recently.
That EMP at the end, it cannot be understated how big that was. Because they okay, they're all down there, they're healing up. Let's just wait. Time is on our side. We don't need to force anything in this fight. And the fact that they hit Xcal with the EMP, but not only hit them with the EMP, they're like, they need to die first. They have EMP. We cannot get countered right now. Finish off the Sombra. The rest of the fight goes their way. And a showcase from the Saints on how to adapt after a map 1 that was oh so close.
It was a series that we were talking right off the bat, like, oh, UCI, I mean, they have this timing down. Like, what really can St. Clair do to respond? And that's the beauty of collegiate Overwatch, is there's always a way to adapt, always a way to be proven wrong. And the St. Clair Saints did just that today. We have the wonderful opportunity to hear from their players in a post-game interview coming up right after this. You're not going to want to miss it. What a show here that we've had on this lovely Sunday. Teams have advanced, teams have fallen, but there is one that still remains at the top, still alive, the St. Clair Saints. We'll be moving on ahead to face against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. And Jesse, whew, that is a match that we are going to want to watch.
That is going to be, I'll say it now, probably one of the most anticipated matches of early next weekend. It'll be the absolute chaos that Rutgers loves to bring 24/7 against St. Clair, who's, admittedly, their timing was so clean the entire day in this series. And it really started to catch UCI off guard, whether it be just slightly hesitating in a fight or trying to be aggressive, trying to catch them off guard, like the Hollywood.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, all right, no, we're just going to go right on in. As soon as they cap point A, we're still going to be aggressive and hold the point A building. And that really set them up for the rest of the series. And what a way to book your spot into the top 8.
It was incredible. I mean, these teams were back and forth until one faithful fight on Esperanza where UCI hit their breaking point, their backs broke, and there wasn't any getting back up afterwards. St. Clair continued to snowball their way through Flashpoint, making it quick and easy. Just another day in the office, as many like to say, and you could arguably say the same for our good friend Noxious, a well-known face within the Overwatch community, and it's a pleasure to have you here on the desk after an incredible match played by St. Clair. Tell me, how does it really feel to beat a team, a well-experienced one, in UCI today?
It felt really good. I think everyone on the team, was a little stressed becoming, starting into the matches today. Some of our players were playing in other regions, and it was a lot of, back and forth, and we haven't had as much time to practice as maybe we would have liked. But we really kind of came clutch with this Maga comp. We never even practiced it in scrims or anything. Like, it was barely one map or two, and really we just kind of thought, hey, I'm good at Reaper. He's good at Sombra. You know what? We'll do it. And then it kind of worked out. And then from there, it just kind of, we realized that it was a good comp for us against UCI, and everything worked out.
And that is, if you did not tell us that right now, I cannot think of a single person that would reasonably guess you guys have not practiced that before. I mean, that's absolutely insane to hear from you and have still some of the highest level of gameplay on it. We were talking so much about these small intricate timing pieces that really set you guys over the top. And now I'm extra curious after learning you guys haven't practiced too much. What does the shot calling sound like when you're preparing for these fights, when you're trying to set yourselves up for small moments like a lot of these EMPs, Death Blossoms that we saw at the end?
Originally, before we even got into playing this comp, it was a lot of just tread and our backline kind of speaking to each other and kind of just making plans and just kind of, we would just follow that. And that's just kind of what would work out. And today we kind of switched it up. I mean, I'm a really vocal player and so is Razor. And we thought, these two characters, we need to speak. We need to be able to call our plays, call what we're going for. And I think we executed that really well today. And that's why we came out on top. And I'm really proud of everyone on the team for what we've come to accomplish today. So.
Yeah, phenomenal finish to a great weekend for you guys. Confirmed top 8 for the playoffs. And what were the comms like after map 1? UCI wins a very close Oasis. We had the lobby issue in there, which threw a wrench in a lot of the momentum that each of you guys had. What were some of the comms like as you went into Hollywood?
Honestly, we did not break a sweat. We knew we would beat them on dive. We had a really good, plan coming into it. We were bashing our heads into a wall basically an entire week trying to figure out this map, and I think we did really, really well. And I really think that was one of my best maps on Tracer in the entire tournament. I think I played really, really well today. And so did everyone else. I mean, I think it was outstanding. And once again, I'm just really proud of everybody for the hard work and dedication they've put in. And it really comes to show. Top 8 is kind of a big deal. I'm really happy. So.
Yeah, no, honestly, it was a phenomenal showing for you guys. Like you said, you had some great plays. At the end there, you went a 20-25 elimination streak to end out the map. And Razor, yeah, something like that. And Razor really showed up near the end as well. How has they kind of joined into this team a little bit? They didn't get consistent play time at the beginning of the semester, but they've really been showing their own at the end of the season.
I think Jack is one of those players, as funny as it is, his name's Jack. He's a jack of all trades. He can do whatever you need him to do. He'll do it. And I think that's the beauty of it is, he's my roommate. I've lived with him for as long as I can remember now. It's been a year. And awesome. He, every single time we need him, every single time he needs to step up to the plate, he does it. and I think it's a really good attribute to have as a player, and I'm really happy that we had him on our side today. I just added to the flexibility of the team, added to our comfort zone, and we had no doubt in our minds, coming into the last map, like, okay, we're winning this, we're doing this today, and that's how it came together. Really.
We could totally see it, like, within the team. Like, while the compositions changed a little bit, you guys swapped up maybe some play styles. Like, there was one thing that never changed. It was your cohesion, the synergy, how well you guys work with each other. So hearing you say things like how close you guys are as a team and how that can further play into you guys succeeding in the long run of this tournament is excellent to hear. And especially something that Rutgers may want to hear is that will be your next matchup, I believe,
right,
further on in this tournament. What's St. Clair's plan? Kind of preparing, heading into Rutgers, knowing they can be a little bit of an oddball compared to some other teams.
Right. We've played them a little bit in scrims and warm-ups and stuff, and I think they're a very odd team. They have really good players, and they just play kind of what works for them, really. Like, they don't really conform to the meta. They just do whatever they want to do, what plays to their strengths. And I think that's what any team should do realistically. So I'm going to treat this like any other team, and I'm just going to try to play my best. And I lived with Tap in Harrisburg last year, so for me to beat him, it would be really fun. We have a little thing going on, so it would be really fun to get back at him a little bit and win next game.
We got a little beef. I like it. This will be super fun to watch. We were talking, it's going to be one of the most anticipated matches that we're going to see at the beginning of next week. And speaking of that, the weekend is almost over. So we're going to go ahead and let you go here momentarily. But before we do so, I want to give you the floor for a minute for any shout outs, any comments that you would like to make to the stream.
Honestly, watch out for us. I think we're a really good team, and we've put our foot forward today. And I think that it's only going to go up from here. And just watch out for the St. Clair Saints.
Well, we will certainly be watching out, especially after your showcase today. Thank you, Noxious, so much for joining us here on the desk and giving us an insight for St. Clair. We wish you guys the best of luck as we see you come back next weekend.
No problem. Thank you.
Wow. I love it. Like, he's so
I would
humble.
have never guessed that.
No,
I would have
there's
never
no
guessed.
shot.
Like, oh, we've just never played Maga. I'm like, they looked like they've been practicing it for weeks and weeks. So, hey, fair credit to them. And like he said, that should be a very entertaining game next weekend. Seeing, especially him and Tap go against each other, two teams that are just, like he said, play very differently. Should be one of the best games on Friday and or Saturday. So, yeah, it should be awesome.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not only do we have that match, but we have several more that will be taking place next weekend. And we have our lovely friend in the bracket to give us a visual representation if you are, like me, a very visual person. So we finished up our lower round 2 bracket. So we'll have Illinois State University and Fisher Freaks, the two other winners that we had earlier in the day, facing off for round 3. And, of course, Rutgers St. Clair, like we have seen before. Long, grueling path throughout this lower bracket in order to face off against those who still remain in that upper.
Yeah, honestly, you look at this, like Rutgers St. Clair, we talked about enough. That should be a phenomenal game. Fisher Freaks, ISU. I still think ISU could be the favorites to win this whole thing. I think their game against Maryville, I don't want to say it's a fluke. Maryville played near perfection. But dare I say, Illinois State might be one of the favorites still. If they're going to make, if any team is going to make a lower bracket run, it would be the Redbirds that I would put my money on. But even at the top side of this, the semifinals, you got Fisher, Northwood, Winthrop, Maryville. You don't get much better games than that.
Oh, no. Like, this is the top level of collegiate and even other levels of gameplay. There's so many players that are on these teams that participate in OWCS, in Overwatch World Cup, and other competitions well beyond. So, top levels of gameplay are going to be witnessed throughout this upcoming couple of weekends. And I feel like the big mention here, especially with Maryville, the first time that they beat Illinois State, who both you and I think are the favorites to take this entire tournament. I mean, they have to be riding high against that in some of these upper bat matches.
They have to be, because ISU's been a team that have beat them a few times over the last month. So the fact that they're able to get that win might be a nice little confidence booster for Maryville. But we do also have a patch that is supposed to hit this week. And you never know. That could change literally everything in this playoff. And honestly, it is just the perfect way to end a chaotic season.
And absolutely, with the changes, with everything going on, there's one way that you all can stay updated on our matches. That is by following the Overwatch Esports socials as you see before you. Well, we might not be there to tell you to watch, but these guys sure will. So go hit that follow button and stay updated on all that Collegiate Esports has to offer, which we've only seen a glimpse, only a taste of what that can be today. Half the bracket still remains, Jesse.
Half the bracket still remains. 8 teams remain. By the end of next weekend, 1 team will be the winner of the entire event, but that should be an incredible weekend. Before we sign off, I just want to say Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Thanks for dealing with, my chaotic weekend and us, casting on Mother's Day. We all appreciate you so much.
Oh, yeah. A shout out to my mother, who I forgot to wish a happy Mother's Day earlier, and I know you're watching now, so sorry for being a bad daughter. And I wish all of you wish your mothers a happy Mother's Day as well. And, of course, give yourself some love and keep up on the Collegiate Esports. And a pleasure to be here on the broadcast. I've been Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty. We're going to go ahead and catch you next Friday for the continuation of the Overwatch Collegiate Cup.